Okay, just All right, good afternoon, everyone. Welcome to the Judicial Proceedings Committee. Today is Tuesday, February 13th. Happy Fat Tuesday. We've got 15 bills on the docket, and we're going to start off with Senator Beidel. Senator Beidel here. There you are. Senator Beidel with Senate Bill 442. We'll then move on to 429, 73, 94, 120, 195, 326, Senate Bill 2, 314, 52, 44, 397, 327, 345, and we'll end up with Senator Wallstreicher, Senate Bill 421. Without further delay, Senator Beidel, Senate Bill 442. Welcome.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Chair Smith. I would say Vice Chair Wallstreicher, I don't see him, but all the members of the committee. Thank you so much for hearing Senate Bill 442. I have a panel with me. I followed instructions. I have two people in favor. I have Chief Russell Hamill from Laurel, and I have Michael Shire, Lieutenant in Anne Arundel County Police Department. And you've seen Lieutenant Shire previously. So once again, thank you for the opportunity to discuss Senate Bill 442, street racing and exhibition driving. I think I'd like to play the video if the manager can you turn the video on? Thank you. This is just an example, although there was a much bigger one this past Saturday night. But
Yeah, that was in my district.
oh, good.
Yeah, it was lots of fun.
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
That
that was incredible.
While Sandy's getting. Oh, I'm sorry. I want to be respectful of your time because you've heard this bill before.
Is there sound on it?
Start the video.
0106.
Start giving you the tag numbers real quick.
So we continue to see this activity, sometimes called street racing, escalate on our state's roadways. Chief will tell you there's been 139 major incidences in the past 12 months. So that's almost two a week.
6 Edward Charlie, 918.
During a recent weekend evening at downtown Silver Spring intersection, multiple cars were seen doing donuts in the busy intersection, blocking and through traffic.
0601.
Got that, go through vacate.
Watch how close this car gets to.
7105.
We had someone killed in Wildwood by a vehicle.
You can hold out DS
Too close to the observers.
21 also.
But it's not a local problem. It's happening across the state. Baltimore, Anne Arundel, Prince George's, Howard, Montgomery, just to name a few. I live less than a mile from West Nursery Road, and on a Saturday night, I can be comes a mile away. So we have worked over the last year with Ocean City. Last year, you heard some objections from Ocean City. The mayor's here. They are requesting one more little amendment with traffic tracers drafting, and you'll have it by the end of the week. And I just think it's time to put an end to this dangerous activity. So the video is in Prince George's County. It's Trolley Lane in Beltsville, Dodge Park Plaza in Landover, and the intersection of Rhode Island and Edgewood Road. So this was all Prince George's County. But concerned about the damage to the roadway, the cost for the overtime for officers, or taking officers out of the posts where they should be. And instead, they're here trying to stop events like this. This past weekend, and it wasn't the first time, banging on hoods of police cars, shooting fireworks at police officers, just totally disrespectful. So, Mr. Chairman, with that, I'd like to ask for a favorable report and have my two panelists speak briefly.
Good afternoon, committee members. I'm Mike Shire here representing Anne Arundel County Police Department, speaking in support of Senate Bill 442. Thank you for having me. This bill has come up for the past few years. You know, it is overdue. Street racing and exhibition driving, as you can see from the video, you can see from just scanning the local news. There was another one that I saw in addition to the Montgomery County one in Prince George's County again this past weekend. These folks shut down roadways. They shut down parking lots. we often get innocent civilians caught in the middle of intersections while they're doing donuts around them. It's certainly an extremely scary situation for the citizens. It's also not great for us as police officers. You can see there's hundreds and hundreds of cars. That means we can't just bring, whoever's on patrol, the 5, 6, or maybe even up to a dozen officers that are on patrol. We have to try and prepare ahead of time, which means we've got to spend resources with our intelligence gathering, scanning social media and all the methods that these folks communicate. They no longer set a time and place well ahead of time. They set a time and a general area so that we don't know where they're going to be until the last minute. And we've got to have dozens of officers staged somewhere ready to go and respond to these at a moment's notice. That's in addition to our normal patrol forces, which means you're paying huge amounts of overtime and all the intelligence gathering that goes along with this. So there is a severe cost budgetarily for our police departments. It's obviously extremely dangerous for not only the participants, but also the citizens that may get caught. You're having property damage and injury being caused by this. So this is not something that's going away, and we definitely appreciate some more tools to be able to combat this. So we do urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 442. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon again. Russ Hamill, representing the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriff Associations. I'm also the chair of the Washington Metropolitan Area Council of Governments Police Chiefs Committee and the Safe Roads Task Force out of the Council of Governments. So thank you to the sponsors for their efforts on this bill and listening to Marylanders across our entire state about this concern. To the Chiefs and Sheriffs support Senate Bill 442 as it's intended to address community public safety concerns that frequently occur from street racing and exhibition driving across our state. The bill does some very good measurables on helping to alleviate this problem. As across Maryland, there have been continual concerns regarding the safety of our roadways due to the reckless and careless driving engaged in by street racers and exhibition drivers, which are two different categories. The actions of these drivers, who often conduct such activities with large groups of competitors and observers, often cause roadways to be closed to traffic, including first responders responding to other events, including fire personnel. They also cause others using our roadways, including pedestrians and bicyclists, to be placed in grave danger. These actions include conducting speed contests on the roads, closing roadways with vehicles and human chains, as you saw, and conducting the exhibition driving activities, all with a careless disregard for the safety and well-being of others. These activities have been going on across our state and across our region for several years and require proper legislative action to address them. We need to help preserve the safety and welfare of all and achieve our goals of reducing traffic and pedestrian injuries and fatalities across our state. So we thank you for your hopefully favorable report for this from this committee, and thank you for your time and consideration here today.
Thank you all very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Sidner, then Senator Fulton.
Thank you. I had a question for the sponsor. On page 2, lines 19 through 28, I was hoping you might be able to provide me some context regarding the number of points. So I think for 2 of the editions is 12 and for others is 8. Where does that fall along?
Okay, I found the place, but I couldn't hear you after that.
So where does these points, where does it fall
heard
within
that
the context of other points that are given? I'm assuming 12 is probably, is it the highest amount of points that one can get?
I'm going to ask my police lieutenant, but I'm
Sure.
pretty sure 12 points is the highest for anyone
Yeah.
incident.
Generally 12 points is going to cause an immediate suspension of a driver's license. 8 points causes, is my understanding, a review from the Motor Vehicle Administration. So they may or may not suspend at 8 points.
Is there anything else that's on the books that is at 12 and 8 points? I mean, I'm assuming
Those violations are usually going to be your major violations, your DUIs, your driving while suspended are going to be those higher point values, the more serious violations.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. And just to be clear, the point values are generally not cumulative. You get the highest number of points that for the group of violations.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bidle, I just wanted to ask you real quick as a follow-up. I know we talked briefly about this and I like the language in this one this year. On page 3. line 21,
Okay.
20 and 21, the swerving or swaying of a motor vehicle from side to side while skidding. Are you talking about, so a skid is normally a deceleration, and we had talked about, like, are you meaning the acceleration while they're swaying side to side?
You and I talked about it and you asked for it to be changed to acceleration.
Yeah,
So
some,
I believe that is being drafted.
okay, that's all.
And
That's,
like I said, Patrick Tracy said he should have it by Thursday.
I believe that was the intent. I just want to make sure the wording is correct. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. Further questions from the committee? So this, Senator, this is essentially what's on the books in Ocean City when we did, they used to have the H2O event that came every year, and this work has worked out there. And they've not had that. H2O has basically been zeroed out. I mean, they have not had
It has. And I was talking with the mayor of Ocean City when he got here today, and he is here in the
I
audience.
see him. Yes. Oh, there he is. Yes.
The big thing was the impounding, and that last year, I think they impounded like 108 cars. State police were, 100 state police were there. And it was the impounding of the cars that they believe moved it along to New Jersey. And part of our problem is because we're not enforcing this, or we don't have tough enough rules. We're getting drivers from Delaware and Virginia coming to Maryland because they can do this in Maryland, but Ocean City did force them out, and that's why they ask us to please protect their legislation and not change anything about
No,
Ocean City.
so we passed that 2 years ago, 3 years ago, probably.
This bill?
This for the Ocean City, the 3 years. How old is that?
Oh, Ocean City, I
4
was
years
still
ago,
in the
4 years.
House. That passed when I was still in the House. In fact, I think Senator Folden was on the subcommittee with me,
So we passed that bill 4 years ago.
or 5.
We've got 4 years of information to see how it's been implemented. And just want to make sure, in terms of folks that are interested in how it's being applied, if there are any sort of, abuses of the law, over aggressive, enforcement. We have 4 years of a track record of 4 years. And so I guess I'm asking for more information on that, on how that's been applied.
I can
last
get that for you. The state police have monitored that, so
Sure.
I'll get that information to you.
So, sorry. Yeah, also,
Yeah,
yeah.
I would just say that our goal as police officers is for this law to be on the books, and then us never to have to enforce it. Just the deterrence value is the goal, as is the case with, DUI and lots of other major violations. Like, it would be great if just we send the message, this is not tolerable, and it goes away.
That's right. Well, I appreciate that because, the discussions, the difficulty we've had in this committee are some, how this would be applied or misapplied. And that's why I ask about the 4-year track record, and there are legitimate concerns. And that's why we turned to a solution of having, I think, making reckless driving an incarcerable offense. So that there'd be a different tool. I see you're cringing, but that's we were looking for other options to kind of get around this because we didn't know how this would be applied or misapplied or whatever. So, sure.
I think it's just,
You're hot. You were hot, but now you're not. Can you give him the mic?
Senator, I think as with any other law, we have measures in place to make sure we are judicious in this. We follow constitutional policing. If we see something going outside the bounds of that, we have the ability to take action on that. I don't foresee that in this. I know there's been concerns if somebody just spins their wheels by accident coming out of a parking lot. I've been doing this a long time. I don't know any officer that would engage this type of response from the legislature towards that. These events, as you saw, and that's every weekend,
Yeah, I know.
as you saw, we really need some teeth to be able to take care of these. There's other criminal actions associated with these. Some of these exhibition driving events, the prizes go between $30,000 and $50,000 in cash. So with that invites people that are armed to protect the money, people that are armed to take the money. I understand a couple of weeks ago, there was a homicide associated with one of these events up in the Baltimore region that was relayed to me on a Monday this week. I think what we're able to do is maybe contain some of this. And I don't like the idea of pushing our problems off to other places, but if this makes Maryland intolerable for this, I think we have a win. And as a good lieutenant said, if we never have to enforce it, that's a big win as well. Thank you.
Excellent. Thanks. All right, Senator, let's go to Senator West, then Senator Folden, then Senator Sidnor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Per the recent response, my problem with this bill in past years has been that I thought there was a danger that someone who spun his wheels leaving a parking lot could end up getting arrested. This bill solves that problem because it specifically says in close proximity to a crowd or gathering in a manner that intentionally results. So that language alleviates my anxieties. And thank you for changing the bill this year to tailor it, so to make it a bill that I can support.
Senator, thank you. It also says two or more of the following. So just skidding would not be arrestable.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Bottle. Sorry, can't see you over there.
I know, it's hard.
I just wanted to ask for clarification on one point, because as I'm reading through this again, I'm looking at points 4 and 5
Mhm.
on page 3, and it talks about the engine of the motor vehicle producing an unreasonably loud, raucous, or disturbing noise.
Mhm.
And then 5 is the grinding of gears of the motor vehicle or backfiring of the engine of the motor vehicle.
Mhm.
Are, like, I guess what I'm asking is, aren't they like synonymous? But those are two separate categories that you've put in here for this to be an enforceable standard. And that,
I don't think they're the same thing, if that's what you're asking, because it can just be a loud muffler making a raucous or disturbing noise. It doesn't need to be in backfiring or
yeah,
grinding gears.
I agree. But I was just saying, I was just curious why we wouldn't put that all under one thing, that the unreasonably loud, raucous, disturbing noise or backfiring, or grinding of gears, because that all goes together. That if you're going to accelerate your engine, some kids, they put these little things on their little chip in their car, and it makes the car have a backfire to it. So by them accelerating and then they let off the accelerator, it automatically triggers a backfire, because that's what they put into the vehicle to allow it to do that. So my question is that's them normally in their course of their acceleration. Is that something you would consider like putting those under one together, so it's not two separate offenses?
I'd probably like to talk to the drafter about that, because
And that's fine.
I'm sure there's a reason.
I'd love to sit down with you and Patrick and just see if that's something, because I can give you scenarios, and we don't need to waste more time, but scenarios where they are all together. The loud noise of the revving of the engine is consistent and goes with the backfiring of the vehicle by design.
Senator, their bill hearing is Thursday. So first I'll listen in on that and see if that's
Okay.
addressed at the bill hearing.
All right, thank you.
Thank you very much. Just a quick question. Is impounding of vehicles anywhere in this bill?
It is supposed to be. That's what we want. We want them impounded. Do you know where it is?
I've been trying to go through it pretty quick and I just haven't been able to find it in the language. That's all. That's why I was asking.
Can't you impound for those violations?
There's some safety violations that we can impound for to pull this up and see if I can find.
Here, you want this?
So it's not necessarily new language. It's already in drafted to it or something.
It's not in there. Okay.
You can add it.
Okay, very good.
That's really what stopped it in Ocean
That's what I
City.
was, okay.
Yeah, I thought these particular violations could allow impounding. That was my understanding, but I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a concerned citizen when it comes to this exhibition racing.
I have this issue in my district as well, so thank
All
you.
right. We'll check on that.
Ask the Ocean City folks when they come over, because when they've how they've been impounding them and for what. All right, seeing no further questions for the committee. Thank you very much, Senator. Thank you both. Thank you. All right, next we'll hear from Richard Meehan, Russell Hamill, and Mr. Boriano. Oh, sorry, that was you. And that's it. Oh, wait, here you go. The mayor is here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the Judicial Proceedings Committee, Mr. Vice Chairman. For the record, Bruce Beriano, I'm here on behalf of the Mayor and City Council of Ocean City. I know you'll hear from the mayor in a moment, but we cannot thank this committee enough for their understanding, their patience, and their support in Ocean City's law, which this committee, I know some of you respectfully are new members of the committee, but this committee 4 years ago, along with the House Committee, passed Ocean City's law that has worked completely, 100%. And it has been done, it has been administered fairly and properly and impartially. This bill, we've worked extensively with your chair and your vice chair, and also on the House side. There's full agreement on this bill. I would only ask, and we have an amendment that consistent with leaving Ocean City's law intact and alone. On page 6 of the bill, lines 23 to 31, there was an amendment which has been submitted and I believe has support to take out new language, which is unnecessary, changing and modifying Ocean City's law. Other than that, Ocean City's law is left alone, and we're very grateful. Senator Bidel has been just a real champion in understanding and respecting Ocean City's position and situation. And we have tried, the city and myself personally, to work with her and to assist to get a statewide law. With that amendment, we would urge a favorable report. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. I want to thank this committee for taking the action they did 4 years ago to pass the law for Ocean City. And it was mentioned earlier testimony about these events or these activity closing down streets or areas. We were faced with the reality that our entire town had been closed down. Probably in excess of 50,000 cars, all in Ocean City, there just to disrupt, to disrespect, and really to cause terror throughout our community. It's the only time that I, as mayor, sent out a notice to all of our 26,000 non-resident property owners and asked them not to visit Ocean City that week when we knew this event was coming. I got on TV and I asked people not to visit Ocean City. When have you ever heard the mayor of Ocean City ask people not to visit Ocean City? But it was because it was unsafe. Because what was taking place made our community unsafe. It terrorized our community. And we were basically helpless for 4 years trying to find a mechanism and a way to address this. And thankfully, this committee helped us do that with the legislation. And once the special event zone was established, then additional legislation was established. We were able to begin enforcing that legislation. It took 1 year to drive that event out of Ocean City. 1 year. And unfortunately, that event went to Wildwood, New Jersey. And our very worst nightmare, which we had always feared would happen, 2 people were killed by a driver driving out of control, spinning tires, doing donuts, and exhibition driving. So what I just want to tell you is this made a difference. And I think the statewide bill, I want to thank the sponsors of this bill, and particularly Senator Bidel, will make a difference, because what we see happening or saw happening in Ocean City, you're now seeing happen on random occasions throughout the entire state. And this legislation will help deter that from happening, just like it did in Ocean City. So with amendment, I ask that you give a favorable recommendation to House Bill 442. And I want to thank you for your commitment to Ocean City and to the state regarding this egregious activity. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Questions from the committee? We're glad that it worked out well in Ocean City, and we'll look to them to understand how it's been implemented, and I think that'll be instructive for our efforts statewide. So thank you very much.
And thank you again, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair. Thank you very much, members of the committee.
Thanks. Questions?
Thank you.
Seeing none. Thank you very much. Thank you. With that, so that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 442. We're now going to move on to Senate Bill 73. Is Senator Watson here? Welcome back. You miss us a little bit.
I always miss you. All right. What bill are we starting with?
Senate Bill 7, if whichever 73, whichever you
73.
like, whichever you like. You got 3 in a row, so
Okay.
4 in a row.
All
Jeez.
right. Good afternoon, colleagues. Senator Watson from the 23rd District. Here to ask your support of Senate Bill 73. This is one of 4 bills I'll present to you today. And before I get started, on some of your desks, I placed this handout. How do we get here? A year in review and a call to action. This summer, I was able to sit down with residents in the 23rd District at Bowie State University, where we addressed an audience of 200 individuals from the community. And collectively, we sat down and worked on these bills. The bills that I'm about to present to you today are a result from my community's collective voice saying we need to do something. And so I stand here asking for your support of this and all subsequent bills. Colleagues, Senate Bill 73 adds a reporting requirement aimed at ensuring that juveniles who commit firearm offenses once are assessed using existing tools available by DJS and is reported to the General Assembly annually. I recognize the sensitivity around our juveniles, and as such, we must make fact-based, data-driven, informed decisions, not related to national data, but what we are seeing right here in our own state. This bill is very, very simple. As I said, it's a reporting requirement. So those juveniles who get picked up for having or possessing a firearm, we want to collect that data. Because without that data, one, we can't negate someone saying, oh, our crime statistics are going down. But are we doing the right thing on the other side and making sure that we're picking these guns and taking them off the street and holding those folks accountable? That is my testimony for Senate Bill 73. And I ask this committee for a favorable report.
So thanks. You do have a panel, Mr. Kroll and Laura Wilt. We'll hear from them and then we'll open up for questions.
Yep.
Good afternoon. My name is Laura Wilt. I'm the chief of the juvenile division for the state's attorney's office in Frederick County. And I am here testifying favorably in favor of Senate Bill 73. I am suggesting amendments, however. I think this is an important piece of legislation. It requires data that we all are seeking when we're looking at juvenile and making changes to the juvenile laws. However, I do believe that the request for data is narrowly drawn to a point that we're going to want more than this. The way it's written right now, it asks for data to be collected on the number of assessments completed, and it mentions the word during intake. And I would just point out that many firearm charges and incidents occur that are never charged, never brought to an assessment, never brought to intake. So many of these incidents, for one, if they're committed under a child under the age of 13, it may not be charged and brought in to the Department of Juvenile Services. So we need that data too. We need to know what's going on with our youth and be able to address it appropriately. I would also point out that the way the law is right now, it requires that youth 16 and over who are charged with a firearm offense have to be charged originally in adult court. So that would miss that entire population. And I would point out that that is the error that I see throughout the data that has been provided by the Department of Juvenile Services. I believe they published some data in just maybe a month ago. And that does not count any of the youth who were originally charged between 16 and 18 in adult court. It doesn't count any of the offenses by those under 13. So I love the idea of this bill. I'm all in favor of it, but I do think we're going to want a larger scope to be able to figure out how big is this problem. So thank you.
Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator for Maryland, the Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorney Association, here in support and ask for a favorable report as to Senate Bill 73. I want to thank Senator Watson for all his work from there. Senator, the prosecutors hear you. We also want this data. And as Ms. Wilt said, we need to expand it, make it 16, 17, as well as the things that she said. But I just want to point out that we are in favor of this bill and all 641 back you in an effort to stop juvenile violence. So we'd ask for a favorable report as to Senate Bill 73. We're happy to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It's a very simple bill. Would you all be able to draft a proposed amendment to deal with your concerns? And
Absolutely.
provide it to us?
Absolutely. We'll work with Senator Watson. We're happy to do that.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, and thank you for testifying. I don't want to hijack this bill, but if you all could follow up, I would like to know about data collection in general with juveniles. So, what we already are getting and where it might be lacking. So, because I'm assuming you could maybe say this is not accurate, that probably data collection is lacking in some other areas as well.
Absolutely.
I figured as
Absolutely.
much.
Be
So
happy to
without,
provide
but I
input.
think that would be important because this may serve as a model for some other legislation we might need. All right,
We can
thank you.
Come up with with the bills that are still pending today.
Okay. Oh, all right. So maybe we'll hear it. Thank you.
All the bills are subject to hijacking for good ideas, so let's keep it up. Senator Sidnor, then Senator Carter.
Thank you very much. As Senator Kroll knows, I'm certainly about collecting data, especially from state's attorneys. However, you all don't see it my way necessarily. But if just to be clear, because I'm looking at the letter of information from DJS, and we all know that they produce a pretty thick volume of data. Am I to understand that you're saying that the data that's being asked for in Senate Bill 73 currently is not being reported out or collected by DJS?
I was specifically referring to the 2023 data that was published by the Department of Juvenile Services. It was maybe published early February or January, and the secretary came in and reported shortly after that was published. And they even have the footnotes. It's all throughout that document. I have quotes on page 1, 2, 5, indicating that this data does not include those youth over 16 who were charged originally in adult court. And what we also know is that it wouldn't include, officers have not been able to charge those under 13. So there would be no firearms charges that would have been referred to the department there. So that data was not included by the Department of Juvenile Services.
Okay, so for you're talking about the 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. This is what you're talking about, that the Department of Juvenile Services doesn't have that data, right?
And even police agencies are really struggling to get that data because
Although
they're
they're the ones that arrest. They will be the ones that would be the best source of information about the 10, 11, and 12-year-olds, because they're the ones making the arrest, correct?
well, they haven't been able to arrest for the firearm charges. It had to be the crime of violence. So we have this gap where they might investigate a crime, but they're not allowed to name a suspect.
But so there's no arrest, because they don't know what the age is until is there a detention and then no arrest?
So my understanding is agencies are still investigating a crime. They still have an obligation to investigate the crime, but that they wouldn't have a conclusion drawn that an individual did it. When all I can tell you is across the state, we've asked our police jurisdictions and they do not have data unless they charged a particular youth, and then they absolutely have data. So it's
But if
that
they've
under
had an
13, we had a
But
problem.
if they've had some engagement, there should be some record, right?
I hope you're right, and we're all looking for it.
I'm just trying to think of where the best source of that information is, and if DJS isn't involved, why should we make them responsible for collecting something when they're not?
I agree. We can only ask the department to collect what they receive. And I just want to make sure it's all of those youth. And the department does have contact with all of the youth over 16 who are charged in adult court. They still have contact with those cases. However, they did not include them in their statistics.
And they're not, and that the information, so the information of those who have been charged as adults, it's not reported in that big volume.
That's right.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that my question could possibly be absorbed in Senator Sidnor's, but I'm still not clear. Not necessarily regarding the amendment proposed, but the bill as it stands. According to the fiscal note, I'm reading, according to the department's fiscal year 2023 data research guide, DJS handled 12,388 complaints. And out of those, 3.9% of the charges were for handgun violations. What in the original form of this bill, not your amendment, is missing? Why is that report that says 3.9% not a report of handgun offenses that go through DJS intake?
That data appears to be a correct count of those cases that come to intake, but it doesn't give us a clear picture of the problem of youth with firearms in their hands in our community and how great is the need that we all need to address. That's the question I've heard repeatedly. Is this really a problem? What do we need to do to address it? So if all we're going to count is the cases that go to DJS's hands, well, then if we're satisfied with that number, that's fine. But I was thinking that we were more focused on what's the problem in our community.
So again, I might be echoing Senator Sidnor, but if you're talking about cases that may not go into DJS, that maybe are diverted by law enforcement, I would be inclined to agree with his point that DJS would not be in the best position to report. The law enforcement agencies would.
Then I agree. We need to count those cases that go to diversion.
I would suggest that if any of those cases are going into a different process, like the Senate rescinds, that should be part of that report. Finally, the cases that are automatically charged as an adult, again, they're automatically charged as an adult. So when that automatically happens, they're not in DJS. They're in the adult system. And so I think I echo Sidner again, when I say that if it's not in the juvenile system, why would you put that onus on the Department of Juvenile Services? It ought to be really the prosecutors.
Because the prosecutors will be able to count those, but the Department of Juvenile Services absolutely has contact with every one of those youth charged as adults. They do a complete background investigation on every one of those youth. They do a psychological evaluation on every one of those youth. They prepare a report for the court to recommend whether or not it's adult or juvenile court. So they have a lot of contact with every one of those youth charged as adults. And so they would have that data.
Thanks. What would you say to another proposed potential amendment? And because getting to what we want to get to see really what happens in all situations, and maybe there is a report, but I haven't seen it. A report by prosecutors as to how many cases are actually prosecuted, how many are dismissed, how many result in a conviction. That information would be also important, not just what DJS deals with, but the success or non-success of prosecutions of these cases.
I don't know why that data would be accessible through our courts. We have to file everything with our courts. We would easily be able to count the number of cases. Our systems probably need improvement for, that counting how many of each particular type of crime, but we're accountable in that we have to file with the court. The courts have a record of everything we do. So that data should be available if you're talking about what our state's attorney's office receives. The gap is under the current set of statutes, we don't receive many of the crimes. So it's a really incomplete number.
I understand. I think we should get at all of it. What is received by DJS, what is not, what is received by prosecutors, and of those cases that are charged, are they, what is the result? How many
what are we doing with them?
Are result in a conviction?
Yeah.
So I would, if we were to pass this bill, and we were to consider adding your amendment, I'd want to add an amendment that really deals with a report that gives us all of the data at every level. I think that would be a more complete report. Thank you.
Thank you.
I guess it's, the gap is, that unless there's an arrest, there isn't necessarily a paper trail.
Absolutely.
Especially if you're dealing with the under 13 crowd. And so it's hard to kind of identify, and that's what we're trying to get at. We want to understand those contacts. If they're diverted, then there probably will be a paper trail. I got that, but you
I
can't.
would think we could even hold
you can't do
accountability for our diversion programs need to have some accountability for what they're receiving and what they're not. I imagine a lot of them are receiving grant funds. So There are ways, it's just not easy sometimes.
And then there are issues of confidentiality it's a lot more difficult than it sounds.
Thank you.
Which makes the picture more opaque and difficult. So anyway, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, seeing no further questions for Senate Bill 73, that concludes the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 73. We'll now move on to Senator Watson, Senate Bill 94.
94. I'm still Senator Watson. Back again. Senate Bill 94, intake and probation. All summer, I and my co-sponsors have heard that our kids are not getting the services that they need once detained. Our state has made the distinction of punishment for adults, but rehabilitation for our young folks. This bill has two primary provisions: a violation of criminal law, Article 4-203, wearing, carrying, or transporting a firearm, or Article 4-204, use of handgun in the commission of a crime. That complaint must be forwarded to the state's attorney. I can't read my own handwriting. Oh, it changes probation time up to 3 years, or if a crime involves use of a firearm, up to 5 years. Current law states that the purpose of extending probation is to ensure the child completes a treatment or rehabilitation program or services. And we've heard all summer long from our state's attorney's office that they don't have access to these. Once they get in and they have 3 months probation, they're out before even any service can actually start. So once again, the needs of our youngest, most vulnerable population are not being met nor addressed. This bill, simply stated, allows the kids to get the critical and sometimes life-saving services that they need. That concludes my testimony for Senate Bill 94, intake and probation.
Hear from the first panel and then we'll take questions.
Thank you. Again, Laura Wilt, State's Attorney's Office, Frederick County, and I am testifying in favor of Senate Bill 94. I urge a favorable report on this legislation. I believe it's an important piece of juvenile law reform. It has a number of different parts. The first part that I see here, I believe, addresses the issue of the Department of Juvenile Services operating somewhat without check to make decisions about some of our most serious cases. On the page 1 and 2, that's where that bill strikes the exception. And what it does is allow the state's attorney's office at least a set of eyes to review every felony that comes to the state's attorney's office. That comes to the Department of Juvenile Services. Currently, the Department of Juvenile Services over the last couple of years has chosen not to send the vast majority of cases forward for review to the state's attorney's office. They're only sending the crimes of violence, which, as you've heard repeated throughout many sessions, that does not include motor vehicle theft. It does not include some very serious assaults. They do send a notice that a victim may or may not see to the victim to let them know that they're handling the case informally, but there's no review by anyone other than that agency. What this would allow is for the state's attorney's office, what they do is they send us a letter and it says, we're proposing to keep this case informal. This is a motor vehicle theft. We're proposing to send him to 20 hours community service, and then the case will close in 90 days. The state's attorney's office, then I'm sure every office handles it somewhat differently, but we, 1, review for probable cause, and 2, we contact the victim and we make sure to talk to the victim to find out what the appropriate next steps forward are. I also support the change in legislation regarding the probation, and I urge your favorable report. Thank you.
Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee, I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator and the Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, in favor and ask for a favorable report as to this bill. This bill gives us eyes and ears, is what we really need. Now, I'm not going to repeat everything because we testified so long in the juvenile proceedings beforehand, so you know where we stand from there. I would just echo Ms. Wilt's statements from there and echo my prior statement and ask for a favorable report. Give us the eyes and ears. Thank you very much.
Questions for the panel? Senator Sidnor. And then Senator Walser, sorry.
Thank you very much. Just a couple of questions. I'm reading a letter of opposition from the League of Women Voters, and they state that their principal concern is the elimination of provisions allowing for an individualized assessment of each offender. Would you mind want to be speaking to that concern?
I'm not sure I completely heard your question. Did you say it eliminates individual assessment of the youth?
Right, that's what they seem to be, that's what they say.
So the process as it stands now would not it would not be changed. The process by which we go through, what it would do is allow additional cases to be reviewed by the state's attorney's office. So there already is a process in place that requires every charge to go to the department for intake. At that point, the assessment is done of the youth and the offense. They evaluate what they believe that youth needs and they make recommendations. This is the process that's already in place and this bill doesn't change that. Then the department has to send the state's attorney's office a piece of paper and it says, we're recommending X, Y, and Z for this youth. Do you agree? And there's like boxes. Do you agree? Do you not agree? And what's your choice to go forward? And so this gives us a chance to lay eyes on additional cases. So that assessment about the youth absolutely is still in place. And it is all the way through an entire court process if it were to go to the court.
So that's probably just a misreading of the legislation.
I can't hear
So it's
you.
probably just a misreading of the legislation regarding this elimination of individual assessments.
Absolutely. It doesn't change that at all.
All right, the second question I had is looking with the Office of Public Defenders, and I would like for you to respond to that. It says it reinforces a bureaucratic hurdle that requires that DGS forward all complaints of nonviolent felonies to the state's attorney for approval of informal adjustment. It also adds an additional barrier to diversion by requiring DGS forward all complaints, no matter how minor, to the state's attorney if the child is under DGS supervision.
It is an additional step. The Department of Juvenile Services absolutely has to fill out another piece of paper and send it to the state's attorney's office. It requires more work of the state's attorney's office, and we're in favor of it because we have a community that is very upset about how things are handled at the Department of Juvenile Services. And the fact is that if they do, what's happening at the department is not satisfying to our community. And it's just a revolving door of these youth in and out, and absolutely no checks and balances by another agency.
So they go on to say essentially it's giving you all the decision-making authority regarding diversion options, but you don't have the information that you had just, I guess, on the last bill talked about how DGS has a treasure trove of information. You all wouldn't have that same type of information if this process allows you all with this decision-making authority. Am I understanding that right?
It does give us decision-making authority about whether to forward the case on to court. However, the diversion information, nothing would stop a case from being diverted. Their recommendation would still be noted as far as they're recommending diversion or they're not recommending diversion. And then our first phone call is to the police and to the victims and to have a conversation about what they want.
And would you all have access to the child's background or their needs and that information that the Department of Juvenile Services would look at to make their decision?
What they give us, and I believe this is uniform throughout the state, they give us what's called a youth history report, which is a printout. It basically shows a police agency number and what the primary charge was and how the department resolved it. So we have their prior history. So we would know if there is no history or if there is one in making our decision. We can also call the department and get any other information we wish.
And if DJS and the states that, or does DGS, if it's giving you all decision-making authority, so DGS would no longer have that authority, am I understanding that correct?
I didn't hear again, sorry.
All right, so you're being vested with decision-making authority. Is this bill essentially taking that out of the hands, that decision-making authority from DGS?
With all felonies, they would make the initial decision, but unless the state's attorney's office agreed, it would be no longer in their hands.
All right, so
Right.
if y'all don't like what they decided, then you all can step in and do what you want to do. I mean, that's what I'm hearing,
Yeah,
right?
but we're not doing it because we have some independent desire. We're gonna contact our police agencies and our victims, and we also evaluate for probable cause.
So if DJS believes that there's certain rehabilitative programs that the juvenile could retain and or to obtain and it would be fine, you all talk with a victim or whomever, and you all decide, you know what, we don't like that, we want to go forward and prosecute, that would be, under this bill, that would be your decision.
That is one option.
Okay.
It's also an option that we agree with them and send it right and agree with them and they try the informal. And if it works, then it's closed out.
But you all have final authority, and if we give this, if we vest this decision-making authority and you all have final say, that's right?
We have final say as to whether or not to file a petition. The court has final say as to
Right, I
whether
got
that
that.
child is ever found delinquent.
But you all have final say to put that child in front of a court.
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
We're only talking about firearm offenses, not the whole plethora of anything a child could be harmed with.
Well,
The-
real quick before we move on, because then
Yeah.
Wall Strikers, because I think you're onto a good process point, which I think we were still not understanding fully. Which is, so DJS has 25 days to make their decision. Let's say then if we pass this bill, then they forward it along to the state's attorneys, complete with that entire file. You then have 30 days to make your recommendation. And then, so if you decline, if you say, look, there's no informal, we don't agree with the informal, we want to go, and then the judge then makes a decision and then we go on our way. The question is, in the intervening 25 or 30 days plus, what ability does DJS have to render services or do whatever it is that has to happen? What decision-making space exists in that time for DJS?
For at least 2+ years, the department has had a policy, and I've seen it in effect, that when they make their decision at intake to put services in place, they keep it in place and they offer those services whether we file a petition or not. So there is no longer, there used to be a delay where we'd wait and see what the state's attorney is going to do. That was a policy decision. They have since changed that, and those kids get services from the time of intake. And what happens is sometimes when the victim appeals, things like that, and the case comes to court, whether we want to or not, if the victim files and wants the appeal, we come into court and the kid's now done 4 months of therapy. Everything's been calm in the community. We've had cases closed because the department put things in place and the youth responded. That's often our problem, is the youth not responding to the offer of services.
So that's important. Thank you that is very, very important for the process. So it's very helpful. Senator Walsh-Riker.
I think another clarification is on the other end, that's part of this bill, which is the probation part. And so, and this has been a learning experience for me, but we use the same word in the adult and juvenile system, probation. But really my sense is that they're two different things at each level. And can you talk about how the juvenile probation process works and how it differs from the adult probation process? Because I think that's kind of important to this discussion.
Well, in so many ways, and right now, our entire juvenile system is based on recommending rehabilitative services. And currently, the law, as you know, it caps probation at a certain time period. We have to go before the court on a regular basis and justify whether a youth is kept on probation. And the sole determination by the court is whether or not that youth has received the services that they need. And so having that 6 months or 1 year has been a major problem when the goal of the system has been getting certain services in place. And it can't happen fast enough. And sometimes that's because the youth chooses not to. Sometimes it's because the department hasn't had the spots available. So they have some great programs, but if there's only 5 slots, it doesn't do us much good. So, I mean, every time we're in court, we're arguing whether that case should be open. So these numbers, as far as how long probation should be available for the court, the numbers are still subject to the overall jurisdiction of the court, which is about providing services. So this legislation doesn't require a youth beyond probation for 2 or 3 years. This requires the court, it gives the court an option.
So just a quick follow-up also on something you said earlier, and this is a big question and not something we're going to resolve this year, but there seems to be this issue related to assaults that we see where we have these 2 levels of assaults. One is a very serious felony that generally doesn't want to be utilized here, but you have some children who are involved in very serious behavior that is getting thrown under the 2nd degree and being run exclusively on the juvenile, on the DJS side, when that might be more appropriately treated as a more serious offense, but because the next level up is so serious, we don't want to put kids through that. So this is a big question, but can you just kind of educate the committee on this kind of difficult gray area that we're seeing a lot of the assaults fall in and how that causes policy problems for us and for you as a prosecutor?
That is very much where we see a large part of our victims who can't be addressed, is the fact that almost every assault is going to be a 2nd degree assault, because the way our law is drafted, it encompasses in adult court, a penalty up to 10 years, very large penalty, dependent on the serious nature of the offense. But to get to a 1st degree assault, you're talking about use of a firearm, you're talking a use of a weapon, or the impact on a serious bodily injury. You're talking about an organ, a bone, if we don't see that level of injury or a clear intent to cause that injury with the weapon, then almost never are you going to be able to try that case as a 1st degree assault. And so the inability to go forward on a 2nd degree assault is a real problem, for our system, because we do have so many kids. I mean, the victims of these crimes are kids, and you've got parents of small children who are hurt and drastically hurt, but it's still not a 1st degree. So we do have a big gap, and I know that's probably not this bill that we're here on, but it's a big gap. And that's why I know some of the legislation has suggested that the 2nd degree assault needs to be included for the younger youth as well, to give the police an ability to respond to that harm to our community. So thank you for the question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So without going into really great specifics, it's fair, and I apologize for missing the first part because I was on another committee. But the gun violence increase that we're seeing amongst is a real thing that we're seeing in the past couple of years with juvenile, especially related crimes. Is that a fair assessment?
Absolutely. I mean, the data is published by, I think, Philadelphia, Baltimore, the police department.
Yeah, I
has
just
that data.
look at that, and then I look at DJS's, they try to put a different narrative on this, and I didn't appreciate the way that was kind of brought forward, because it wasn't outrightly truthful.
We did talk about that on the last bill, that they didn't include a lot of data that they could have for those youth 16 and over.
Yeah.
And
those are still in that category. So, this bill would be about, DJS offering services, and if they fail to comply with DJS services, if DJS offers services and currently, and the subject would, these juvenile, their parents would fail to comply with those services, what recourse is left currently?
Currently, if they fail to do any of the services recommended, the department has complete autonomy to close those cases, and it happens all the time.
So there's no consequences.
That's
They can
right.
just fail to comply, even with a court order, and do nothing.
Well, fail to comply at the intake level is what I was referring to, but it's true for probation as well.
Correct. That's my point. Like, it's not only intake, it's at the court level as well. So isn't this realistically, if I'm thinking about the bill hearing that we had the other day in regards to some of the juvenile crime measures that we're talking about, especially dealing with handguns and gun violence, wouldn't this be about ensuring services are provided in a mechanism that allows, if they fail to comply with the guidance given, the recommendations given by the court, that there would be a mechanism to comply or complete these services, or there's an extension, there would be more services and we're not looking to overly incarcerate, we're looking to ensure they get the provided wraparound services they need.
And right now,
And
the
this
way
gives
it's
that
written,
opportunity, because right now we have
all
nothing.
we can do is
to
say,
ma-
please.
Thank you.
All right, further questions? Oh, Senator Sidnor.
Not a question, but just an observation. There's no testimony from DJS on this bill. So I just wanted to make certain, as I'm looking through in writing, I mean, it's like we're talking about the agency, but we don't give the agency an opportunity to voice something. So I just wanted to make certain that I put that on the record.
All right, thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're just, sorry, Senator, we've got an opposition panel for this one, so we're gonna switch to
Okay.
the opposition panel.
Yep.
If, Ms. Dollar is here, Lauren Dollar, and, Ms. Seegers, Aaron Seegers. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and ladies and gentlemen of the committee. My name is Lauren Dollar, and I'm a youth defender in Baltimore City. I represent young people in juvenile court. So just as a starting premise, I think we all want kids to get the help that they need when they're in crisis and to receive that support as soon as possible, but this bill interrupts providing those services as soon as possible. First of all, I just wanted to clarify that this bill does not just apply to handgun offenses as it is drafted. It does apply to all felonies, and that would include, right now, they already are required to forward handgun offenses, crimes of violence, and any felony that involves physical injury. So the assaults that were talked about already are required to be forwarded to the state's attorney's office. In addition, this is not an information sharing bill. The police can already share the information that the state's attorneys say that they're missing directly with the state's attorney's office. And as noted, victims already can override diversion recommendations. So what is diversion? As we discussed, diversion is when the Department of Juvenile Services makes a recommendation that a child participate in programs such as a program community service or even an intensive daily after school program, and they recommend that they participate in those services. And then if they don't participate in those services, then they do tell the child that their case will be formalized if they don't participate in those services. DJS currently definitely forwards these felonies in some cases. I know because I represent the kids in those cases. And also victims are actively participating in the appeal process. So I've also received cases where a child has already been participating in a program such as Teen Court or the Choice program, but the victims actually want the case forwarded to the state's attorney's office and that it then gets forwarded to the state's attorney's office. The state's attorney's office will be charging these cases formally because that is what the state's attorney's office does when they receive complaints. Diversion works incredibly well at reducing recidivism, and it keeps Black children from marginalized communities out of the formal legal system. According to the Department of Juvenile Services, 92.4% of children whose cases were diverted in fiscal year 2021 had no news to state offenses within a year. And we know that formalized cases get dismissed at a rate of 42%. So thank you so much.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Erin Seegers, and I'm a youth defender here in Anne Arundel County, and I urge on a favorable report on SB 94. Specifically, I want to address the proposals to extend juvenile probationary periods. There are concerns that the limits that are in the current law are not long enough to provide all the necessary treatment and services to youth. We all, of course, want children in need of treatment to receive all the help that they need and in a timely fashion. The current law, however, does not inhibit that, and the proposed law will not aid in that. Right now, the current initial time limits for probation are 6 months for the low-level misdemeanors and 12 months for felonies. And these are not arbitrary lengths of time, but rather supported by the research and data reviewed by the JJRC. So not only are these evidence-based time limits, but for many children, it certainly is enough time to complete their treatment. I know now, however, that the concerns are primarily with the children who don't complete their treatment within those initial time periods. Thankfully, though, with the JJRA, the legislature in their wisdom put in language to deal with that exact situation. Under the current law, if there is good cause and the child has not completed their treatment, then the court can extend probation for 3 months. If that's still not enough time, another 3 months for a total of 1 year. Again, for the misdemeanors, and for felonies, it can be extended up to 2 years, and for a crime of violence, all the way up to the age of 21. Importantly, the current law allows the court to look at each kid as an individual and to determine what is necessary in their case to finish their treatment. So under the current law, the children who finish everything within those periods don't have to be under the burden of probation in the criminal system for longer than necessary. So rather than excusing the tardiness of the department and implementing services and placing the burden on children, disproportionately Black children from marginalized communities, by extending probation, we urge that you maintain the current law and give an unfavorable report on SB 94. Thank you.
Excellent. Thank you both very much. Questions from the committee? Senator Carter.
I have a question. I took a brief note during your testimony that I think if I got this right, I'm sorry. Can you come back up to the podium? It was dollar, right? I think you said that 92% or approximately 92% of children that have their cases diverted have no reoffense or no sustained findings within a year.
Yes.
Where did that data come from?
From the Data Services Resource Guide, I believe from the 2022 Department of Juvenile Services Data Resource Guide.
Okay, and then you also, I believe, said that formalized cases, which means cases that are prosecuted, sent to the prosecutor.
Yes.
That 42% of those cases are dismissed.
My notes say in fiscal year 19, 46% were dismissed. I believe that was also from the Data Resource Guide.
46%?
Yes, I misspoke.
Okay, so that's more than I had. You said 46, I said 42. And so for those cases that are sent to the prosecutor yet not prosecuted or not found, they're dismissed. They're not even prosecuted. It's not even a not guilty. It's like dismissed. There are no services in those cases, correct?
So that's a tricky question. So there are young people who get diverted, who start to participate in services, and then that is interrupted when the case is formally charged. So some children have participated in services at the time that they are formally charged. There are some programs that involve young people to engage in restorative justice. So for example, community conferencing or teen court, where a young person might need to talk about what happened in order to successfully complete that program. And when they get a lawyer, like me or Ms. Seegers, we tell that child that it's not a good idea to participate in that program anymore. Even though the statements are not technically admissible against them at trial, it's not a good idea to talk about the crime in case other people repeat it. There are lots of ways in which this is not going to be helpful for them. So those kind of services would then be interrupted. There are probably cases involved in this statistic that involve what I would refer to as post-formalization diversion. I think that we're using the word diversion in a really broad sense, where the child is offered something like a STET to participate in services. So those children are probably also captured in this number. However, in the dismissal numbers.
In the dismissal. That's the 46%.
The 46% of cases that have been
charged
formalized.
but dismissed, but it could be a STET, which is diversion. So
yes,
that comes from people that have successfully completed the diversion program. So it's
yes,
this is what drives us nuts, because it's not that's not real fidelity in the actual number of what we're talking about for diversion. And that's why this is why this is more difficult, and this is why some of the numbers look better than they are, and they're kind of it misdirects the actual inquiry. And that's what makes it tough for us.
So I guess part of what I would say with that is that if a young person is not successfully completing diversion, their case should be forwarded to the state's attorney's office. And if that's not happening, that should be addressed.
No, I get it, but it's a kind of a misleading number when you say 92% of people that are diverted, don't recidivate, because it's 92% of the people that successfully completed diversion, which is a much more limited sample size.
So actually in that same data resource guide, about approximately 80% of young people who are diverted could successfully complete the diversion programs. Okay, so within those 80% of the young people who complete it, 92% of them are not coming back in.
So within the 80 of the 92. So
Right.
that's what, you know what I'm saying? That's what I'm
Yes,
talking
yes,
about.
yes, yeah. No, but I think that the overall point here is that court involvement, formalized court involvement, we know from the data is harmful to kids. It impacts their long-term outcomes. It impacts recidivism rates, their success in school, and there are lots of reasons for that. They're ending up associating with other kids who are also in trouble. It impacts self-image and self-labeling. It's a traumatizing process. And we know from the data that for the vast majority of those kids, we can avoid the formalized court process. And we already have mechanisms in place to bring cases where a physical injury is involved, where a crime of violence is involved, or when a victim would like the case to be formalized, there are already mechanisms in the law to bring those cases into formalized court.
So I just want to, I think that I'm clear. I think we're clear to the extent we can be on the different general data points, the percentages of kids in one system or another. But one thing I want to kind of close the gap on, if we haven't already done it, is those kids that are first, there's an effort at diversion, such as community conferences, mutual postponement to do something, teen court, and then they do not follow through. In my experience, when they don't follow through, there is then they are back in the state of going through the regular prosecution process. What's that percentage? What's
So
the people
what
that
is the
start with
percentage?
diversion and then they don't complete it and then they're then prosecuted anyway?
So my understanding, if you take the numbers we were just discussing, it would be about 20% should be coming back for formal prosecution, because 80% are successfully completing and about 20% should be then getting forwarded to the state's attorney's office for formalization.
In your experience, how many of those cases do not wind up going back through the prosecution, the formal process, when the children don't comply?
So I don't know, because I don't work for DJS, but what I will say, or the state's attorney's office for that matter, but what I will say is I have represented many children who come to me very confused as to why, when they already did everything that was asked of them, including community service hours, participating in after school programs, participating in teen court, how are they getting formally charged? And for children, it's hard to understand. And I understand we already have that worked into the law as it stands, but I know that it's happening in Baltimore City. I can't speak to other jurisdictions, but I have had young people come with me with their informalization contract, because they sign a contract saying, I promise to do all these things. And I have to say, okay, but look at the little tiny fine print here. There are ways that they can still bring this back around. And that is happening. And I think we should try to limit how much that's happening. And right now it is limited to cases where there has been a felonies where there's a physical injury, which gets to Senator Wellstreicker's concern, but felonies where there's been physical injury, crimes of violence, and handguns are currently already formalized. They're already sent to the state's attorney's office for formalization, if that makes sense.
Right. And there aren't, I don't think, and I'm seeking confirmation or verification from you. I don't think there are many cases. It's really up to the prosecutor in those cases. If a child is not in compliance with the conditions of the diversion, the prosecutor has the full authority to make a decision to continue with the prosecution. I've had cases, and it could be 8-9 months into the community conferencing or mutual postponement or diversion process. And for whatever reason, child misses something that they're supposed to do. They're like, okay, we're back to the prosecution, and the child is even confused then. Exactly. But nevertheless, the prosecutor has the full ability to pursue the prosecution.
Especially if the state's attorney's office knows about it, which is what I would anticipate my colleagues on the other side would say, is that we still need to know about it. So it still lies within DJS's job to send that to the state's attorney's office if the child has not completed their conditions. My experience is that they are forwarding those to the state's attorney's office. My experience with state's attorneys is that they charge cases that are sent to them. That's my experience. And so I think what we're going to see is a lot more cases formally charged, because they will be sending them these cases. And they don't need DJS to send them the cases to know the cases exist, because they work with the police. And the police could tell the state's attorney's office, we made this many arrests, or we made these arrests. And the police can continue to work on the investigations for those cases, even once the case has been diverted. And so I think that this bill is really about wanting to charge young people formally for cases that involve felonies that don't already get forwarded to the state's attorney's office. But that will effectively end diversion. And I also want to say that I think that this bill has, at least in discussions around this type of mechanism, which is also in the juvenile omnibus bill, the concern is with motor vehicle theft. And we see young people charged with motor vehicle theft who are both drivers, but also passengers. We see passengers charged with felony motor vehicle theft. And that's the kind of thing that DJS is looking at when they decide to allow a case go to diversion and to informalize a case, because you have young people who really do not belong in the formal criminal justice system, who end up getting involved in things that sometimes they don't have absolutely no idea.
I
Yes.
just want to stay on the lines of inquiry
Sure.
and on the bill. So Senator Carter.
I'm satisfied. Thank you.
Okay, thanks. Senator Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Ms. Dollar, I'm confused on some of your points.
Okay.
So I hear what you're saying about, one thing I want to clarify is what the chairman already did, is to be clear that, the 92% recidivism rate that you're speaking of is a controlled number. It's a controlled sample, right? And who controls those numbers?
You mean in terms, I mean,
Who controls those numbers of that narrative, if you will, of what's being sent forward for cases to court and which ones are being handled internally?
so
It's DJS.
So DJS is telling us that when we diverted this number, we've diverted this number of cases, and out of those, 92% of them did not have a second fact sustained finding, which comes from the court process.
Where are you seeing that from? Because they're not giving, that's not even including, because they don't send cases to court, and even if they've had prior offenses. So how are they going to know if there's recidivism if it's not going to court?
So
they're doing it at a level for diversion with no consequences, no ability to make sure that they get the wraparound services that they need. And quite honestly, if they don't do it, if they don't complete the services, what is the mechanism that's in place now by the court? You have a judge who's ordered these services as a part of this, right?
no, there's no court order
Correct.
yet.
Okay, so you have DJS offering and telling them they have to complete these services. And it's
Yes.
right now a 3-month window.
Yes,
If they don't do that, what does DJS do?
they should be forwarding those to the state's attorney's
What are they
office.
doing at a high number that isn't a number that's being heard today?
So
A high rate.
I don't know what you're getting at. I'm
They're
sorry.
closing them, or they're not forwarding them to the court.
Mhm.
They're closing them. That's what we're seeing over and over and over again, is the narrative that they're not doing that part. And that's an effort, one, to suppress numbers, but also it's failing our families. It's failing children. It's failing our communities. These are important services that are needed, and we have zero teeth to any legislative action right now, any law to make these parents bring their child in and get the services they need.
So one suggestion could be, if that's the concern, that they something in the law that if an informalization fails, that it must be forwarded to the state's attorney's office. I was under the
But
impression that
doesn't-
was already happening.
That's part of what this is about.
So no, this actually does not say that if a child does not complete diversion, that it be forwarded to the state's attorney's office. It's actually requiring forwarding in all cases where felony
Of
has been
serious aggravated offenses, serious felonious offenses.
So handguns, crimes of violence, and anything that involves physical injury already gets forwarded to the state's attorney's office under current law.
Is carjacking in there?
Oh, yes, under the crime of violence. They absolutely have to forward all carjacking allegations to the state's attorney's office. So the cases that they're talking about expanding this to would be non-violent felonies, essentially. So motor vehicle theft is one of them. That's the main one that they're concerned about trying to formally charge.
So-
Possession with intent to distribute theft over 1,500.
So the number you cited earlier, the 46%, wouldn't that be the ones, the adjudication or the case rate that you were speaking of? Those are the ones that went to court,
Yes,
right?
Yes.
So those ones that go to court and weren't provided the diversion opportunities are usually what type of offenses?
so that number, 46%, are formalized cases are
Correct.
dismissed. So that includes all of the cases that end up getting formalized, including cases that come back for a variety of
Does
reasons.
that mean they get dismissed or sent back to juvenile court or juvenile services?
So 46% of cases that have been formalized, my understanding from the data is that 46% of cases that are formalized that are later dismissed do not involve cases that are what I think you're referring to as returning to intake.
Yeah.
So, I mean, just to be clear, the services that we provide young people through diversion in the city, in Baltimore City, are very similar to the service providers that are then ordered pursuant to a court order later, but you get the children the help without the trauma.
So I understand what you're saying.
Yes.
In that part.
Yes.
The part that I don't agree with is when you come in citing numbers, statistical numbers that are clearly not appropriate and not serving the better of the community and the children because they're slanted. They're not fully complete. Like the chairman said, it's only a small portion of those that actually complete the services when how many of them aren't completing it, which is, so actually it's a lot lower than 92% because even if they don't complete it, they're still a part of the recidivism. So we've taken this small little, sampling and been like, well, let's curve the data so it looks a little better. That's wholly inappropriate.
So I would say
It fails
that
our children.
I would say that when young people are offered diversion and not formally complete it, we see great results from that. And we know that most of the kids are completing it. 80% is a pretty high number. And I understand that there are going to be young people who don't do what we wanted them to do. And those kids should be formally.
Who controls that 80% number also?
The 80% number, like
Who controls that statistical number?
it is DJS
There it is
reporting.
again. So again, I'm having a consistent problem here with accurate data coming forward because if we get into the real fine, because I've had DJS not come out to pick up children that are in violation of certain crimes. They refuse to come out. So the department is stuck with, well, I guess we'll just refer them through diversion and that's it. So there's a bigger failure here and it's not anything you're doing. And I just want to close out with this. What experience can you cite of DJS forwarding cases to the state's attorney? Because you're talking about that there's still this mechanism and what experiences are you showing be able to cite?
So
Miss Dollar,
yes,
just
yes,
so I'm trying to create some space real quick. I just want to
Yeah.
cool it down a little bit. That's all. That's good. I like the exchange of information. Let's just cool it down a little bit. Just creating some space. Thank you very much. Thanks.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thanks.
So what I would say, Senator, is that there's a national narrative here too, which is that we know that diversion works. We know that diversion works, and we know that formalizing cases does not necessarily get us better results. Anecdotally, I have represented many, many children who have been diverted and either were successfully participating in diversion and doing a great job, but their case was overridden by the state's attorney's office or by a victim, and we end up back in court. And I also have personally represented young people who were diverted, did not do what they were supposed to do, and as a result of not doing what they were supposed to do, we found ourselves in the formal court system. I have represented kids in both scenarios anecdotally. So I understand what you're saying about not trusting what people are saying is happening. But at the end of the day, from my firsthand experience is that it is happening. And when the state's attorney's offices get referrals for formalization, that is their mandate, is to prosecute cases. And so that's what they do.
No, and I appreciate you coming forward and I appreciate the dialogue. I just think that we need to open up our entire tool bag here of opportunities to get children into services, and diversion doesn't always work. It is a great opportunity. It's a great program, but we need to have some substantive source that says, if you don't complete, then now we get you in. So I appreciate you.
I agree with you. And I think that that's what should be happening, but that's not what this bill is asking for.
Thank you.
Thank you so much. Briefly, this is going in a longer than probably anticipated, but in the last colloquy with the senator, what I heard was that a statement that that implied that cases where a child is put into diversion and they do not comply with diversion, that those cases are being closed with some amount of frequency. I heard that stated, but from nobody have I heard any numbers that would indicate that or any scenarios where that has happened. And so I would like clarity. That is not my experience, but of course, I don't have nearly as much as experience as the public defenders with these cases. So can you speak to that? Have you had that occur? And if so, were there unique circumstances?
So I don't have that information myself because I meet young people. Unfortunately, I only meet them when their cases are formalized. I would love for someone to call me at the intake stage, but that's not happening. I'm meeting people after their cases have been formalized, but I have seen cases where young people are being charged precisely because they did not participate. They did not successfully complete diversion. They are being charged in those cases. At what rate? I don't have the data.
I got you. I just want to, that's the one area that I feel like there's this assumption, but there's not anything to back it up.
Yes. So if that's
They should, but we haven't seen any, I haven't seen any indication that that's any kind of record number. Do I think it probably happens sometimes? Yeah. But you know, when I think it probably happens when it's been a while, the kid's case has been diversion, the victim is contacted and the victim is like, oh, I don't feel like being bothered with the prosecution anymore. I think that's the scenario when it's likely to happen. But also many times I've seen situations where victims simply want their restitution. And so it's prosecuted if for no other reason, for that reason. So that happens quite a bit. I have not personally seen either where it's just closed because of non-compliance. Thank you.
Thank you, Representative Carter. I'll make this request just for information offline though, because we can move this along. One of the, I thought, most interesting things that we learned last Friday was the incompetency numbers, and that was before, and those are based on the just pre-JJRA, and so it was 2/3 of the, you're talking to the under 13 crowd. That to me was interesting. I'd like to know what the decision tree looks like once if you're incompetent to stand trial, what happens then for services or access to services? What does the decision tree look like there? And what that number looks like. I mean, so you suspect it goes back to 2/3, but I'll take that information offline, but I want to just put that bug in your ear.
And if I may just respond, one of the good things about diversion is that because a child is not being formally prosecuted or put through court, we don't have to worry about whether they understand. They don't have to be able to assist in their own defense because they're basically volunteering to participate in services. So diversion is a great option for young people who are incompetent to stand trial as well.
So that was an alarming number.
Yes.
So
well, it's a complicated, I mean, it's complicated.
Yeah. This whole thing is very complicated. So I'm figuring out. All right. I appreciate you both. Thank you very much. This is great. All right. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 94. We'll now move on to Senator Watson with Senate Bill 120. Senator Watson, you're up.
Good evening again, colleagues. Senator Watson, 23rd Legislative District. Here to ask your support for Senate Bill 120, custodial interrogation, parental consultation. This bill is the simplest to explain, but has resulted in the most conversation. First, this bill does not take away anything. It adds back the important provision of including parents in the process. While working on this bill all over the summer, I got asked two big questions. Where are the parents and how are we holding them accountable? Current law is counter to this, in that during one of the most traumatic events in a child's life, that of an event, we are excluding the parent. This bill simply says that the child can consult with the parent, guardian, or custodian to determine if they can talk to law enforcement or if an attorney is needed. Current law, right now, law enforcement must notify the parents if a child is placed in custody and the parent is only given the basic information, why they're picked up, where they're located, but they cannot confer with the child. Again, this bill seeks to simply add the parents back into the equation. They are the first teacher a child has, and if we want to hold parents accountable, we have to incorporate them into the process. Here's my testimony.
You do have Mr. Kroll is signed up in favor, and then we'll take questions at the end of that panel.
Okay.
Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, I'm Stephen Kroll, the State's Attorney Coordinator and Executive Director of the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, and I'm asking for a favorable report as to Senate Bill 120. I know this committee's position when it comes to interrogation, so I will only say I want to go on record as saying we are in favor, meaning the Maryland State's Attorneys Association, for a change to allow parental guidance and participation. I want to make that clear for the record. We've debated this for a long period of time. Normally I'm here just backing up people who may have been snowed out, like Miss Wilt or Miss Dykes, but here I'm speaking on behalf of the association. We're in favor of this bill and want to go on record as saying we're in favor of custodial parent participation. Thank you. We ask for a favorable report as the Senate Bill 120.
Thank you both very much. Questions from the committee with Senator Sidnor.
For the sponsor. So, if I'm to understand you, this bill kind of falls in that line of conversations about the Juvenile Interrogation Act taking away a parents' rights.
Yes,
Am I correct?
yes.
So, do you by any chance know what the statistics are on folk who live in this state that have law degrees?
I'm sure you do, good senator, with a law degree.
So my point is lawyers understand constitutional rights. Not all parents understand that, correct?
That's correct.
So why would we put a child in that jeopardy rather than allowing the law that we've currently passed to be put in place? Why would we do this?
This bill, like all the others, comes from my community, right? Now, different parts of the community have different challenges with two-parent households, even single-parent households. But in the community that I represent, who helped me put this together, they are adamantly in support of wanting to be involved if their child gets picked up and arrested. They want to be involved, they want to know the details, and they want to talk to their child. And they refuse to be told, sit in a room until an attorney comes. Who's paying for the attorney? How does that work? They want to be involved. This simply reinserts them in the process where they can consult with their child and then make that determination together.
So you've had constituents say that that's what happened to them, that they're being sat in a room and kind of saying, sit down and shut up till the attorney comes?
I would hope that my constituents have not had to live through this process. This is an opinion based on the roles and responsibilities of parents, at least what they used to be.
Thank you.
Senator, thanks for bringing the bill forward. I think you probably obviously know where I stand on this part, but isn't it fair? I mean, look, what we're seeing is, and what you're probably hearing is that we have parents of, regardless of the community that they're living in or their child is in, that have their children committing certain crimes, being involved in certain behaviors that they don't approve of. And that they want, if their child is picked up, they want the police to be able to speak to them and make that connection with the family, to be able to, with the parents present and their permission, to be able to get to the root cause of the issue, to be able to address the issue. And in a lot of ways, it's that rebuilding of that community dialogue and trust back together, because it's not us versus them. It's about trying to make things better together. I mean, that's what I'm hearing, is that as soon as someone commits an act, they're like, nope, you know, you can't talk to them, you can't do anything. And instead, we should be allowed, if the parent wants that tool to be able to be used, to have that officer speak to their child, and they're willing to have that, they still would have the same rights to stop talking at any time, but to get the issue resolved, to find out what's happening, and to be able to collectively set a course of action forward.
I mean, I agree with you.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Senator Watson, as I read the bill, it seems to me the key language is on page 2, and it says that the child and the parent, guardian, or custodian have jointly decided that the child should participate. So this bill does not enable parents to override any decision of the child, but requires the parents and the child jointly to decide that the child can talk to the police, correct?
That's correct. It does not usurp the responsibility or the authority of the child, but integrates them back into the decision-making process.
And under Miranda, there's nothing, Miranda merely requires that a person be informed of his or her rights.
Correct.
Miranda does not require that anyone talk to a lawyer, correct?
That's correct.
So when we passed this interrogation bill 2 years ago, it was 2 years ago, we added to Miranda, and Miranda is an interpretation of the US Constitution. It is the law of the land. We added to Miranda something that's not the law of the land, but before police can talk to a juvenile in custody, the police must have that juvenile talk to the police, correct?
Correct.
So that requirement is not a part of the US Constitution as authoritatively interpreted in the Miranda decision. And all this bill is doing, as I understand it, is say that an alternative to that would be the parent and the child jointly to decide that the child doesn't have to talk to a lawyer, but rather can talk to the police directly, correct?
That's correct.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you, Senator Waston, for this group of bills for us to think about and also represent your community so effectively. For you, I'm trying to just know, what was the law before we did this juvenile interrogation law? Were parents able to talk to their children prior to the bill that wasn't here, that was passed, that, you know, now requires that children talk to an attorney?
Let me let Mr. Kroll answer.
Yeah, I realize as I was asking you, I should ask him perhaps.
Senator, the rule was that Miranda was given anyway, but we were still able to talk to them after that. Now the rule is you cannot talk to them.
I see. So now it's Miranda plus you can't talk to him.
Correct.
Is that?
No, you just can't talk to them. Well, I'll argue that with Senator Carter at a different time. I'm
Well,
happy to.
Well, I'm sorry, Senator Carter, I will talk to you later, but I do want to ask the witnesses, okay? So just remind me of how this bill works right now.
Well, let's give an example of a jurisdiction that has somebody, a juvenile who has guns and drugs.
Right.
The principal could talk to the juvenile, but the school security resource officer could not talk to them.
When you say the principal, what do you mean? Oh, the school principal, because they're a non-law enforcement.
Correct. A law
Okay.
enforcement officer cannot talk to that student.
Until or unless or
Cannot
just,
talk to that student without them talking to an attorney first.
and I don't know how it's working in practice, but I imagine, I could be wrong, that every attorney that comes in tells the child not to talk.
Most good attorneys do that.
That is right. Okay, thank you very much.
Yeah, I don't want to go into this whole thing of what is, you know, custody and what's not custody, and then it'll devolve quickly, but I do take exception to the characterization that an officer couldn't talk to a youth, you know, under any circumstances, you know, out in the wild, right? It's not true.
Well, they have to be in custody.
Yeah.
So
And
that's what they could see somebody on the street, like, you know.
90% of these scenarios that we hear these things talked about are not custodial situations.
Correct.
And that's again, you know, look, we're going on both sides in this thing. It's frustrating on both sides, but that's again, the frustrating piece about how this has been articulated to the public, because that's not true.
I will agree.
Yeah.
A non-custodial
Yeah.
effort to speak to someone does not constitute this law. It's only those that are in custody and then get interrogated. So
Yes.
if I could clear up everything from
But
there.
then talk about the difference in like an investigatory stop, or like, you know, talking to someone on the side of the street, advice, like throwing someone in a squad car or having someone in a room. I mean, there are differences, and I don't want to I don't want to go into this academic exercise.
I'm going to agree with,
but
I'm going to make it simple.
Yeah.
I agree with you, Senator.
it's just frustrating.
It is. I want to make it clear that it has to be custodial.
Yeah.
It has to be, can't be a police officer coming up to somebody on the street saying, hey, what'd you think of the Super Bowl last night? 2 nights, whatever it was from there. You know, what'd you think of the Ravens this year? Or what do you think of whatever it may be from there? That's non-custodial. That doesn't apply to this at all. We're talking about custodial where they're not free to leave and the law is impactful from there. So I'll make that clear for you and say, I'm happy to talk to Senator Carter and debate this longer at a different time.
No, but I appreciate the distinction between custody and not. That's I think the lines have been blurred in how this has been talked about in public, and I think it's important to delineate those lines.
Can I ask a follow-up now that you
Sure.
asked that? I feel bad because I know everybody in this committee knows more about this than I do, but you could be in custody, which is you're not free to leave, which is not that you're under arrest yet. You're just not free to leave. I'm correct, right?
That's
what
correct.
You're not free.
It's a
And
subjective
you
belief
could-
based on an objective standard.
And you could end up being a witness to a situation. I mean, they're holding you to talk to you to gather information about something that just happened. Right.
Officer Fulton arrives at a scene. There's 4 or 5 people who may be witnesses, innocent, or subjects for that matter.
Right.
And he or she, that officer, has to make that decision at that point in time. So what they're gonna do, they're gonna detain people at that time. Are they in custody at that time? They are in custody at that time. They are not free to leave.
Right. But I'm saying that witnesses are in custody as well as, or witnesses can be in custody as well as people that the police suspect may be perpetrators of crime. They hold them all so that they can try to get the best information about what just happened.
Absolutely. That's what good officers do.
Very good. Thank you. I got you.
There are plenty of law review articles about this. That's why I didn't want to
I
go down.
didn't want to get into this either, but I'm told to answer a question, but I'm ready to debate this at a different time.
Yeah, I hear you. All right, so we're gonna go Senator West and Senator Fulton.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm not going to go down this road for long, but since it came up, I think there's a popular misconception that being in custody means you have handcuffs on or you're locked in a room in a police station and you can't get out. In fact, the Supreme Court has held, has it not, that you can be in custody if you think you are not free to leave, and that young people who are not fully mature, have perhaps a larger concern about being free to leave than people who are mature. And therefore, you don't have to have handcuffs on. You don't have to be in a locked room. You can reasonably believe that under the circumstances, you do not have the freedom to leave, and that constitutes being in custody, correct?
The subjective belief of that person based on objective standards is the way I like to put it.
Exactly. And with young people, it's more likely that the courts will find them to have been in custody than with people who are in their 20s, 30s, 40s, or 50s.
From my experience, that would be yes.
Thank you.
So you brought up a good thing, and the one where we're not looking, that I haven't heard yet, is like an investigatory stop or an interview.
Well, there are a number of law review articles, as the chair has pointed out, in Fourth Amendment law that have pointed out about a stop, a search, and a seizure. And that's for hours upon hours of time
Yeah.
that I'm happy to discuss with anyone. I know where we were going with this, and I'm trying my best to answer the questions and not stray away from them, but
The custodial detention is what we're really focused on here.
whether they're locked up, whether they're on the side of the road, handcuffed or not, it's their subjective belief based on a reasonable person, objective person standards. The way to look
So
at
on
it.
a traffic stop with a 16-year-old or 17-year-old,
You look at the age, there's a whole 10-factor scenario that I'm happy to go over.
no,
At least
I
10
appreciate,
factors.
we'll have that,
There are
we'll have
many
that further
factors.
discussion, because I'm not trying to make this worse than what it already is.
I look forward to next year bringing this up again and discussing it further next year.
It's just all, look, this is all over the place. I mean, that's why I didn't want to do this, but through your traffic stop thing, I mean,
Yeah.
we talk about, like, so you're not free to leave.
You're not free to leave.
I can ask you some questions.
It's a lawful detention.
I can ask you questions without reading your Miranda rights. So this is why this is tough. So,
right.
There are Supreme Court law cases that delineate when you can be in custody on a traffic stop and when you cannot be in custody, i.e. a DUI stop from there. So I only bring that up because there's the Neville case, there's other cases involved to talk about when you're in custody on a DUI, what the officer can do, and when you actually are under arrest or still being investigated, whether you're DUI. So we look at investigative stops for DUI, and I'm looking forward to talking to your staff, Senator, hours next year about this continuing thing. So I stood up just to answer the question. I guess I shouldn't have stood up.
Then you hurt someone, then you get your blood taken.
Exactly.
There it goes down, whole Fourth Amendment there. All right, Senator Sinor was actually next, and then we'll do Senator James.
Thank you. Mr. Crowe, prior to the Juvenile Interrogation Act, when law enforcement wanted to interrogate a child, did they contact parents then?
Depends. Some did, some did not. There was no consistency whatsoever.
And so as I'm reading this, again, it seems it places power pretty much within the hands of the parent or the guardian or the custodian to decide for that juvenile or that child whether or not they go forth with this interrogation. Am I reading that correctly?
If you're looking at page 2, line 16, is that right?
Right, I'm correct. I'm looking at page 2, part B, where it says law enforcement officer may not conduct a custodial interrogation of a child until either that child has essentially talked to an attorney, or then it gives you 3 factors. The child is consulted with the parent, guardian, or custodian of the child. The child and the parent, guardian, or custodian have jointly decided that the child should participate in the custodial interrogation by the law enforcement officer, and the parent, guardian, or custodian of the child decides that the child does not need to consult with an attorney before the interrogation. And then there's an and, but I'm not going to go there.
So you looked at page 2, line 14 through line 21. Is that what you're referring to? Senator?
Right. Within
Yes.
those 3.
Yes.
To me, it looks like, again, I think the sponsors framed it as parental rights. But I believe as one of the sponsors of the legislation when we passed it, and she, in one of the briefings, she said that that a parent isn't incarcerated if this child speaks whatever or puts forth certain facts that gets them incarcerated. So how is the parent going to be really able to understand the jeopardy that they're putting their child in?
Well, that's every parent has a decision to make. So if they don't understand, I would hope they would ask questions of the lawyer or of each other or of their child from there. So I can't answer the subjective belief of what a parent would think or do.
But this doesn't require the parent to talk with the lawyer in making that decision.
Correct. It says parent consultation with.
It's with the child.
Child with the parent or guardian with the child. That's correct. Not with the lawyer.
I mean, isn't that
We're talking about consulting. So it's not a rights issue. It's a consulting issue, in my opinion. Again, a matter of semantics, but I look at it differently.
But there is no obligation under here for the parent to then talk to the attorney and kind of figure out what's in the best interest of that child, correct?
That is correct. Parents are the best decision makers for children, in my opinion.
Even when it comes to legal jeopardy?
Well, a parent could decide if they want to talk to a lawyer, but that's what parents do. I trust the parent first.
Rather than the lawyer?
Parent first.
All right, thank you.
I don't want this answered here because I know I'm probably opening up a can of worms, but for you and anybody else involved with this bill, could you get back to me on whether or not this scheme we currently have is anywhere else in the country and really whether it has ever been analyzed in terms of whether it would be upheld if challenged in court as it relates to Miranda? Not for now, but just if you could even just send me any information so I could research it myself, that I'd be happy to do it that way.
Let me go on record as saying one thing. I do not condone an officer violating someone's right to make good or bad law. That's what have to happen here. So let me make that crystal clear for everybody to say. In order to make this case go to the appellate court, someone has to do something right or wrong. And that could lead to other circumstances. So at least I want to go on record as putting that. Do I hope for an appellate opinion? We all do. But in order to get one, something has to happen.
All right. Thank you. Thank you.
I appreciate it. We burned that candle for about 45 minutes and that was my fault. So
No.
that one's on me. All right. See no further questions. We're going to switch to the opposition panel. Susan Taffler, Ilhan Kargi, and Miss Evelyn Walker. Is Evelyn Walker still here? And is Miss Kess here? Is she here? I didn't see her. Okay, welcome.
Okay. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the committee, my name is Susan Taffler, a constituent of District 21. On behalf of Jews United for Justice, I am testifying against Senate Bill 120, Juvenile Law, Custodial Interrogation, Parental Consultation. Jews United for Justice organizes more than 6,000 Jews and allies across Maryland in support of social, racial, and economic justice campaigns. Jewish history and values have long recognized the differing capacities of children and adults, warranting different treatment of children as they mature. I taught high school for a good number of years, and I understand that teenagers often do not think out the consequences of their actions and certainly do not understand their legal options when they get in trouble. We must never forget that a teenager is a child, even if they commit serious crimes. While parents and guardians may think they have the best interests of their children at heart, they do not have the legal expertise of lawyers and cannot properly understand the legal ramifications facing their child. Parents or guardians should not be able to waive their child's legal rights. We must continue to ensure that youth have legal representation before they can be questioned by police. Kids are kids, but they are still people. They deserve the same rights and justice that we all do. On behalf of Jews United for Justice, I respectfully urge this committee to return an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 120, as well as any other bills attempting to roll back the Juvenile Interrogation Protection Act of 2022. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chair, and members of the committee. My name is Evelyn Walker, and I'm an attorney with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. I work in the juvenile division here in Anne Arundel County, and I have taken on a role as an attorney on the Youth Access to Counsel Hotline, and I have worked to advise children across the state of Maryland of their constitutional rights. The Child Interrogation Protection Act must remain as written to protect the children of Maryland's constitutional rights, and therefore the Office of the Public Defender respectfully requests the committee issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 120. This law would allow parents who may be scared, confused, angry, or even alleged victims themselves to speak with their children about whether or not they should consult with counsel prior to a child being advised of their rights by an attorney. Although this bill seeks to allow parents and children to make the decision together, evidence suggests that the presence of a parent neither increases juveniles' assertion of their rights nor mitigates the coercive circumstances inherent to police interrogation. Many parents, as well-meaning as they may be unaware that their presence or participation can fail to protect their child's right to self-incrimination. And parents are often shocked to discover that even by having a conversation with their child about alleged criminal offenses, they could be called as witnesses to testify against their child in a court of law. A majority of adults also misunderstand their legal rights themselves and protections within the criminal setting, especially involving custodial interrogations, which means that parents often lack the necessary information in order to adequately assist their children prior to custodial interrogation. The reason this legislature passed SIPA last year is because unlike adults, children are more emotional, susceptible to social influence, have greater difficulty evaluating risk and reward, and importantly, are deferential to their parents. As lawyers, we are not here to usurp the role of a parent, but instead we play our own role in explaining a child's rights to them in a way that they can understand. I am trained to objectively assess a situation and help a child understand what is going on so that they can make an appropriate determination as to whether they want to waive their rights. And therefore, we are asking for an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 120.
Good afternoon. My name is Ilhan Kagri. I'm a resident of Silver Spring in District 20. I'm testifying on behalf of the Silver Spring Justice Coalition, SSJC, in opposition to SB 120. SSJC is a coalition of community members, faith groups, and civil and human rights organizations from throughout Montgomery County committed to eliminating harm caused by police and empowering those communities most affected by policing. SSJC testified in favor of the Child Interrogation Protection Act, SIPA, last year and was heartened by its passage. Prior to the law change, no consideration was given to the fact that children's ability to grasp the complicated and intimidating concepts that arise during a custodial interrogation is significantly diminished by their age. SB 120 weakens SIPA by eliminating the requirement that children are provided with an age and developmentally appropriate explanation of their Miranda rights by requiring an attorney to be consulted when a child is first interrogated by law enforcement. SSJC sees no need to remove this protection. While we know parents act in their children's best interest, they cannot replace an attorney in providing the type of advice that is needed to ensure that a child understands the rights they are being asked to waive. The removal of an attorney consultation will most negatively impact our most vulnerable communities, specifically people of color, immigrant communities, the undereducated, those persons in poverty, and people with mental health issues, communities that have historically been marginalized and over-policed. Studies show that children make false confessions at a higher rate than adults. One study found that children are 3 times more likely to falsely confess than adults. Leading law enforcement organizations such as the International Association of Chiefs of Police also agree that children are particularly likely to give false confessions during the pressure cooker of police interrogation. For these reasons, we urge you to issue an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Thank you, Chair. I was running from across the street. Nishana Kess with the Maryland NAACP. And I am here to stand against this bill. This effectively takes away the right of a juvenile to an attorney. Period. Full stop. If a juvenile hears that their parent says, it's okay to talk to the police without an attorney present, then that is exactly what the juvenile will believe without understanding his rights, his or her rights to an attorney. This is unconstitutional. I've been hearing some of the conversation, and it seems that there are some concerns, some constitutional concerns. And in our view, this is completely unconstitutional to allow a parent to waive the right of a juvenile, regardless of their age, of the right to an attorney. So I stand here in opposition to this bill, along with the others sitting here. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cass. Glad you made it over. Good to see you. We have Senator McKay has a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Anyone from the panel can answer this question. Where in this bill does it exactly say that a parent is waiving the right of the child? Where does it say that?
So specifically in this bill, now there are other bills that are up that say that that are requesting a parent to be able to waive their child's right. Specifically,
So this bill does.
in this bill, it does not. What it requires is okay.
Thank you. I don't really understand your opposition. I actually feel it is offensive to the family to sit here and say that you know better for my child, to say that as a parent, I don't know what's good for my child. I may say to my child, I do not want you to talk to that officer, but I raised that child. I put all sweat, tears, blood into raising that child. And for you to have an opinion that it doesn't matter what the parent says is offensive. If you'd like to respond, I'd like to know where I failed as a parent, and luckily I have you all here to save me.
Well, I would not say at all that this has to do with anybody being a failure to a parent, or even
Then
taking
why-
out the parent of the equation. But what this is and what SIPA does is allows an attorney who has been specifically trained in juvenile brain development to advise a child of their Miranda rights and help that child make a decision about whether or not they want to waive their rights. As someone who has advised many children being on the hotline, I can tell you, I have talked to many, many parents. I asked the child, would you like me to call your mom and dad and explain what is going on, explain what is happening? And if they say yes, then I will take my time and call the parent afterwards, explain what's going on. That also helps a parent not be in a situation where, one, they're advising their children of things that they just don't understand. And that is not about being a bad parent, a good parent, smart, dumb, anything like that. It is just simply something that goes beyond a lot of the parents' ability. And two, it protects the parent from being put in a position where they could be called in a court of law to testify against their child about the conversation that they had. So it protects the parents as well. And again, it is not to usurp the role of the parent. It is just simply to advise the children of their constitutional rights.
Okay, and we've already admitted that in this bill, it doesn't take away that. That's a different bill.
Well, but what it does is if a child gets put in a room with a parent and that parent says, I want you to talk to the police, what we know about juveniles and the way that they operate in their brain development, that they are going to be deferential to their parent instead of being adequately advised by an attorney, which is what is happening with the current law.
I stand on what I said. I don't understand why.
Excellent. Sorry, the senator is directing a question. I don't want
That's fine.
this to turn into a roundtable discussion, so.
I think I made my.
Thank you very much.
Chair.
Thank you very much. I'm sorry. Thank you very much. Okay, Senator Carter, did you have something to say?
I wasn't gonna say.
Sure.
And I don't want to belabor this conversation because I know where I stand on the issue. And I fully understand and appreciate my colleagues' concerns about the parent knows best. And so I don't want to get into a long academic discussion. In fact, it's a non-academic discussion. It's a real life situation. The exonerated 5 to me is a glaring example of a situation where 5 teenagers were wrongly accused and convicted after giving false confessions at some of their parents' prodding, because their parents, like my parents would have been back in the day, believed that it's best to tell the police what they want to hear, and your best option for going home is to do so. So doesn't that happen with some frequency, wouldn't you say? Can anybody speak to that? In that case, the parents convinced the children to just admit to everything that the police were accusing them of, even if they hadn't done it. And there were false confessions that resulted in their wrongful convictions.
Yes, 100% that happens. But I also want to point out that we're not just talking about parents. We're not just talking about those who give birth to these children and raise these children. We are talking about custodians. We are talking about guardians. We are talking about children who may be in foster care under temporary guardianship of the Department of Social Services. We're talking about those who are in foster homes. So we're saying that these people can make a decision for this minor, that they can speak to an officer that may affect their life without getting any guidance from an attorney.
I would add to that, as I think somebody already brought up, the idea that because we don't know everyone's individual situation, you could even be putting a child in a situation where the child is in an abusive home or abusive environment, and that person is then persuading them to talk, or it could even be a situation where it's covering for the parent or guardian themselves by the child to confess. So there's a myriad of different situations and scenarios that could play out that would indicate that it's the child's right to give up or not give up, not the parent's right to make the decision for them, right? Isn't that true?
Right. Thank you. Did you want to? Okay, I think that's just a statement from the senator. All right. Thank you very much. Ms. Walker, I'd like to, there's a lot of dialogue over the efficacy and the functionality of the call center and the hotline. And offline, we can talk more about it, but I'd love more information to educate the committee on how that's working, like how exactly that works, kind of step by step. Not right now, but we'll be reaching out with you just
Yes,
to get
I'm
that
happy to
information.
provide that information.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 120. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 195, Senator Watson.
One more to go, Mr. Chair. Senate Bill 195, report to local Department of Social Services. This bill gets at a lot of things, and a lot of things brought up by Senator Carter over there. Colleagues, this bill is about early intervention and holding parents accountable. This bill requires a law enforcement officer to make a report to the Department of Social Services for an investigation of neglect if a child under 13, who we've already stated does not fall under the auspices of DJS, has been arrested on the first offense involving use and possession of a firearm, or the second offense for any other offense. This is really to help our kids And to help them, we must force law enforcement to initiate a child in need of assistance petition. Child in need of assistance, this allows Department of Social Service to investigate the family, determine what's going on in the household. Does the kid need to be taken from that household and put in some other form of protective custody? Are the parents on drugs? Is the household conducive to that child's learning? And most importantly, are some type of programs and other measures applicable to ensure that that child gets the services and support they need so that they don't go down the wrong path? Far too often I've heard, especially in Prince George's County, when we instituted a curfew in an attempt to keep young folks off the street late at night and getting into trouble, these kids were repeatedly picked up, taken home, and the parents would say, I don't know why you bring them back here. They're just going to go out again. In that case, how do you hold a parent accountable? What's going on in the household? That, in my opinion, is a clear and convincing case where early intervention before something gets too far gone, before more serious instances occur where we can intervene and allow the Department of Social Services, who again can deal with those children under the age of 13, to help. That's this bill, Senate Bill 195, and ask for this committee's support.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Senator. We have one witness signed up virtually favorable with amendments. It's Kashena Cross. And Ms. Cross, if you're listening to us on YouTube through your browser, if you could shut the browser down or mute it before you come on off of mute, it'll prevent us from hearing the feedback. But you're up. Welcome.
Thank you so much.
The floor is yours.
Okay. And this is relative to the bill in question on juveniles and policing. Am I correct, sir?
Yes, that's right. Senate Bill 195 from Senator Watson.
Okay, fantastic. Thank you. I'm grateful for the opportunity to speak on this bill. And I really am grateful because what I really think is there's been a lot of lack when it comes down to our youth and their abilities to have support. Overall, there hasn't been programming that supports building our youth in an environment where they can comfortably meet the demands of today relative to their home life. There's most of which have remained in a torn state following COVID-19. We are very grateful for this particular bill coming forth because we are looking at these laws relative to arrests and what do we do when someone's 13 or someone's 14, and is that now becoming a problem? And it is in our communities because at the age of 13, you don't have an ability, particularly in our county, to even question the individual. They are dropped off at home, with salutations to the parent. That is not where we want to be. I do believe in State's Attorney Aisha Brayboy and Sheriff Carr in Prince George's County, who has taken a Saturday approach to ensuring that young folks within that age group and their parents can come and receive residual training. So when I said I'm favorable with amendments that will afford training, opportunities to even assess whether or not mental health and wellness could be something that is a problem. Is it an economic problem, or is it just a disenfranchisement?
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cross. Questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Thank you very much, Ms. Cross. With that, that'll conclude the proponents, the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now switch to the opposition panel. Is Aubrey Edwards-Luce here and Natasha Calfani.
Good afternoon. My name is Natasha Kaufney. I'm testifying on behalf of the Office of the Public Defender, and we're asking for an unfavorable report on this bill. I did submit written testimony on this bill, and I just want to highlight a couple of things. The first being that the child welfare system is not designed to deal with children who have intense behavioral health needs, particularly those who are at risk of being involved in the juvenile legal system. The system is really designed to regulate and monitor parents, which means that even when parents are reaching out for help for their children, they may reach out to DSS, they may reach out to DJS. We often have parents who identify needs in their children, they reach out, and even having reached out, they are still charged with neglect, which has collateral consequences if they are found to have neglected their children. Often we have to litigate those issues. And even when they're not found to, when the court's finding is not necessarily that the parent neglected the child, they will still make that finding so that they can offer the parent and the family services. So then what that looks like is a parent is going through services, but there's nothing in place to make the child do anything different. So we're giving the parent, making the parent do services, but that's pretty much where that ends. The other thing that I want to make sure that this committee is aware of is that when children enter the system, they are more likely to be involved in the juvenile legal system and not less likely to be involved. There is one study that says children in the system are 244% more likely to be criminal legal system involved than their counterparts. This system is very traumatic to children, and it is not the place where we send children who are having issues.
Good afternoon, Chair, Vice Chair, and esteemed members of the committee. My name is Aubrey Edwards-Luce. I am a resident of Prince George's County and the Executive Director for the Sarah and Neil Meyerhoff Center for Family, Children in the Courts at the University of Baltimore School of Law. CFCC envisions communities where children and families are able to thrive without unnecessary court involvement. And while we applaud SB 195's intention to focus on the well-being of children and maybe their familial needs for support, those children who've allegedly committed offenses, we firmly believe that this bill would exacerbate systemic issues, perpetuate harm, and decrease public safety. Pushing children into DSSS will likely exacerbate the racial disproportionality in Maryland's foster care system. Black children in Maryland are twice as likely as their white peers to be taken from their homes and put into foster care. And even if those children who are referred through this bill, pursuant to this bill, are not removed into foster care, the experience of a child neglect investigation itself is often humiliating and traumatizing to children. Setting up children to be traumatized and potentially removed from their families is not going to help children and their developing brains make decisions that will be strengthening public safety. Child neglect investigations are not collaborative explorations to find out where a family could use some help. They're often invasive searches into where a parent has failed. And we're concerned that this will lead parents to be less forthcoming with their needs for services and less receptive of offers of assistance. From our experience working with students in Baltimore City schools, children need time and relationships in order to transform their behavior, and investigations will not allow parents to invest that additional time. Neglect investigations are not the tool for the problem that SB 195 seeks to solve. Therefore, we request for an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Thank you both very much. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you both. Oh, actually, sorry, it's Senator Sidnor has a question.
Thank you. And I think it was our first witness, I believe. Did you note something about collateral consequences, or was that you?
Yes, that was.
Okay. Would you mind speaking to some of those collateral consequences?
One of the larger ones is a charge of neglect really impacts our parents' inability to work. It limits where they can be employed. A lot of parents are marginalized, people of color. They have they usually are employed in positions that work with children, school bus drivers in schools, custodians, things of that nature. Once they are found to have neglected their children, that cuts off their ability to work in those areas. The other thing is, once you are engaged in a SENA case, a lot of your time is spent doing services, whether those services are directly involved with the issue. All of our parents are ordered to do therapy, anger management, substance use, just this laundry list of services where they're often having to choose between going to work or performing the services of the court to try to regain custody of their child or get their cases closed. So those are just two of the more common collateral consequences of charging or having a finding of neglect against you, which is particularly devastating when you've reached out for help. And in turn, this is what's happening.
So it sounds like this bill will probably exacerbate an issue rather than help an issue.
It absolutely will exacerbate an issue where it relates to the parent and also where it relates to the child. I've been doing this work for 15 years. I've not seen a child come into the system with intensive behavioral problems and those problems get better. I often see those children get institutionalized. Even if they're very young, they start in foster care, foster homes, get bounced around from foster homes until they're having to be put into group homes and then more restricted placements. And then that usually will escalate into some sort of juvenile legal involvement. And so again, if we're looking at this to solve an issue of juvenile criminal involvement, placing children in this system, which we know produces juvenile criminal involvement, is not the solution. I would offer a better solution would be to refer families to the local care teams, which are an interagency council. So you have all of the agencies that deal with children in one council and can really wrap around the family and provide services without criminalizing the parents.
The local
care teams.
Thank you very much.
No problem.
I like that. Do you have a sense of what like how that ranges jurisdictionally? I mean, not all jurisdictions have the same level of resources. So I wonder, is that
in terms of the local care teams?
Yeah.
All jurisdictions have local care teams. What I have found in my research is that local care teams are dramatically underused. So in most counties, you're looking at maybe 20 children that are even getting referred. To be honest, again, I've been doing this work for 15 years representing both children and adults, and I had never heard of local care teams. And so as I've been making contact, a lot of those care teams are saying they would love for more referrals and to work with more children. A lot of the referrals right now are coming from hospitals, where children are leaving hospitals and need support, but they are designed to prevent that out-of-home placement.
Have counsel reach out to you just to get some more information on that? If that's
Sure.
If that's okay with you.
Yes.
Excellent. Okay. Thank you both very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right. With that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 195. Thank you very much, Senator Watson. It's almost like you're a member of our committee again, yeah? Although you're shimmying out of the door now, though, all right? All right, we'll now hear from Senate Bill 326, Senator Carrozza. Oh, sorry. Oh, I'm sorry, my apologies. Senator Bailey's here. He was first. Senator Bailey, Senate Bill 429.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee, Senator Bailey, representing St. Mary's and Calvert County for the record, District 29. This afternoon, I'm going to speak to you about Senate Bill 429, which is intended to codify existing provisions of law relating to the Episcopal Diocese of Washington at the request of the diocese. Provisions of law relating to the diocese and their Maryland parishes currently exist in uncodified law as Chapter 96 of 1976. This chapter was not codified in our state's corporations and associated articles. This creates an understandable confusion particularly as both the Diocese of Maryland and the Diocese of Easton have similar provisions that are codified in this article. The Diocese of Easton was in a similar position until legislation in 1999 added their previous uncodified statute to the article. The Episcopal Diocese of Washington includes not only St. Mary's County, but also Charles County, Montgomery County, and Prince George's County. This legislation is not intended to substantially change state law relating to the governance of the diocese, only to ensure that these provisions are in the correct part of our statute books where they can be more easily found and referenced. I respectfully request a favorable report on Senate Bill 429. Stand for any questions. I turn it over to my panel.
Good afternoon, Chair Smith, distinguished members of the committee. My name is Anthony Coe. I am the Vice Chancellor for the Episcopal Diocese of Washington. I'm one of the 2 lawyers for the diocese. The diocese has 51 Episcopal Church corporations that are located in Montgomery, Prince George's, Charles, and St. Mary's counties. These 51 church corporations have problems just in routine corporate functions, such as opening up bank accounts, applying for grants and loans, and providing documentation of their incorporation. Okay. And this is because those corporations are governed by the Maryland Vestry Act of 1798, okay, which is not part of the Maryland Annotated Code. So for example, the corporations are become incorporated by operation of law instead of registering with the Department of Assessment and Taxations. In 1976 and 1990, the General Assembly repealed the Vestry Act with respect to the other 2 dioceses in Maryland, but did not for our diocese. So the Episcopal churches in those other 2 dioceses now are treated as religious corporations, get the exact same religious corporation treatment as any other religious corporation in Maryland. So in conclusion, SB 429 would repeal the remaining provisions of the Vestry Act from 1798. It's been amended over some times, but would repeal that, and the 51 Episcopal corporations that are in the Diocese of Washington would be treated as a religious corporation with the exact same treatment as any other religious corporation under the Maryland Annotated Code. Thank you for your consideration, and I urge your passage of the bill.
Thank you very much. A couple of questions. One, the language in this legislation, I guess it begins on page 2, line 13, and continues on to the next page. Is this essentially a recodification of the Vestry Act?
Yes, it is. And that language is based, it's exactly the same language that applied to the Diocese of Easton and the Diocese of Maryland.
Are those 2 dioceses, are they currently in the Corporations and Association Code?
Yes, they are.
And the, I guess.
And so the religious corporations, that part of it, there are a number, and I can't speak to the other churches, but it's the United Methodist Church, the Presbyterian Church, the Roman Catholic Church, I know are part of that. So this is simply taking this. Basically, our diocese was left out and we're very late coming. And our problem really is just a day-to-day corporate functions. The problem of not having documentation of your incorporation. There are some banks that we can give a letter, we can explain why and how they became a corporation, and that will work. But there's other times it just becomes even with applying for state grants, you know, we have some problems.
Thank you very much.
Sure.
Sorry, Senator Sidner, go ahead.
Thank you. I'm curious because I'm assuming, I mean, the diocese, it currently exists, so you'll have to then go through the process of essentially reincorporating, is that so that you're consistent with this, or what happens to you all?
What happens after, if this were enacted?
Right, what do you
Yes,
do?
we would go through the process as every other religious corporation does, which means that we would take charters of articles of incorporation for each one of those 51 parish corporations, and we go to the Department of Assessment and Taxation and be registered just like any other religious corporation.
When would your founding be?
I'm sorry?
When would your founding be? Would it be based on when the new articles are filed, or?
And what would the?
Right.
Oh, the founding of the date? If you look at the bill has transition provisions.
Okay.
That apply for that.
Okay.
And so, yes, and as I said, those transition provisions are the same ones that were used in 1976 and 1990 for the other two dioceses.
Well, thank you very much.
So I guess I think we're kind of confounded because we're just trying to figure out why does this have to be into the statute? Why does there have to be a statute for you all to go to SDAT? I'm just wondering.
Just why does it need to be in the annotated
Yeah,
code?
correct. Yeah.
Well, I think one of the things is that is legally it's the proper location for it. The reason that it's not in the annotated code now is because of the very long history that this goes back to in 1798. The Episcopal Church is unique in the problems that we had secularly because we were the Church of England. We were the church that George Washington and James Madison, James Monroe, William Paca, Samuel Chase, we're all members of like St. Anne's Parish right here on the circle. And at the Revolution, we overthrow the very king who is the head of the church. And it created a great deal of property problems, basically, secular problems. And this was at a time before the creation of the United States. So this idea of First Amendment and Establishment Clause, I mean, we didn't even have it until 1789, and we're part of the US. So this was a non-religious, it had nothing to do with the theology or the religion. It simply had to do with secular matters of things like property ownership. What happens when the king is no longer the head of the church? Where does property vest? Those kind of questions. And it's simply that statute stayed outside of the code for the duration. And really, to get it to our predecessors in our diocese should have gotten on board a lot earlier when the Diocese of Maryland and the Diocese of Easton had their provisions put in and treated just like any other religious corporation. So, and there were reasons for that because of the mix of our diocese being part Washington, D.C. and part of the counties in Maryland. So that kind of complicated the matter.
1976, then what, 1990, and now you're.
And 1990, yes.
Okay, this is fascinating. I'm sure we'll be reaching out.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. This is great. Thank you, Senator.
Thank you.
All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 429. Senator Carrozza will now go on to you, Senate Bill 326. Welcome.
Good afternoon. For the record, I'm Senator Mary Beth Carrozza, proud to represent Maryland's coast, Worcester, Wycomico, and Somerset counties. And I really appreciate Mr. Chair, Vice Chair Walt Stryker, and the members of the distinguished Senate Judicial Committee for this opportunity to present Senate Bill 326. And I want to start by letting you know and highlight the widespread and deep community support for this bipartisan legislation. The fact that we have had people involved since we adjourned in April, involved in the spring locally, and knowing that similar efforts were going on in other parts of the state, which is why I'm proud of the bipartisan legislation that Senator West and Watson and I have co-sponsored together. This bill is focused on the juvenile questioning. And this bill, Senate Bill 326, would provide a narrow supplement to already existing exceptions to the current juvenile interrogation law to address the juvenile crime wave that is afflicting Maryland. The Child Interrogation Protection Act has functionally eliminated the ability of law enforcement to interview juvenile suspects. Mr. Chair, in my 3 counties, there has not been a single instance of a juvenile agreeing to speak with an investigator after the SIPA mandated attorney consultation. Cooperation from juveniles during investigations, even with the most violent crimes like rape and murder, has plummeted across the state, if not outright disappeared. This bill makes a modest change to current law, a simple revision that is fully intended to increase our ability to protect both children and increase public safety in our neighborhoods and communities and schools. Senate Bill 326 permits law enforcement to conduct a custodial interview with a juvenile prior to their consultation with a lawyer if that juvenile wants to speak to the investigators and if there is a probable cause to believe the juvenile has committed a crime of violence or a crime involving a firearm. As this committee has heard in hearings from advocates across the political spectrum, children are not producing firearms themselves. They are getting them on the street where they are widely available from their peers and adults. Unfortunately, however, when a child is arrested for a firearms offense, the Child Interrogation Protection Act's current law essentially prevents law enforcement from questioning them about where they obtained the firearm. And the same can be said about crimes of violence. Investigations into the involvement of older adult suspects in cases of significant violence are hampered by the inability of investigators to interview these juveniles involved in these crimes only. And I want to make very clear, nothing about this bill requires a juvenile to answer questions. Juveniles can choose to remain silent, and investigators are constitutionally obligated to respect that decision. Juveniles will still be advised on their right to speak with a lawyer and their right to remain silent. And a court will later review both whether the juvenile's decision to speak with investigators was voluntary and whether the statement they provided was voluntarily given. Before I ask this committee to hear from this panel, I'd like to correct 2 inaccuracies I've heard about SIPA. First, that the Child Interrogation Protection Act simply extends to juveniles the same constitutional protections that adults have been afforded. This is wrong. Juveniles and adults have enjoyed the same constitutional rights in the context of custodial interrogations even prior to SIPA. In fact, as the Constitution requires, courts have always examined juvenile statements with greater scrutiny. What SIPA does, it imposes a mandatory requirement that a child speak with a lawyer prior to speaking with investigators. While this is well-intentioned, it does not strike the appropriate balance between due process and public safety. This bill and others that the General Assembly will consider, like House Bill 169, which prevents lying to juveniles during custodial interrogations, strike to find a more appropriate balance. And second, there's been discussion here and in the House Judiciary Committee about the cost of juvenile false confessions to the state. Although the science is clear that juveniles are more susceptible to coercive interrogation techniques, based on data provided by the National Registry of Exonerations, there has not been a single individual in Maryland exonerated after falsely confessing to a crime as a juvenile. So when the question is asked, how much have false confessions given by juveniles cost the state of Maryland? The answer is zero. What this tells me that the constitutional analysis that courts in Maryland have always engaged in, which takes into consideration a juvenile's age and their individual capacity to understand what is going on, has provided adequate safeguards and will continue to do so. Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members, colleagues, and friends, let me close by bringing the necessity of this bill home by highlighting victims in my Senate district. On July 4th, 2023, a juvenile-involved shooting took place in Salisbury, Maryland, and one 14-year-old was murdered and 7 others were severely wounded. The ability of the Wicomico County Sheriff's Office and State's Attorney Office to investigate and prosecute those involved has been limited by the current law. And other suspected shooters from the incident have yet to be charged, which means the victims and the families have yet to receive justice. And we should be thinking about the victims. This legislation is focused, it's narrow, it's a common sense approach to addressing the rise in juvenile crime by allowing juveniles with this narrow exception to be questioned by law enforcement with the intention of protecting children and juveniles and increasing public safety across the state of Maryland. As I said, the support for this bipartisan bill is community-wide and statewide. And as you will hear from the panel, from Dr. Blake, the principal of Wicomico High School, representing the Wicomico County Public School Systems, who came all the way up here to testify in strong support for the necessity of this legislation. Mr. Chair and Mr. Vice Chair and members, on my birthday today, I have asked for a fair hearing. I have asked you to hear out why this legislation is being proposed, the spirit in which it is being proposed, and the intention of the legislation. And I respectfully urge the Senate Judicial Proceedings Committee for a favorable report on Senate Bill 326. And I do thank you for your kind consideration. And I'd like to have my witnesses go before we take questions, if
Of
that's
course,
okay.
yes.
Mr.
Thank you
Chair.
very much, Senator. Happy birthday. And we will always consider what you have to offer, not only on your birthday, but every day. So appreciate you being here.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of the Distinguished Judicial Proceedings Committee. My name is Dr. Andrea Blake, and I am the proud principal of Wicomico High School in Salisbury, Maryland. Go Tribe. I am joined by Mrs. Kim Miles, our Assistant Superintendent for Student and Family Services, and I'm speaking with the full support of our Superintendent, Dr. Micah Stauffer. I am sharing with you today the impact felt in our school, a strong and proud community-focused school, in relation to the current Child Interrogation Protection Act, CIPA, regarding interviewing of a juvenile suspect by law enforcement. With restrictions currently imposed by CIPA, we are seeing that youth suspects are lacking a sense of accountability and numbers of youth victims are increasing. Let us keep in mind from my perspective that the majority of victims of juvenile crime are in fact other juveniles. When a crime is committed by a youth in our community and law enforcement is not able to immediately begin the questioning phase of the investigation, youth perpetrators are bringing into our schools a sense of empowerment for their behaviors, while others in the school are feeling a sense of fear and concern for safety. In the past 12 months, our community has experienced multiple tragedies involving youth victims as well as youth suspects and perpetrators. In several cases, the extended time period of the investigations as a result of SIPA served to increase fear and concern in our schools and our community. The timeline for addressing the criminal behavior is a critical component with regard to the safety of the community and in turn, the safety of our school. Senate Bill 326, questioning of a juvenile, crime of a violence or crime involving a firearm, provides law enforcement the opportunity for immediate investigation and questioning within the parameters detailed in the bill. Being able to solve a crime means the chances of that same crime or the fear surrounding it would not be brought into our school buildings. Our students and staff take pride in our school and don't want it to be a place of fear based on events in our community that lag in time for address of offenders. Thank you for your help, this legislature, in keeping our schools safe.
Good afternoon, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. David Morris, I'm the Chief of Police for the town of Cheverly, here representing the Maryland Chiefs and Maryland Sheriff's Associations in support of Senate Bill 326. This bill simply does not seek to circumvent the Fourth or the Fifth Amendment to the Constitution. To the contrary, it recognizes what the Supreme Court of the United States addressed in its precedent-setting decision in 1984, New York versus Qualls, in which the Supreme Court spoke specifically to exemptions under the Fourth and Fifth Amendment as it relates to public safety, circumscribed by exigent circumstances. The court stated that there are situations in which the safety of the public must be paramount to the literal language of the rules enunciated in Miranda. This particular bill only seeks to address those situations involving public safety of the most egregious nature, specifically those situations in which juveniles possess either handguns, firearms, or involved in violent crime. I would submit that a firearm in the hands of a juvenile hell-bent on committing violent crime likely will not end well for anyone. This bill seeks to give law enforcement the ability to help not only those that are involved in the crime, but more importantly, those juveniles that would be engaged in that type of activity. Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs would urge a favorable report.
Good afternoon. Jamie Dyke, State's Attorney, Wycomico County. You heard from me in January. All of our communities are suffering, not just mine, across the state. While this body has taken efforts to right the ship, Senate Bill 744, for that, Mr. Chair, I am grateful. My community is grateful. Thank you. I'm here today to ask this body to correct the injustices caused by SIPA. Children are dying in our streets, more and more being traumatized by the violence they experience directly and indirectly, without the behavioral health and supportive services to process that trauma. Those victims of violence are more likely to be engaged in future violence. To be clear, children engaging in violence aren't doing so because all is going well in their lives, and that they have the supportive environment and services necessary to prosper and be productive members of our community. The conditions that created our suffering are the package of laws passed in 2022. If they are not changed, they will lead to more devastation and more destruction. Under the best of circumstances, if immediately corrected, it would take our communities years to recover from what has happened over the last two. But we are not operating under the best of circumstances. How long will it take for our communities to recover once the corrections are made? A decade, 2 decades, more? We don't have time to sit on our hands until next session. We lack an effective infrastructure at DJS. I'll submit DSS also. We lack available behavioral health and supportive services. We lack candor and courage to discuss root causes and identify real sustainable solutions. Your legislation allowing children engaging in violence to quite literally run the show unaccounted for. There is no one setting the standard, no one holding the line for our young people. No one encouraging our young people to do the right thing, to take responsibility for their conduct. The message clearly sent is do what you want, offend
Ms.
at
Dykes.
will. It will go unaccounted for.
Ms. Dykes,
Yes,
yep, just to briefly conclude.
thank you. You have an opportunity with Senate Bill 326. My community shouldn't have to wait, and neither should yours.
Thanks.
Thank you.
All right, questions. We have Senator Sidnor, then Senator West.
There's a whole lot to unpack from the testimony from this entire panel, and I'm gonna, I'm not gonna go into it, but I did have one question that I wanted to ask of the sponsor. I just wanted to make certain that I heard her correctly. In your testimony, you made mention that lying in an interrogation was prohibited. Did I hear you correctly?
It's the, that has the first question. Can you repeat
You said that lying is prohibited in an interrogation. I just wanted to make certain I heard you
That
correctly.
was House Bill 169. That's the proposal.
You said, would you mind coming to the, just so that everybody can see you, Senator?
The reference in my testimony was to House Bill 169.
But did you say that lying is prohibited in an interrogation? I just want to make sure I heard you correctly.
No, I think she said that there's a bill that will prohibit
lying in an interrogation. And you said what number is that?
Lying to juveniles.
What bill?
That's my understanding. Lying to juveniles during a custodial interrogation.
What House bill is that?
160, House Bill 169.
Thank you.
Thank you. Mrs. Dykes, could I ask you a question or two?
Certainly.
So you were elected in the fall of 2022?
Yes, reelected.
Reelected.
You know what? My apologies. We shouldn't have timed you. My apologies for that because you're an elected official. Sorry about that.
I think she was virtually finished anyway. So the Juvenile Interrogation Act that we passed in the spring of 2022 went into effect on October 1st.
Correct.
Can you give us your assessment of what percentage of the cases since that bill went into effect, attorneys who have consulted with juveniles have urged the juveniles to talk to the police as opposed to advise them not to talk to the police?
What I can say is the information I've received from law enforcement in my jurisdiction is that 0 children have spoken after a required consultation with the Office of the Public Defender. I have heard similar, but they are only anecdotes, but I have not heard of any child speaking with law enforcement since October 1 of 2022, who was the subject of SIPA, who was in what could be interpreted as a custodial interrogation, understanding that these are not bright lines. There are 36 factors that a court, in retrospect, after a child has been interviewed, will examine that interview and understand that all of those now, today, in Wicomico County, all interviews are recorded. So the court would have the opportunity to hear and oftentimes see that interview to make that 36-factor determination.
Okay. And could I ask a question of the police chief? So let me ask basically the same question. In your experience as involved in law enforcement, since the Juvenile Interrogation Act went into effect on October 1st, 2022, what percentage of the cases that you have encountered have juveniles who have spoken to lawyers as required by that bill? What percentage of those cases have the juveniles then been willing to talk to the police?
Senator, I don't have a percentage amount. I will tell you in conversation with my colleagues that the Juvenile Interrogation Act has severely hampered our ability to conduct investigations. And I'll take it a step further. When a 12-year-old takes a loaded handgun to a middle school in Anne Arundel County, I would suggest that my colleagues would suggest there's likely a problem in the school, there's a problem in the home, or there's a problem in the neighborhood. This bill, as it's currently written, prohibits us from questioning the juvenile at all. The custodial interrogation of a child by a law enforcement officer is prohibited until the child has consulted with an attorney. Hard stop. The requirement of consultation with an attorney may not be waived. Hard stop. We can't even ask that child where he got the gun. So the problems that have been enumerated both by former panels as well as by the state's attorney here continue to exacerbate our ability to investigate crimes in which juveniles are involved, particularly crimes of violence.
And then finally, can you conceive of a more serious situation where where an ability to interrogate a juvenile is more important than one in which a juvenile has carried a gun and used a gun to commit a crime?
I would say again that the Supreme Court of the United States, as have the other courts throughout the country, recognize the public safety exceptions that have to take precedence over the constitutional rights of the Fifth Amendment in those certain circumscribed exigent circumstances.
Okay, you're not a constitutional. Let me just correct.
I'm not a constitutional scholar.
Correct the impression I think you left, which is that the obligation not to interrogate a juvenile until a juvenile's talked to a lawyer is part of the U.S. Constitution. That's not the case. Miranda merely states that a person must be advised of his or her rights to either remain silent or to talk to a lawyer before talking to the police. Miranda, the Constitution does not require a person to talk to a lawyer before the person can talk to the police, correct?
That is correct.
Thank you.
Mr. Chair, if I'm not limited, I'd like to finish my comments that I wasn't able to earlier. The message is clearly sent to juveniles. Do what you want, offend at will, it will go unaccounted for. And their parents have been disregarded from having any influence. It seems that some with this panel, it might come to a surprise that parents in my jurisdiction often want law enforcement to speak with their children. We as prosecutors work to ensure that our communities are safe every day. Each and every person in my community, I want to be safe. We witness how victims suffer. We want less victims. We want less violence. We want what is the best for each and every member of our community. And we know that that does not happen without accountability, without responsibility. Prosecutors painstakingly attempt to understand how each defendant, including juveniles, get to that table, get to the trial table opposite us, so that we can avoid that in the future. Because if we can understand, we can create a circumstance to avoid. We can't effectively do our work, make recommendations to the court that yield that result, unless we have some comprehension of why a defendant engaged in their criminal conduct and get to the heart of what the issue is. And if we aren't willing to be honest in an investigation or in this room, we will never solve our problems. The goal of the juvenile court is rehabilitation. Rehabilitation is a goal of sentencing generally for adults and juveniles. But rehabilitation requires candor and an acknowledgement of responsibility. That is what we are missing since October 1st of 2022. Thank you.
Let's see, I believe it is Chief Morris. You had testified, you were talking about a public safety exception And I just wanted to clarify for the public that doesn't have the law in front of them. You are aware that the language of the law already has a public safety exception, correct?
we're talking about the exceptions here, right? They exist now. And we're just.
So with the, I'll defer to the fiscal and policy statement that's attached to this bill that I've already cited with regards to the custodial interrogation. And what this bill seeks to do is simply provide that public safety exemption in those
What I'm
circumstances
asking
where
is,
there's a
do you
gun
know
and
that one already
crimes of
exists?
violence.
Do you know that it already exists? All right, I'm gonna read it for you. And this is page 3, lines 15 through 21. Notwithstanding the requirements of this section, a law enforcement officer may conduct an otherwise lawful custodial interrogation of a child if the law enforcement officer reasonably believes that the information sought is necessary to protect against a threat to public safety, and the questions posed to the child by law enforcement are limited to those questions reasonably necessary to obtain the information necessary to protect against the threat to public safety. That's a public safety exception, correct?
Yes, sir.
All right. I just want to make certain, again, for the record, that it's clear that that exception already exists. Thank you very much.
Senator Sidnor, that exception is extremely limited. It is only on, and case law interpreting similar language relates to immediate, imminent harm. So at once that immediate, imminent harm is ended, then questioning must cease.
That's what the testimony was about. So I'm just pointing out that the exception already exists. So again, you sat there and you critiqued all of us for passing the law that we passed. So I just want to make certain that the record is absolutely clear in that respect. Thank you.
Senate Bill 326 relates to reactive investigations, attempting to investigate the firearms.
Just to recap, I'm sorry, I want to just make sure we're staying on the line of inquiry. I think you just made a statement, right? Is that all right? I just want to get.
There's no question.
Yeah.
Very well.
Yeah. Thanks. All right. For Senator James.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Senator Senor started to go down the line of questioning I had. So what I would ask you all is to provide me the case law that interprets similar language, because at first blush, I too thought that this interrogation exception necessary to protect against threat to public safety would encompass these crimes of violence or firearms that you're trying to capture with this bill. So I would like to see the case law on that. The other question I have is really about the way the law currently works. I don't know how the state, whether it's DGS or whoever it is, can help young people if law enforcement is unable to talk to them or interview them, whether they be witnesses, perpetrators, or victims of crime. So and if the primary purpose of this juvenile justice is rehabilitation, if everything's shut down right from the beginning, it seems that the state's in an untenable position of either having to criminally prosecute children or let them go. Maybe that's not what happens, but what I don't understand is if you can't gather any information, how would the state know, how would DJS know this child is in need of help here or help there? Victim of the crime, witness to the crime, perpetrator of the crime.
So I'm going to go back to the intention of the bill, which is, since the Child Interrogation Protection Act has been in effect, in essence, it has virtually shut down the questioning of juveniles.
Right.
The reason that I make a point to say we're trying to protect other juveniles, based on my 3 counties where there's been not a single instance of a juvenile agreeing to speak to an investigator after this law went into effect, is that we know that adult serious criminals, they know the law better than the average person, and they know that those juveniles basically can't be touched. And therefore, part of this is the questioning in these very narrow instances of these crimes of violence and crimes with a firearm that go beyond the public safety exemption that's been talked about here, is actually to protect other juveniles and to Dr. Blake's point, that questioning, if it's not done in a timely way, is sending juveniles back into the schools. So there's the safety issue there. There's the safety issue of protecting other juveniles, plus the overall of keeping our communities and neighborhoods and schools
I hear
safe.
you saying, I think what you're saying is there's almost a perverse incentive because adults will say, guess what? If I get the juveniles to commit this crime, they can't be touched, right? So in another way, you could have harmed juveniles perpetrated by juveniles, maybe orchestrated by adults, but knowing they can't be interviewed in any way, it has a weird and perverse
I'll
incentive.
let, first of all, that clearly is my intention, because the fact that, as I say, it seems to me from what we picked up, at least my working with my local law enforcement state's attorney, the adult criminals know the law.
Right.
The juveniles know the law.
Right.
So if in answer to your question, if I could allow the state's attorney or the chief to flush that out, but clearly that is the intention, which is why I'm saying, and why I believe Dr. Blake pointed out, she's trying to protect the students in her schools. And I believe overall, it's not only going to protect those students, but other juveniles as well.
Thank you. Okay.
Senator Carter,
Thanks, Mr. Chair. I desperately don't want to prolong this,
Yeah.
but I feel that I have to because I've heard so many generalities from different people. Senator Carozza, thank you for the bill. I believe that you sincerely believe that this is some type of a solution. So my question is more directed toward some of the other things I heard. But starting though, Senator, you said kids can't, in your last statement, you said kids can't be touched. What did they mean? What did you mean by that? You can come to the podium. What did that mean? Kids can't be touched.
First of all, I want to make clear, Senator Carter, which is what I did in my testimony, is that nothing in the bill requires a juvenile to answer questions.
No, I'm just because I think that there's a difference between contending that children can't be questioned or interrogated and saying kids can't be touched. That kind of implies nothing can happen to them. And that's two different things.
I guess how I would translate that and what I meant is I did check all 3 of my counties. And since that enactment of the law, no juvenile law enforcement has not been able to talk to any of those juveniles. It shut it down. So that communication, that questioning that could have led possibly to protecting other juveniles because it could have gone back to adult criminals. So my point is they cannot get that information that perhaps they've had in the past where they could have protected more juveniles and also go after the adult criminals. Our community is such that.
Are you, I don't want to interrupt, but just to try to speed things along to get to the point. I understand you and I hear you when you say that your law enforcement officials are contending that they cannot question any juvenile. Are you claiming they are unable to then prosecute them? Are you saying then that because of this inability to question at the outset of a case, there are no successful prosecutions of these cases?
I think I'm talking more to protecting juveniles, the protection of juveniles as far as if in the questioning, if it would lead to adult serious criminals, that avenue of going after them has been limited. And I'll certainly defer to the state's attorney who has already testified that investigations have been limited. And I'll also point out the fact that I'll go back to the example that I used in my home district of the 14-year-old that was murdered and the 7 that were severely injured, that this law has prevented the type of investigations that could have been conducted prior to the law. And to this point, and I know the state's attorney knows the case, that there has not been justice for the victims because there haven't been the additional charges.
So you know that the law doesn't say that there's a complete prohibition on interrogation of a child, right? The law simply says that if an interrogation is done in violation of the law, that the statement that they give may or may not be admissible in trial. That's what the law is. It's not a prohibition on talking. It's a protection for children. So I feel like I could talk all day and I could ask questions all day, and I promise I won't. But it's really troubling to me that you stand here, not you, Senator, the others, and you claim that this is such a bar for you. My question is, are you then contending that because you're unable to get to elicit information from a child at the outset of a case in the interrogation room under the hot lamps, that you are not able to prosecute that child? Are you not prosecuting kids? Are there no convictions? Are there no completed adjudications?
Can we use the one example?
No, I'm asking this question. Are you unable to prosecute? Does your record show since the law was passed that you don't have any successful prosecutions?
No, that's not what the record shows. I have, on the drive up here and for weeks, I have labored over how to bridge this gap that we have, because it is so apparent to anyone associated with prosecutions and investigations, the importance, significance of interviewing suspects in a case. Those interviews
Doesn't
are
that
rich
sort of
with information.
Doesn't that sort of insinuate that adults all give statements when they are interrogated?
You'd be shocked.
No, I wouldn't. I
Senator
know that
Cardin.
people always talk, but
So
more than we
because-
think.
In large part because they think they're smarter than law enforcement. And do we use that?
Okay with you that you would override the law, violate somebody's constitutional rights to get it?
Oh, no. See, that's
But
what
you
we're
know
talking
that
about.
sliding, but you know that sliding a piece of paper in front of someone, mainly a child.
May I answer the question? May I answer the question, Mr. Chair?
Yes,
Thank you.
hold it, just creating some space here for a second.
Ms.
Dykes, just 1 second. All right, we got it. Go ahead.
Thank you. I don't advocate, nor would I litigate and seek to admit at trial a statement that was secured in violation of anyone's constitutional rights. That is not the way that prosecutors do business. And there is this perception, it seems, with some here that is how we operate. That is not how we operate. So Miranda waiver, it's required that a defendant be advised of all of their constitutional rights. They have to initial each, and then they sign acknowledging that they were advised. And then law enforcement asks, do you waive your rights? So at each initial point, there is an assessment, right, of whether they understand and whether they want to speak. Then we have litigate at motions, voluntariness, common law voluntariness, and due process voluntariness. And the protection here is always a judge, So if there is a close call, The trial court will make a decision. The appellate court will make a decision. And if necessary, another appellate court will make a decision. We are only seeking the truth. That is all that prosecutors that I'm familiar with, that I work with, that are in my office and in offices across this state, that is the only thing that we want, is the truth. Additionally, we cannot secure a conviction based only on a defendant's statement. That is against the law. That is not a possibility.
It's in fact true that you can secure plenty of convictions with no statement at all, correct?
Sometimes.
Well, it happens a lot.
Sometimes.
A person can actually be serving a life sentence that never opened their mouth one time from the day they were arrested through the sentencing.
Senator Carter, each individual investigation is dynamic. It depends on a number of facts and circumstances. This is not like, there aren't cookie cutter like investigations and crimes, and we are talking Senator Carozza, Senator West, and Senator Watson's bill, Senate Bill 326, is a big, we're dealing with crimes of violence. We're dealing with children who
We're dealing with
are
allegations of crimes of violence, first of all.
who are at risk of engaging in crimes of violence, and yes, sometimes alleged.
Always alleged
Additionally,
until proven.
Yes, yeah, that is our constitutional system. That is a fundamental, that SIPA is not it's not a constitutional question. The rest of the business, how prosecutors conduct themselves, that is based on our ethics and the Constitution. We are only asking for tools to keep children in our community safe. That's all we're asking, Senator.
I have one final question, I promise. And this is for you or for the police chief or anybody that wants to answer. You are aware, I take it, that if you were to use the SINS process, the Child in Need of Supervision process, and I'm not asking if it's appropriate for everything, I'm asking if you use the SINS process, that there is no Fifth Amendment constitutional right to remain silent so basically, if a kid were put through that process, they could be required to talk by a court as opposed to any kind of protection or right to remain silent. Are you aware of that?
I would say that there have been no SINS cases that are open and pending or that have been filed in the Circuit Court for Wycomico County in 2023. And that is not a process that my office is involved in for that reason. So I'm not specifically aware. I will say that there is an incredible benefit, as Dr. Blake noted, of an early intervention and an early, if a juvenile elects to speak with law enforcement, that the earlier that happens, the better it is for our community at large. I hope I've answered your question.
I think you tried. Thank you.
Right. Did you say that your office does not engage in the SINS process because of those Fifth Amendment issues, or just generally you just don't do that?
We just haven't historically.
Got it. I thought it. Thanks. All right, we have Senator Fold and then Senator Sidnor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I just wanted to, if you could stand back up, Madam State's Attorney, please. I just want to clarify something, because I heard something and I want to make sure that we're not putting out like that we're all under the same understanding. But in a SINS case, the comment was made that they could be compelled, the juvenile could be compelled to talk. What's the consequence if they don't talk?
So I will be candid. I am not familiar, but I can't imagine. So in an adult court, if somebody refuses to speak and the court has ordered them, then they can be held in contempt. I can't imagine that is an option in a SINS proceeding.
Yeah, I mean, because currently right now we have SINS things where they're get ordered by a judge to fulfill certain obligations as a part of their wraparound services, and they balk on that and there's no consequences. So I just found that interesting. And currently, another thing I want to clarify, there is law in place now regarding juveniles that prohibits law enforcement officers from conducting a custodial interrogation of a juvenile in their custody without an attorney being consulted and first.
Yes,
Is that not correct?
that is absolutely correct.
I was just kind of shaking because I heard somebody say something to the contrary, and I don't think that that's accurate at all. They cannot. It is a definitive line in the law that says they cannot interrogate a juvenile without first having an attorney counsel come and.
Unless it is that very narrow public safety exception that's dealing with immediate imminent threat.
Yeah, absolutely. But the
Barring
overwhelming,
barring that.
okay. And then, and I think that, you know, we're kind of always talking about the same thing here, especially today. I keep hearing this same, there's many interpretations of custodial interrogation or custody in general. What defines custody? I bet if you go and look on our own MGA website, you're going to see custody defined probably a half dozen different ways in our own laws. Wouldn't it be nice, or wouldn't it make more sense to have a, you know, that bright line defining element that would say that once Miranda is, that would be a good starting point to kind of modify the issue that we're having, that once Miranda would be invoked, that other than the outliers, that would be the time that the custody and the interrogation portion with the right to an attorney and having an attorney present should be that, which would allow still parents to come in and have their children.
Yes, I mean, a bright line, especially for boots on the ground,
Yes.
conducting these investigations is always going to be a safer bet than a 36 factor, right? Like probably 100 opinions
Yeah.
to yes.
Yeah, no,
boil down.
I'm just trying to find a good solution that still gives, you know, it's like a middle ground and makes reasonable sense, especially for the amount of time we've spent on this today. So
Yes.
thank you very
No,
much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Dykes?
Yeah.
You had mentioned HB 169 earlier. Do you support that legislation?
I'm candidly not familiar with it. The first mention I heard of it was by Senator Cruz today. I'm happy to go back and take a look and have my legislative person, and I can certainly email you, Senator Sidney.
But with her characterization that legislation would prohibit state's attorneys from or not states from lies being told during a custodial interrogation, would that be something that you would?
Absolutely. That is, Senator Sidnor, that is already a factor, right? In those 36 or in the common law and due process voluntariness evaluations, whether a law enforcement officer has lied to, made promises to any interviewee is a factor that the court considers. So yes, I think that would be a good bridge, would be a good compromise.
And the other question I had was, with all of the complexities that surround law, you were talking about the process earlier and how there's form, you check. Do you believe that when juveniles are being interrogated, that they actually understand those rights that many adults themselves don't understand regarding their Fifth Amendment rights?
I think there is this distinction from understanding the law and how the law applies and understanding your rights. I do believe that most suspects, even juvenile suspects, understand what their rights are. Now, the question is whether they understand the implications of those rights. But I think they understand their rights.
And because again, the way that I see the law for adults, you're going to be the interrogation is going to continue until you express that you want to speak to an attorney, then the interrogation stops.
So no, you can also indicate that you wish to remain silent. And in that case, it's going to cease. And if it's just not productive, if there's oftentimes law enforcement ends their interviews long before I would have them in the interview. So there are many factors that can happen.
So, and what our law did is we said, you know what, we're just gonna bypass that. We're gonna say juveniles, you don't have to ask. Immediately, we're gonna insert this right that an attorney is there and able to kind of protect that juvenile and prior to this interrogation until that attorney has that opportunity to talk to that child to make that decision. And again, I'm trying to understand because I don't believe juveniles understand all of the consequences to their speaking, which is why I supported the legislation. And I've said before, if you look at our Constitution, it was never intended. I don't think our founders intended, when you look at the Fifth Amendment, to make it easy for people to lose their liberty. It was intended to be difficult for the state to take away someone's liberty. And what we did with this legislation is we ensured that it wasn't going to be easy. And as Senator Carter made mention, and I think Senator Carozza had mentioned, there was no juveniles or anyone, I guess, since the laws passed have been, I guess you said prosecuted or something.
No, interviewed is what I would say. They've not been interviewed.
And as Senator Carter had made mention, you don't have to talk. I mean, that's your constitution. You don't have to. It's up to the state, right?
Absolutely. They don't have to, but it should be their choice. So if we're talking about liberty, that's the question, right?
But juveniles can't even enter into contracts. And we're talking about their liberty.
I think our founding fathers, Senator Sidnor, I don't think they could have imagined our communities, our society being in the state that it is today. But I would say, I mean, the violence.
It was violent back then. No, I'm sorry.
No. I understand. People should be held accountable.
Right. I agree.
I believe, and that's my position.
Understand.
That's my position.
I
And being honest or helps get our society to a better place. I don't believe that we're going to make any progress if we're not honest.
Thank you for your time.
Thank you.
Well, thank you very much. I could have taken the last comment so many different ways, but I'll behave. So I just wanted a question for the Senator James asked this question before for the interpretation of the public safety exception. If you have the case sites, I just wanted to, if you could send those to our committee, I'll redistribute.
Sure. I'll send an email to you.
Yeah, if there's the element of exigency or immediacy, that's really important. But then the second question is just has the public safety exception, to your knowledge, been used yet since the law has come into effect?
To my knowledge, it has not been used. But I will say this, that many times if law enforcement is dealing with an emergent situation and making decisions on the fly, we're not going to be involved in that. So and certainly if no juvenile has been prosecuted for whatever that offense was, if the emergency was negated and nobody was charged, we certainly would never be aware of it.
Okay. So, I mean, no one has been able to tell me that it has been used yet, but we'd love to, the closest thing we can get toward is prior interpretation of.
Yes.
So if you could send us the case site, that'd be
certainly
great. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, we're going to move along to the next panel. Thank you, Senator. Thank you to the panelists. Thank you all. Steve Kroll still here.
Still here, not good enough for one day.
And Ms. Wilt, Laura Wilt.
Thank you, Chairman. And Laura Wild on behalf of the State's Attorney's Office in Frederick County. I just wanted to make 2 points based on all this great discussion over these important issues. And And those two are, one, I am testifying in favor of this important legislation. I think there are two things that I could point out that may or may not be helpful. I think that this debate demonstrates the lack of clarity around the word custody. And yes, us lawyers, we know, like, we can dive into the case law and see 5 million adjectives and we can argue it all day long, but our police officers on the street are worried. And I'm part of a multi-jurisdiction team of juvenile prosecutors. We meet every week and we talk about this issue, and we worked on our training for the law enforcement. We go out, we've trained our local agencies, and some of them come back with the exact response that we're worried about liability here. Some people define custody as not free to leave. You're telling me that there's case law out here that says custody, when it comes to the issues of Miranda, is more akin to formal custody, formal arrest. And they said, you know, we're worried about liability here. We cannot make this decision on the fly. So my encouragement is, if this body, which I'm hearing from some of the group here, believes that the word custody is more akin to formal arrest, and that's when you really wanted it to apply in the situation of, in the language of a case that I'm thinking of is akin to formal arrest, then it should say that. Maybe then our police agencies wouldn't be so worried about the liability issues, because that's what I'm hearing from them on the street. We get an occasional call, but oftentimes they have to make that decision. And the other thing I can say from the group, the statewide group that I'm part of, is that I understand across the state, it is exactly 0 juveniles who have been consulted with the public defender, who have then given a statement. And I'm not arguing that that's right or wrong, but that's the number I'm hearing. Thank you. And I urge your support of this bill, because I believe it's limited to a very small number of crimes that the police would then be able to investigate fully and support our victims. So thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? All right. Thank you. With that, that will conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 326. We'll now move on to Senator, what, is there anyone else?
Yeah, in person, John.
Oh, my apologies. I was holding up page. So we, John Bollinger. Ms. Cross.
She's virtual, yes.
Ilhan Kargi. Yep, come on up. And then Ms. Cassis, she's there you are. So, all right. So we're gonna go with Ms. Cross first, and then we'll come to our in-person panelists. Ms. Cross, you're up.
Okay, thank you so much. I will report, unfortunately, it's hard for us when I'm offline to come online. I don't know where we are in the session. So which bill is this? I'm sorry.
It's Senate Bill 326 with Senator Carrozza.
And topic title, sir?
Questioning of a juvenile, crime of violence, or crime involving a firearm.
Okay, questioning of a juvenile. One of the key things that we are finding in our community is that if you're 13, 14, and you have been practicing with weapons or able to acquire a weapon or whatever, the protection of juveniles is becoming a problem really in our communities. We are in support of laws that allow us to provide support, assistance, and even work through the CPS for care and community support for the families. One of the key things I would like as an amendment to this bill is to address the family support systems, be it economic, financial, and mental health, because there is a rational reason for guns in our community, and most of it is because of bullying or alternative choices being made by young folks in adult-like style living. We need to really ensure that these bills address that piece. So I just wanted to add that as a tag along to this bill. I'm grateful for the work that you're doing to combat the gun violence and as well the disenfranchisement amongst our youth. But it has to be taglined with a subset of economic, financial literacy and mental health and wellness. Thank you so much.
All right. Thank you very much, Ms. Cross. Thanks for joining us again virtually. Seeing no questions from the committee. Thank you. All right, we'll now move on to the opposition panel, and we'll start off with Ms. Kargi.
Thank you so much. I am Ilhan Kagri, again from District 20, testifying on behalf of the Silver Spring Justice Coalition, SSJC, in opposition to SB 326. SSJC testified in favor of the Child Interrogation Protection Act, SIPA, last year and was heartened by its passage. Prior to the law change, no consideration was given to the fact that children's ability to grasp the complicated and intimidating concepts that arise during a custodial interrogation is significantly diminished by their age. This change to existing law in SB 326 is unnecessary because there is no urgency to protect the public here. This clause would only apply after the commission of a crime and therefore would presumably be enough time to provide an attorney for the child. There is no public safety concern here. SSJC feels that this exception to the requirement of an attorney consultation will most negatively impact our most vulnerable communities, specifically people of color, immigrant communities, the undereducated, those persons in poverty, and people with mental health issues. These are exactly the communities where a parent, as well as the child, may be more susceptible to threats, intimidation, coercion, or fear, and may be more reluctant to assert the child's rights. I know of one such family, an immigrant family, whose underage son served years of a prison sentence for a crime he was exonerated from because the parents and child were unfamiliar with their rights in the initial stages of interrogation. To be clear, SIPA does not mandate that children remain silent during interrogations. Existing law simply attempts to ensure children understand their rights in an age and developmentally appropriate manner before proceeding with an interrogation. Recent rhetoric has mischaracterized the state of youth crime in Maryland. This public narrative, often agenda-driven and sensationalist, cannot drive policy, particularly regarding a law that was only recently enacted with broad support from the legislature, and for which we do not yet have sufficient data to fully assess. For these reasons, we urge you to issue an unfavorable report.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kagri. We'll now hear from Ms. Kess, and then one person.
Good afternoon again. Nishana Kess with the Executive Director for the Maryland NAACP. Good afternoon, committee. We adamantly continue to stand against any bill that will allow juveniles to be questioned without legal consultation. This is not about public safety because there is an existing exception that addresses immediate safety. This is about the ability of law enforcement to question a minor with the hope that they will provide information that will make the job of the law enforcement officer easier. As I sat here and listened, it seems that law enforcement, to include prosecutors, are threatened by the presence of an attorney that a child should be entitled to. The burden to prove allegations always lies with the state, and it sounds like this bill's intent is to interrogate minors with the hope that they will incriminate themselves because, God forbid, prosecutors and law enforcement do a little extra work to collect the evidence, and again, public safety is already addressed in this bill. I also heard that minors do not always, or there was a question about minors understanding their rights. Minors do not always understand their rights. I've worked with minors under SINA for the past 15 years. I've represented them as their attorney, some of whom are also in the DJS system. Many children do not have the ability to understand the system or their rights, period. And for these reasons, we urge an unfavorable report from this committee. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, and members of the committee. My name is Evelyn Walker. I'm an attorney with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender in the Juvenile Division in Anne Arundel County, and I also work on the Youth Access to Counsel Hotline. The Maryland Office of the Public Defender requests an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 326. The Supreme Court has long recognized that police interrogation tactics can induce a frighteningly high percentage of people who confess to crimes that they never committed. The risk of false confessions is multiplied when a child is subject to interrogation. Children are much more likely than adults to falsely confess, and children account for more than 1/3 of all false confessions. In passing SIPA, the Maryland legislature recognized the indisputable and fundamental differences between children and adults, and that those differences justify treating children differently. By carving out crimes of violence and offenses involving firearms, the proposed legislation essentially seeks to repeal SIPA and once again puts vulnerable and impressionable children at risk of involuntarily waiving their rights or making false confessions. The protections are arguably more important for more serious crimes because those are situations that carry the highest penalties and that a child becomes more vulnerable to the harms of custodial interrogation. SIPA was a monumental step forward for the children of Maryland, who because of this act are now given the tools to understand their constitutional rights when accused of a crime. At its inception, this law puts Maryland at the forefront by recognizing children should be afforded protections in custodial interrogation. This legislation is sound, effective, and should be applied equally to all children across Maryland, regardless of their alleged offense. And as someone who has routinely advised children on the Youth Access to Counsel hotline, I can tell you what I am doing is explaining their constitutional rights in a way that a child can understand. That is it. I am not forcing a child to remain silent. I am not telling a child to remain silent and saying he or she has to. I am explaining their constitutional rights. That should not be taken away from the children of Maryland. And therefore, we ask the court to issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 326.
Excellent. Thank you. Questions from the committee? All right, I'll note that we have put language in the budget and require training to every law enforcement agency on how to properly implement the law as it stands on the books. So, all right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 326. We'll now move on to Senator Carter with Senate Bill 2.
Mr. Chair and members of the committee, I'm here to present Senate Bill 2. It is a sponsor-only bill because we passed this bill unanimously last year, when it was Senate Bill 15. The bill is named the Nicaila Strader Memorial Act, and joining me today is Nicaila Strader's family. Once again, you heard from them last year. There's also an article that I put on your desk that highlights much of the story regarding Nicaila Strader. But briefly, I'll just say that I thought that it was a sort of a small step last year. And when we passed this bill very early in the session, I thought it would be a slam dunk. It's simply a mandatory cens petition for a child ineligible for prosecution or juvenile court jurisdiction due to age when an act such as this occurs, where in this case, a 9-year-old shot and killed 15-year-old Nicaila Strader. I don't need to go into a lot of the details, I think, because we passed the bill unanimously. I'm just very appreciative that this committee has allowed me once again to present the bill and to have the Strader family here. I have cautioned them about the limitation of testimony, but indicated that we would give them the grace of hearing from at least one of the family members. They did testify in the House, and so the burning issue now is not just passage of this act, but to extract it from the overall alleged juvenile reform bill that it's now been incorporated into. They would like to have their own separate bill, Nicaila Strader Memorial Act, as passed last year, and for reasons that I'm sure they'll share. It's a good bill. It's the right bill. And, you know, we talk a lot all day and on these issues, very anecdotally, very hypothetically, very generically about juveniles in the system. But here we have a real life family with a real life crisis. Here we have actual people where the system has not worked for. And I'll tell you exactly why, and I'm sure they're going to tell you more because they know more. As we talk about these complaints of law enforcement across the state after the Child Interrogation Protection Act, and how we constantly say that they can absolutely talk to children, especially in an investigation. Well, case in point, there was no investigation by the Baltimore Police Department initially in the case of Nicaila Strader's murder. Law enforcement immediately went to the media, as I recall, and told the public that this was an accident of a 9-year-old killing this girl. According to the family, and I'm sure they'll share with you, and it's in, some of it is in the article, even though all of the children that were around when the incident occurred were agreeing to talk to the police. And even though all of their families and parents agreed that they could talk to the police never bothered to talk to them. Instead of investigating, instead of taking any action, they chose to contend that because of the law that we passed, nothing could happen. And so nothing did happen. There was no crisis intervention. There was no services. There was no SINS petition. And so this would just mandate that in a case of this 9-year-old whose grandmother since last year has now been convicted and sent to prison for the failure to properly store the gun and keep it away from the 9-year-old, he is now, my understanding, devoid of a grandmother, not living with his parents, likely in the system, in the foster system. And guess what? With no services. And this is a bill that would actually affect real people and fix a real problem. And it is a legislative fix to a hole in our system. So I'd ask for a favorable report. Thank you.
Excellent. Senator, which member would like to speak, or is everyone with the, yeah, just, sir, welcome back.
Yes, first of all, thank you for having us back, Chairman, and giving us a moment. Unfortunately, we was here last year this time, after my 15-year-old niece was killed by a 90-year-old, unfortunately. And so we, the family of Nakayla Strawler, thank you for supporting this bill last year's session. However, it stalled in the House and was not put forward for a vote. It was recently wrapped up in the House Bill 814, so it's evident that most agree children exposed to such violence as causing the death of another should be assessed. The Senate Bill 2, Nakayla Strawler Memorial Act, would make it mandatory that a child committing such act is assessed and linked to needed services. I think that's really important, and we could all agree on that. The violent actions suggest also that the young child have a warped perception of reality. Exposure to services and resources is what will assist in reshaping their mental model and worldview. That's really important, and we all have an opportunity to fix that. So we, the family, ask that you please collaborate with your colleagues in the House to move Senate Bill 2 forward this session. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm sorry. My name is Daniel Jarvis, the great uncle of Nakayla Strawler. My wife, Ronette Jarvis here, my son, Balloon, and my sister, Taverla Strawler.
Excellent.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. I just want to open it up for questions, but before we do that, I just want to make sure that I put this on the record and say thank you for coming here today. Thank you for your words. Every member of this committee voted for that bill last year, and I intend to put it on a voting list and make sure we get it out of committee again this year. The components of the bill was wrapped into another package, and that was done out of understanding that was a piece of legislation we wanted to advance urgently from this committee. Understanding that there are component parts of the bill that folks agree with some pieces and don't agree with other pieces, and I understand and respect and honor that. So we will pass something separately as well. We'll keep that bill standalone and advance it like we did last year. I want to make sure that you all know that. One thing I do want to say is that, where you really get into trouble in these conversations and where people just don't agree on the underlying problems that we're trying to address, we all may have different ways of getting there. But the good thing about the dialogue this session is that we all understand that we need to work toward getting children into services and making sure that they have productive lives moving forward and that our communities are safe. That's where we are in the midst of our discussion. I want to make sure that, I explain that to you and honor your participation in this process. And so I think yes, of course. I think to my mind, that is the most optimistic part about this entire process, is that we all understand that we're marching toward one goal. We just have different ways of getting there at this moment, but I wanted to make sure that I said that on record, and that I honored your presence here today.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Sure. Did you want? I don't know.
Stand up here.
You ready to come to the?
Thank you for those kind words. I'm sure we received that really greatly. And thank you all for last year as well and standing firm with us this year as well. But I think it's important and imperative for my family to say, and for other families, which is why we're fighting so hard, that I think that I know that we've been consistent. What has been presented this year, last year, and the conversations we had with Senator Carter has been consistently always how we feel. So I would just like to leave you all with understanding that I've been to a lot of hearings. I've been to every town hall. I've seen all of you all on webcam a lot in the past 18 months. And one thing I continuously hear is witness, 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 witness. But I don't think you all really understand how hard it's been for me and my family to get in contact with the people who are at the table. So I just want to make sure that I leave here and understand that I know it's been tough, and I think you all are at that point where we all want the services, right? But I will encourage that you bring these people like us to the table, and you'll be able to get, I think, a very sensible solution, which I really want to continue to give a hand clap for Senator Carter for doing that for my family. Thank you.
And I speak for everyone on the committee. Our door is always open. So you holler, we'll answer. You ever reach out to me, my door is open. So, all right. All right. Thank you all very much. Oh, Senator Sidnor had a question.
Yes, sure. I mean, you know, I support this legislation, but I'm curious whether or not you'd be open to broadening it. Because I've been thinking about some of the legislation that the chairman had just mentioned. And I think if we're looking for solutions for those types of crimes, that maybe rather than doing it in the manner that the legislation seeks, maybe putting forth a solution like this where if are alleged to have committed those types of crimes, maybe they need to be mandated to be reported to SINs.
I think it's ripe for discussion, because I think that, as you, Senator Sidnor, I've sat here and listened to some of the other proposals. And since everyone seems to agree that services, programs, treatment, therapy really ought to be the first course of action, I think that expanding SINs and educating law enforcement on SINs is really, it's actually an essential step before we move forward with any more harsh kinds of actions, in my opinion. So absolutely, I'm open to the discussion and anything to be included that might be helpful, more expansive.
Thank you.
I'll just say, look, obviously the SINs is not is not a perfect solution, and there are lots of flaws that we identified in the session. And there was a witness that came at the end of last Friday that suggested some changes that we could do to SINs that I think would make it more robust and more usable. So there's a lot of work to be done here, but
agree.
Yeah. All right. Thank you all very much. It's good to see you all. Yeah, thanks. All right, with that, that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 2. We'll now move on to Senator Benson. Welcome back with Senate Bill 314.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of this committee. Before I give this testimony, I want to give you all just a little background regarding the reason why this bill is here. As many of you all know, all of you all know, I am an educator. And I know the importance of parents being involved in the lives of their children. I know after 40 years of being in the school system that if I want children to do well or excel at John Bain Elementary School, where I was a principal, I needed to involve parents. And let me just be clear with you all, when the parents did not involve themselves in the lives of the children, I helped them. I went to their homes and I went on their jobs and compelled them to be involved in the life and the excellence, the personal and academic excellence for their children. And I can tell you without fail that in a school where the test scores were among the lowest in the county, after the parents became involved, test scores soared and it became one of the highest academic achievement schools in the county. What you also need to know is that the parents are the children's first teacher. When a child is born in this world, from 0 to 5, 90% of the child's brain is developed and 10% continues to be developed after the age of 5. Parents teach their children how to walk, how to crawl, how to go to the bathroom, how to eat, the essential things in life. Parents are the children's first teacher. Now, just before school closed last year, a youngster and his friend got on the school bus, and the purpose was to kill a teenager in middle school. The saving grace was that the gun that the youngster had did not fire. So he was chased off of the bus, but that wasn't enough. He went on to Washington, D.C., to that youngster's sister's home and killed the sister. As I traveled in Prince George's County, and outside of Prince George's County for that matter, the common question became, what happened in the case of the parents? No one called the parents' name. Where were the parents? We have had all kinds of problems, not only in Prince George's County, but if you look around the country, we have all kinds of problems with children doing all kinds of things. It's come to a point where nobody seems to be in charge of the children. That compelled me to do something about it, because when I went to my church, the people at my church were saying, Senator Benson, where are the parents? Everywhere I went, people would say, where are the parents in this matter? Children are out 12, 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Where are the parents? And so I was compelled to do something about it, because I just felt strongly that we needed to do something here in Annapolis so that we could all go home knowing that we tried to do something to help to solve the problem of our children who are running around wild like weeds. It's unbelievable. And so, Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, and members of this committee, the need to establish parental accountability laws cannot be overstated. We must take immediate action to ensure that parents, legal guardians, our custodians are held civilly accountable for any damages caused by their unemancipated children. The proposed bill aims to impose affirmative duties on parents to provide for their children's basic needs and prevent any negligence or abandonment. It is a well-known established fact that every state has some form of parental responsibility law that holds parents liable for intentional or willful acts by their unemancipated children, resulting in property damage, personal injury, or death to another person. California Civil Code 1714 states that any act of willful misconduct by a minor resulting in injury shall be imputed to the parent, who shall be jointly and severely liable with the unemancipated child for any damages resulting from willful misconduct. The proposed bill seeks to strengthen and expand these laws to ensure that parents are more involved in the lives of their unemancipated children. Several states like Arizona, Florida, Indiana, Kansas, Kentucky, North Carolina, North Dakota, and Oregon require parents to attend counseling or other court-ordered treatment programs. Other state legislation, such as Arkansas, Colorado, Texas, and Wisconsin, require parents, legal guardians, and custodians to participate in parent training and responsibility courses. These types of programs are a diversion option that defers any further punitive sanction from the court. Violating these laws will lead to increased participation by parents as defined by the administrative office of the court. Financial responsibility may not exceed $25,000 for any willful misconduct of the emancipated child, including medical, dental, and hospital expenses, resulting in the injury or death of another person or damage to the property of another. My wonderful friends, we cannot ignore the importance of this proposed bill. It is our moral obligation to protect our society from the consequences of parent negligence. The bill is a critical step toward achieving this goal and ensuring that parents are accountable for their unemancipated children's actions. Therefore, we must take immediate action to enforce these laws and prevent harmful and illegal activities by unemancipated children. Thus, I kindly request that you give your complete support for this crucial bill.
Mr. Chair. Good afternoon. My name is Will Milam, and I am the Assistant Sheriff to John D.B. Carr of Prince George's County. I'm here today to support Senate Bill 314, willful misconduct of a minor, civil liability of a parent, legal guardian, or custodian, or the Parental Accountability Act. As you know, the legislature has spent a great deal of time debating accountability measures over the past few sessions. And how, if implemented correctly, accountability measures might help to strengthen communities and help them become more safe. This bill seeks to do just that. And it provides the parent, legal guardian, or custodian with custody and control over a minor is liable for damages associated with acts of willful misconduct of a minor, which results in injury, death of another, or damage to the property of another. We view this bill as a step forward in the journey to help make our communities more safe, and we applaud the efforts of Senator Benson and the legislature to find solutions to the problems plaguing many of our communities across the state of Maryland. As a parent, there is no more important job for me than to being responsible for the actions of my child and guiding them along the way. As a law enforcement officer, there is no more important job for me than keeping our communities safe and ensuring that citizens across the state of Maryland have peace of mind in their dealings. We think this bill helps to accomplish both of those things, and we would urge a favorable report. Thank you.
All right, we have one more witness testified in favor of this bill. Joining us virtually is Ms. Cross here. All right, Ms. Cross, you're up. Welcome back.
Thank you again. Also, as stated before, it's very hard to keep up with the session. We go from a blue screen of nothingness to, hey, time to speak. So which session, forgive me, what name, sir? What's the name of the bill?
This is Senator Benson. This is juvenile law, willful misconduct of a minor, civil liability of a parent, legal guardian, or custodian. It's
Thank you,
the
sir.
Parental Accountability Act.
Thank you so much. Favorable with amendments. One of the key things about our parents is many of the juveniles that we're finding, particularly from the reports that come out of Prince George's County, from Chief Ozzie and his team that actually are doing heat maps across the county, is that we find that these are single family homes. My concern with the parentals is I agree that the parent needs to show up. I think that 100% is required that the parent and the child come together, because we got to get after the underlying issue of why the crime and why the juveniles are becoming repeat offenders. We do have some programming that we need to put in place, not necessarily only the Child Protective Services program and counseling services of the county, but we need to look at local municipalities being sourced appropriately to counteract the juvenile offenders and to give them an opportunity for mental health and wellness and an outlet for the parents to speak to what is the problem. We don't want to create orphans and we don't want to create terrorists. And I'm afraid that if we start locking parents up, we're going to also create a problem for alternative children care, which is not going to be helpful. But I'm grateful for the bill to address the juvenile repeat offenders, mental health and wellness, literacy and financials, but local municipalities being appropriately sourced for programming. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cross. All right, with that, are there questions from the committee? We have Senator Sidnor has a question for Ms. Cross or for the panelist? Oh, for the senator. Yes, for Senator Benson.
The last provision of the bill kind of caught my attention regarding the
Could you
cap.
speak a little louder?
Sure. The last provision of the bill caught my attention. It allows for a cap of $10,000 for insurance companies, and I would not have thought that this would be something that was insurable. Can a parent insure or through their insurance insure something like this? I can go out and I can get insurance to make certain that if my child were to engage in some willful misconduct, that my insurance would cover it.
Read that to me again.
It says an insurer may not be held liable for the conduct imputed to a parent, legal guardian, or custodian of a child by this section for more than $10,000.
The insurance company is responsible? Is that what it's saying?
It says that to me, it looks like you can file an insurance claim up to $10,000 if your child's liability
may not be held liable for the content imputed to a parent, legal guardian. Yes, there are. I am being told that there are insurance companies that will provide insurance for this purpose.
Wow, thank you.
All right. Seeing no further questions, thank you both very much. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, that concludes the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now hear from the opposition panel. Is Rachel Sherman here, Ms. Sherman? And then Kenneth Wardlaw.
Good afternoon, members of the committee, Chairman, Vice Chairman. My name is Kenneth Wardlaw. I am a parental defense attorney for the Maryland Office of the Public Defender. I'm here today to urge this committee to issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 314. As you've heard many times this afternoon, the Maryland Office of the Public Defender is tasked with representing both parents and children in delinquency and child welfare matters before the courts in Maryland. But most importantly, our clients are indigent, financially disadvantaged, and oftentimes in poverty. Because of the representation of this particular population, we oppose Senate Bill 314 for three primary reasons. First is that Senate Bill 314 fails to provide an exception for disability-related behaviors. Children with disabilities with challenging behaviors may have autism, other developmental disabilities, emotional disabilities, even undiagnosed, poorly diagnosed mental disorders. The dangerous behaviors they display are often linked to these issues. It is not uncommon for parents to have sought assistance from the local Department of Social Services or Department of Juvenile Services to address their child's maladaptive, dangerous, or delinquent behaviors only to be turned away by these agencies. Second, Senate Bill 314 is not necessary as a restitution provision is already available under Maryland law. And third, the term willful misconduct is broad, ambiguous language within the bill that is not appropriately defined and will only disproportionately impact children, students, families of color who are in poverty, poor financial circumstances, and particularly children with disabilities. So we urge the committee to issue an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 314.
All right, thank you very much. Thank you. Questions from the committee?
Education Advocacy Coalition for Students with Disabilities and the Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline. I am here today in opposition to Senate Bill 314, and I would like to add some points that one of my fellow testifiers made for students with disabilities specifically. As was mentioned before, there are no exceptions within this bill for disability-related behavior by students with disabilities when that willful misconduct is related. And this does not reflect well with existing Maryland law. There are other legal protections within Maryland law that do provide such an exception in the discipline context for students with disabilities, such as when a student is suspended for more than 10 days and there needs to be a manifestation determination meeting. For these reasons, the Education Advocacy Coalition and the Maryland Coalition to Reform School Discipline oppose SB 314. Thank you.
Nashana Kess, the Executive Director of NAACP. I do understand the sentiment of this bill. And it's important that parents pay attention to their children. But unfortunately, parents can't always control every act of their child. Let us think back to when we were children. I myself can think back to when I begged my mom to go to the store. I traveled to the store, but then I deviated to my friend's house. And unbeknownst to me, my mother was looking for me and I was walking back and she found me and I got in trouble. I got in a lot of trouble that day. But the point here is this. We don't always know exactly what our children are doing at every point of the day. We hope and pray that they follow our rules and our guidance, but it does not guarantee that they will do so. This bill in no way prevents these acts from occurring, and that should be our number one concern, not penalizing a parent for the act of their child. As I've said before, I represented Senate children as their attorney, and you would be surprised the amount of parents that simply give up on their children and put them in the care of the state because of their actions. This may cause many parents to place their children in the care of the state, leaving the state responsible for these children. And according to this bill, who will be held liable? And that's my question. For these reasons, we urge the committee an unfavorable report.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? All right. Seeing none. Thank you all. Have a good one. Thanks for hanging in there with us. All right. With that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 314. We'll now move on to Senator Folden with Senate Bill 52.
Good evening. I think I can say that now. Committee staff, Mr. Chairman. Thank you all for hanging in with us today. For the record, Senator William Folden, representing District 4. The bill before you today is the Juvenile Justice Restoration Act of 2024, Senate Bill 52. Overall juvenile crime in Maryland is continuing to become increasingly more dangerous. Specific categories of dangerous crimes are climbing sharply. Juvenile carjackings in Maryland have jumped by 85%, and handgun violations statewide were up 220% between 2021 and 2023. Regionally, numbers are higher. For example, Montgomery County has seen a 95% increase in juvenile-related violent crime since 2019. Juveniles are not just the perpetrators of these crimes, they're also all too often the victims of these crimes. According to the Maryland State Police, the total number of non-fatal shootings of youth under 18 increased 175% between 2018 and 2022. The number of youth homicides has increased 88%. The Juvenile Justice Restoration Act seeks to right the wrongs of a new juvenile justice laws that have made it nearly impossible to ensure that there are appropriate consequences and wraparound services for our young offenders. These laws have also made it more challenging to connect our youthful juvenile offenders with these services they so are in such need of to prevent them from becoming repeat violent offenders. This legislation will amend the law passed in 2022 that requires an attorney to be present, which we've already talked about, which would allow, even if their parents consented, would allow the parental consent as a substitute for the law, consultation with an attorney. I think we've really beat that one to death today. The legislation will also require that juveniles younger than 13 who use firearms in commission of a crime will come under the jurisdiction of the juvenile court system. And finally, the bill provides that upon the child's third arrest for a crime that does not fall within a category of crimes of violence or a crime committed with a firearm, the child will come under the jurisdiction of the juvenile court system. This would help eliminate the catch and release of juveniles repeatedly apprehended for repeatedly committing nonviolent crimes like car theft without having them referred to the appropriate services. The Juvenile Restoration Act seeks to restore some balance in the changes that have been made over the last several years. And this is not about demonizing and incarcerating our children or these juveniles. It's about protecting them and protecting our communities. And with that, I would ask for your favorable report on Senate Bill 52. And I have my panel, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Laura Wilt, on behalf of the Frederick County State's Attorney's Office, Juvenile Division, I am here testifying, urging a favorable report on Senate Bill 52. I know it has two primary pieces. I wanted to comment on that first section, which expands the crimes that youth under 13 can be charged with. I think there are a number of bills, as we all know, pending before this committee that seek to expand the ability of our community to respond in a meaningful way to offenses that are committed by those under the age of 13. It's important and necessary that we do so, and the question is how. I wanted to address the discussion that is being had all over the place about SINs and LCTs was mentioned today. I think first and foremost, I would say that the SINs process absolutely serves a purpose. I agree with the those that say that this process needs, our law enforcement needs to be trained in this, more educated about what it can do and how to do it. However, we cannot fool ourselves to believe that the SINs process as it exists can address serious crimes in any meaningful way, nor can it address youth or parents who are not interested in completing the recommended services. I believe completely in our LCTs, in our SINs process, but we need to have a law that is in place that allows us to address serious crimes and the youth who look back at us and say, I'm not doing that. Or the parents that say, you can recommend that MST program come to my house all you want. I'm not letting them in. So what do? We need a meaningful response, and I urge your favorable report on legislation that will allow us to do that, and SINS just isn't it right now. Thank you.
Chairman, members of the committee, I'm Stephen Kroll, the Executive Director in the Maryland States Attorneys Association and the State's Attorney Coordinator. And I'm here in favor of a favorable report as to Senate Bill 52. On behalf of the Maryland States Attorneys Association, we are in favor of this report and we ask for a favorable recommendation and review. For those reasons, again, we support this bill and we want to thank Senator Folden for sponsoring it. Thank you.
So thank you very much. Mr. Hamill here, and you're coming in for it.
Good afternoon. I'm sorry you guys have to see me again. So good afternoon. I'm Russ Hamill. I'm representing the Maryland Chiefs and Sheriffs Associations today. Both associations offer this statement of support on a handful of bills, actually, as referenced in the submission, to readjust Maryland's juvenile justice system. This past year, the state has seen a spike in juvenile-related crimes that left communities throughout the state in fear and many officials frustrated. Throughout the last year plus, there have been many meetings and briefings in local communities and here in Annapolis in an attempt to sort out the issues and propose well-reasoned solutions. Law enforcement has either participated or closely monitored those discussions. It became apparent there was not one failing. There are gaps throughout the system, broken lines of communication and coordination, and a lack of necessary resources and services. The solutions must strike a balance between ensuring that juveniles receive the support and services they need and face the appropriate level of accountability for their actions. This statement's in support of the bills that have been introduced to address those problems and strike that balance. These include adjusting the age and crimes to which youth are subject to jurisdiction of the juvenile courts, reinforcing parents' and guardians' roles in the interrogation process, expanding juvenile probation terms and conditions, providing more resources, treatment, and services to juveniles in need, and improving communication, data sharing, and coordination between DJS, state's attorneys, and law enforcement agencies. From start to finish, the processes and procedures for handling juveniles involved in crime must be improved in our state. We believe that these proposals today are all a step in the right direction. The solution for the rise in juvenile crime is not a one-size-fits-all matter. It will involve closing gaps, improving communication and collaboration, and increasing resources and services. All stakeholders must play their responsible role to fix this. For these reasons, we urge a favorable report on 52 and the other bills as introduced. We thank you for your time, appreciate it, and we wish you the best in getting through all this. Thank you.
As the Reverend said, amen. There you go. All right. All right. Questions from the, well, actually, sorry, we have one more guest joining us virtually. Is Miss Cross in the waiting room?
Yes, I'm here. Thank you so much.
Hey, welcome back. You're up.
Yes, thank you. Senate Bill 0052, Juvenile Justice Restoration Act of 2024, correct?
Yeah, you got it. Let's reset the.
Thank you, sir. All right, I am in favor of this bill. I do believe that there is a need for juveniles to have a particular court system that can exclusively address child character, child behavior, child concerns. What I can appreciate is for formally allowing children to speak. I've always been an advocate for the children being able to express themselves. COVID-19 did a number on our families and our children, but what I can acknowledge is our youth clearly have a direction in their head as to where they're going and what's happening. We acted out in a certain way. This is getting very egregious when it comes down to the unlawful offenses and the repeat offenses that are happening. Now, in custodial interrogation, I do believe that the parents need to give that right and that permission. But I can acknowledge that most of the parents that I've spoken to where this similar alike behavior has happened in our community are just as interested as we are into what's happening. Youth are individuals, same as we are individuals. We cannot, in this age with as much technology and advancements, perceive that we know exactly what is in their heads. It's not the same world we grew up in. We have to allow the children to speak their truth, and what they understand is the concern and the problems that they're facing, be it bullying, be it abstinence of parents, parental care, food insecurities, resources, financial literacy. Those are programs and problems that we can address, but until we hear it from the mouths of the offenders, we don't know. Thank you for your time and opportunity to speak.
Excellent. Thank you very much, Ms. Gross. Questions from the committee? All right, thanks. Looks like we've got a contender for the Vince McAvoy Award for 2024 coming up here. All right. So now that concludes the testimony for the proponents of the bill. We'll now go to the opposition panel. Is Ms. Walker here? Still here? Sarah Wendell. Okay, welcome back, or welcome. Ms. Kess, is Ms. Kess still here? And Ms. Cargie.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Sarah Wendell, and I am an assistant public defender in our juvenile division here in Anne Arundel County. The Office of the Public Defender respectfully urges an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 52. Specifically, you'll hear from my other colleague about other provisions, but I specifically want to address the jurisdictional question, especially for the provision that allows a youth who is charged or who has been arrested on two or more occasions for any crime to be brought within our juvenile system. I want to remind the committee that we are talking about 10, 11, and 12-year-olds. These are 4th and 5th grade students. And as we've hashed out a lot today, crimes of violence that are alleged for this age group already come within our jurisdiction. So we're talking about crimes that are not crimes of violence. We're talking about simple assaults and petty thefts, just among a few examples. And the provisions that change the jurisdiction proposed in this bill are moving us backwards. When we raised the minimum age of criminal jurisdiction here in Maryland, this brought us up into line with international human rights standards. It also comes into line with the research regarding the competency of juveniles to stand trial. And what we know is that 2/3 of youth under age 13 are not competent to stand trial. And that's why we have eliminated the number of crimes that can come within our court's jurisdiction. And lastly, I would leave the committee with the understanding that this provision of any crime arrested on 2 prior occasions is going to impact a particular population. It's going to impact our communities of color, our marginalized communities, as well as our youth with learning disabilities who may not have the wherewithal and are still processing the world a bit differently. So with that, we would ask the committee to think critically about which youth are coming within this provision, which neighborhoods we are talking about, and the constitutional protections they get when they come to trial, which may make them not competent to stand trial. And with that, we urge an unfavorable report.
Good evening, members of the committee. My name is Evelyn Walker. I'm an attorney with the Maryland Office of the Public Defender in the Juvenile Division, and I am once again here to talk about the provision specifically about the Child Interrogation Protection Act, and I would urge an unfavorable report on Senate Bill 158. Since I've already talked a lot about SIPA today, I'm not going to drone on and on, but specifically this amendment would allow a parent to waive their child's constitutional rights with no regard for what the child wants or needs. Children are entitled to legal protections as individuals, separate and apart from their parents, and parents cannot replace legal counsel for a child, especially when a child is accused of a delinquent act or criminal act. To allow parents who are scared, confused, angry, or again, could be alleged victims themselves to override their child's rights would be a detrimental to the children across Maryland and is also unconstitutional. This is asking for another party to be able to waive the constitutional rights of a child. That is not something that the Supreme Court has contemplated or wants to happen. And so this bill goes farther than any of the other bills that we've discussed today in harming the constitutional rights of the children of Maryland. And therefore, we would ask for an unfavorable report.
Thank you again. My name is Ilhan Kagri, resident of Silver Spring in District 20, testifying on behalf of the Silver Spring Justice Coalition, SSJC, in opposition to SB 52. SSJC, I've already said, is a coalition of community members, faith groups, and civil and human rights organizations from throughout Montgomery County committed to eliminating harm caused by police and empowering those communities most affected by policing. While SSGC objects to several aspects of SB 52, I'm testifying today specifically in opposition to the proposed change in the law that would allow a parent to give consent to interrogation instead of requiring consultation with an attorney. Some people feel that parents, not children, should be the ones to decide whether or not the child speaks to police. However, the current law holds that constitutional rights are not transferable, and parents cannot force or lovingly convince their children to give up these rights. The current law already permits a custodial interrogation of a child if there's a reasonable belief that the information sought is necessary to protect against a threat to public safety. The bill would amend the law by permitting an arbitrary and unnecessary exception to the attorney requirement, one that could be abused. Our most vulnerable communities will be most impacted, specifically people of color, immigrant communities, the undereducated, those persons in poverty, and people with mental health issues, communities that have historically been marginalized and over-policed. Exactly those communities where a parent may be more susceptible to threats, intimidation, coercion, or fear, and may be more reluctant to assert their children's rights. One such family that I'm familiar with is an immigrant family whose underage son served years of a prison sentence for a crime he was exonerated from because the parents and child were unfamiliar with their rights in the initial stages of interrogation and felt overwhelmed and intimidated by the entire process. The accused child was threatened and lied to during initial interrogations where neither a parent nor an attorney was present. For these reasons, we urge you to issue an unfavorable report. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Nashana Cass, Executive Director of the Maryland NAACP. This is the same as you have heard all day. We cannot continue, or rather, we continue to stand in opposition to any bill that expands charges for juveniles and allow third persons to waive the right to a child's right to an attorney during custodial interrogation. I don't understand for the life of me why we are so fixated on waiving a child's right to an attorney. This is a constitutional right and should not be waived by any person, including a parent. Youth do not understand their rights and should have the ability to consult with an attorney. Full stop. We urge an unfavorable report. Thank you.
All right, thank you all very much. Questions from the committee? All right, thank you all very much. Thank you for hanging in there with us. Is Kimberly Watts here?
I am.
Oh,
I'm online. I'm virtual today.
thank you. All right,
We ready?
we're ready. Welcome.
Okay. I'm Kimber Watts. I'm the supervisor for the OPD's Forensic Mental Health Division. I first started representing children approximately 25 years ago, and I addressed you all last week about the issues facing 10, 11, and 12-year-olds when they're prosecuted. As Senator Smith pointed out earlier today, about 2/3 of them will be incompetent to stand trial, which at a minimum delays getting them services and could completely thwart those efforts altogether if the child does not attain competency. That being said, if those cases are handled informally by DJS or through a child in need of services petition or referrals to local care team, needs assessment and service plans can be put into place often within a month. Senator Smith, I know you asked earlier in a different bill about the decision tree in cases involving competency. I'm happy to answer questions about that, but it's a pretty lengthy discussion and more like a decision forest. So if you would like to talk about that offline, I'm happy to do that. All of that being said, today, right now, I want to speak about the scope of the problem that this bill seems to address, which is guns and little kids. As we know, DJS publishes statistics, so I looked some up. Carjacking and armed robbery, of course, are already crimes for which children in this age group can be prosecuted. And when I looked up handgun cases since 2020, I can say that per year there were no more than 5 of them, the highest number being 5 in 2020. And in 2023, when the JJRA was already in effect, there were 3 cases that for the under 13 set that got sent to juvenile services. I don't know what happened with any of those cases, but I think that's important to recognize. The last thing I would say is that the families of my youngest clients often come from marginalized communities. They're living in poverty, which means that they face housing instability, food security, a lack of childcare and after-school programs, and their neighborhoods are unsafe. Those are very important fundamental issues that aren't helped by prosecution. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Watts, and we will take a walk in the forest offline, but thank you for that. I'll
Sounds
definitely,
good.
I'll reach out to you. All right. Looks like that's it for this bill. So that'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 52. We'll now move on to Senator Folden with Senate Bill 44.
Chairman, Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues of Judicial Proceedings. For the record, Senator William Folden, representing Senate District 4. SB 44 is the Safe Communities Act of 2024. Too often our headlines are filled with stories of violent crime victims whose lives ended tragically at the hands of someone with a history of violent crime who was released back into the community after serving just a few years in prison. One of these more recent egregious examples is the brutal murder of Pava LaPere in Baltimore. The suspect in that case, Jason Billingsley, had served only 9 years and 3 months of a 30-year sentence for first-degree rape. Prosecutors at the time struck a deal, and 16 years of his sentence was suspended, and he was ordered to serve 14. Even though he was twice denied parole, he was released from prison through an accrual of diminution credits. In Maryland, inmates can earn up to 30 days a month in diminution credits. Those convicted of crimes of violence, significant drug offenses, and certain sex offenses may receive up to 20 days per month in diminution credits. In order to keep our community safe, criminal sentences need to mean something, particularly as it relates to crimes of violence. The Safe Communities Act of 2024 will change Maryland's system of diminution credits as it pertains to those who commit these crimes of violence. Under the bill, individuals convicted of first and second degree murder are ineligible to receive diminution credits. Those convicted of other crimes of violence will have their diminution credits capped at no more than 10% of their total sentence. And this is not uncharted territory. Maryland law already prohibits diminution credits for certain crimes, including the rape of a victim under the age of 16 and violations of lifetime sexual offender supervision. I wanted you to hear that again. This is already in place for certain crimes. The rape of a child under 16, you're not allowed to get any diminution credits. If you murder a child under 16, you're eligible for diminution credits. Let that sink in. This common sense legislation also prohibits bail for an individual charged with a crime of violence if the individual has pending charges for a previous crime of violence. In order to protect our citizens, we must ensure that those who commit crimes of violence stay out of our communities. The Safe Community Act of 2024 will keep violent offenders off our streets and in prison where they belong. And with that, I would ask for your support of SB 44, and I'd like to have my panel come on up. And these ladies are remarkable, and I am so grateful that they reached out and are here on behalf of the bill.
Good evening, Senators. Thank you for allowing me to speak. And I apologize. I've got a throat condition to where sometimes I have a hard time getting something out. So thank you for allowing me to speak. I find it truly disturbing that convicted murderers receive diminution in credits in Maryland. I find it stunning. The worst of the worst crime you can do is to willingly take somebody's life, or in the fact of our case, pay for somebody's death, and then you get credits on top of that. To recap, my daughter, Stacy Lynn, she was executed in a murder for solicitation back in 2005 in Bowie, Maryland. The man that killed her tried to back out, but he was threatened and told that since he'd already received drugs and money, he would get killed too if he didn't kill Stacy. My daughter was pregnant. She was 5'2". The man that paid for her murder was 6'4", 250 pounds. He bragged about selecting a drug addict who needed money, who needed a place to stay, and he gave him a gun. So what he did was he gave him a gun and he gave him money, but he told him he wasn't going to get the drugs until it was done. When the young man who did the shooting called him and said, I can't do it. I can't do it. She's my friend. He says, if you don't kill her, I will kill her and then I will kill you. The only person I know in Maryland that knew that solicitation for murder was a misdemeanor at the time was a guy that paid for my daughter's death. That explained why for 10 years up until the time he was arrested, he kept saying, I wouldn't kill anybody. All I did was pay for her death. So thank you all for changing that law to make that a murder. I mean, to make it a felony. But the diminution credits, I also couldn't understand why he was eligible for parole after being charged with first-degree, second-degree murder, and felonious use of a weapon. He was eligible for parole at 7.5 years. Why? Because instead of working one job, he worked 2 half jobs a day and got double dim credits. Took repeated courses of counseling, got credits every single time. He was released at 10 years. They had to let him go. And right now, I'm sorry, he was recently brought back in for parole revocation. I wasn't allowed to go and they wouldn't tell me why. But getting back to an Ocean City problem, a year ago, he was pulled over for going 70 miles an hour in a 35-mile zone.
Thank you very much
You're
for your testimony. I'm
So
sorry.
please.
Sorry for your loss. I'll correct one thing in your testimony. You said, thank you for allowing you to testify here. This is your committee room and this is your committee. So this is your duty and your right. So thank you for being here.
Mr. Chairman, Vice Chairman, committee members, my name is Linda, and I am here because I am asking you to eliminate diminution credits on major murder convictions to lessen the time served. My mom was murdered in 1990, very viciously murdered. The person that it took them 15 years to find the person, and they did. He was breaking into the home of another person in another state, and his name hit on their cold hit list, and that's how Maryland got them. But after only serving about 7 years of his sentence, that they had reduced life to the plea of 40 years with parole, he was back up with parole. And then all of a sudden after that, I learned about diminution credits also. And I initially started this bill. It was called Jerry's Law to remove diminution credits. I've spoken to 1 or 2 of you maybe back then, and then COVID hit and it started back up again. And I'd like to thank Senator Folden for picking this up. I am asking you, we are sending the wrong message. You don't pay for someone to behave, to have good conduct. We need I'm sorry, I'm upset. We need to build them to be able to fit back into society. So instead of using the diminution credits to lessen the time on the sentence, which should be served, then I'm saying, let's take the diminution credits and change the wording of how they're used. Use them within the system itself to help them to be able to go back and re-enter into society. And how do you use them into the system? Okay, so what you do is they are in counseling, they're doing job construction or job rehabilitation, something that they can come out that they are certified to be able to go back into society so that they don't have to sit and get with the old gang again. You have perks inside the system.
Thank you very much. Do we have questions from the committee? Oh, thank you very much.
Right.
Thank you. We have one more guest joining us virtually. Ms. Cross.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. I'm testifying on Senate Bill 44, correct?
That's right. The Safe Communities Act of 2024, Senate Bill 24, Senator Fulton.
Thank you so much. I really am torn between this one because I have worked with our rejoining the community citizens. I have seen that those even with first and second degree murder raps who have received the diminution credit and I have seen them give back to the community with a humble spirit and an appreciation for an acknowledgement for what they have done. I am definitely concerned when I find folks who do not have the concern for human life. We are finding that the court systems may be mistaken crimes of passion or crimes of malice intent with an intentional deliberate intent, planning someone's murder and all of those things. I think the laws need to be cleaned a little bit more. The credits have helped many of those who have intentionally, deliberately done their best to be on good behavior and come back to communities. And our returning citizens have built a network that has grown our communities on many levels, including creating jobs and opportunities as well. So I want us to be smart about this bill, not that we're just going to take it away. While I favor it for those who have no remorse in their heart and spirit for what they have done, but for those who have given their service and lifeblood to recoup and recover, let's give them an opportunity.
Thank you very much, Ms. Cross. Questions from the committee? Ma'am, I'm just going to say thank you for coming back.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you. Yes. Sure. Senator Fulton has a question. Yes.
Ms. Duncan, can I ask you a question? Can you stand up to the mic, please? Ladies, I just want to say how much strength you ladies have displayed today in being here and advocating on behalf of your loved one that's lost. I mean, it's meaningful, and I know that they are smiling upon you for continuing to champion on their behalf. Ms. Duncan, I wanted to ask you what your thoughts were on, since, normally crimes of violence, you're supposed to serve half your sentence. And I wanted to ask you what your thoughts were on that and how you feel in regards to the diminution credits actually not taking it well below that, right?
Oh, basically what it is that the diminution credits, the way it's presented to them is that they go in and the minute they walk in the door, before they even have earned it, they are given a package of credits. I understand it's to protect the inside of the facilities, but then that should open up our eyes or your eyes to see we need to do something. We should not have to pay someone not to do the same thing inside of a prison that you're there for your crime. Secondly, they get off early, they get in. The first time they're there, it's an initiation type thing. They learn the system, they learn how to work the system. I'm not saying that we should not recognize the efforts of what Mrs. Cross was saying, that recognize the efforts. Yes, there are some that are truly regretful of what they've done, but you need to serve the letter of the law. They're not even serving the 50% of the time. And I don't feel that the diminution credit should be given and awarded within that first percentage of what the law says that they should serve. Once they've served that 50%, then they can start adding on to or getting the credits. But I think each time it comes in, it just creates the revolving door of repeat offenders because they know how to work the law. They know how to play it.
And I agree with you. So I thank you for that. Thank you for bringing this forward, and thanks for reaching out to my office.
Senator Sidnor, did you have a question? Oh, okay. Just want to say thank you both very much. You've come here before the committee several times, both of you, and just want to say thank you. It's good to see you both.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, this is my first time here. I have a wonderful experience of learning how legislation works. However, I'm a naturalist, and I thought I was on Bill 0326, but when I came in, the young lady said that I was on 0044, which I knew nothing about this bill. I submitted documentations to explain some things of a timeline of my passion why I wanted to speak on 0326. So I don't know how legislation works here.
Okay, thank you. I think I don't. So 326 was we heard that bill at this point. Several
many moons ago, but yes. I didn't know the way legislation, and in fact I asked somebody, if you went over time did you get arrested? I'm just used to dealing with back home Kansas City and city legislation. So
I hear you.
But I mean the young lady right there, she know when I came in, I asked her about 026, but she said that the computer put me in at 0044.
Okay, well why don't you, can you have a seat? I'll thank you very much. I'll come address you in a second. I appreciate you. Thank you very much for hanging in there. We'll let you get your piece in. Let's just go ahead and do Senator Folden. Let's wrap you up first, and then ma'am, then we'll have you come on up. Okay. Senator Folden, Senate Bill 397. Actually, I'm sorry.
Yes, that's right.
We have people signed up in opposition to your last bill. To Senate Bill 43. My apologies. Let's hear E. Flannery Gallagher. Okay, I think Ms. Kirsch, you're here. Annie Kirsch is here. And then let's see, one more in person, Nicole Davis. Okay. Oh, okay, got it. So you're signed. There you go. I got you. All right, we'll get you next. Ms. Kirsch, you're up. Let's go ahead and get you started up here.
Thank you. I was going to give some numbers, but I think I'm just going to tell a story, and my written testimony hopefully can dispel some of the misconceptions about diminution credits. Currently, nonviolent crime, somebody who steals some credit card numbers off the dark web is going to be convicted of a nonviolent crime. Somebody who snatches a purse off somebody's shoulder will be convicted of the violent crime of robbery. So even though the outcome is pretty similar, the person who committed the digital crime will serve with perfect behavior. If they work really, really hard and do all the right things, they'll serve about 4 years and 9 months under our current system, while the person who has committed the violent crime of robbery, of taking the purse and swiping the physical credit card, will serve about 6.5 years if they do everything perfectly. Now, that is assuming that they do everything perfectly, which is not always the case, but there is still that additional sanction. Under this piece of legislation, that second person, the person who committed the blue-collar version of the crime from the wrong side of the digital divide, is now going to serve a flat 9 years regardless of what they do. That means that they can lose 235 good conduct credits before you actually make them serve 1 extra day. They can't receive payment for work. They can't receive credits for school or programming. And there really would not be any motivation for that person to participate in positive activities. So as you're looking at changing this structure, I hope you read my written testimony, ask me about any of the math later. I know it's late, but please, I urge you to return an unfavorable report in order to bring people home ready for reentry. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kirch. Questions from the committee? Okay, seeing none, that'll end the hearing and the testimony for Senate Bill 44. Now, Ms. Davis, come on up. I know you were here initially for Senate Bill 326, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, so that's just for the video files. This is testimony for Senate Bill 326. Ms. Davis, welcome. My apologies for the mix up here. I know that it's your first time here in the legislature, so we'll get it right. But I'm glad you stuck around with us. So go ahead, please. The floor is yours.
Good afternoon, Senate. I am not against government. I stand here today in legislation to respectfully summarize how federal mandated services are failing in ensuring services provision, accountability to due diligence. The DeKalb County elected sheriff was killed as he uncovered corruption. I am lucky to be standing here today to advocate for more justice to transparency of different resources within a system. It is an opportunity for a chance to create counter resolutions collectively. As Miss Education of the Negro stated, Negro Week started Negro Week. We are now in Black History Month now, meaning geographic diagram to mapping zones for changes, which in 1999 in Kansas City created a focus group to address the issues of disparities. I found an article with a fact that stated legal education as well as professional development in education continuum of narrowing the gap by using a task force report of law schools as well as the profession, July 1992. Same era, Eazy-E said, plain to see, I will always be a ninja for life. Now you ask, what do this mean? Well, it is a correlation to what we still endure today with laws. Human capital is equity for law graduates to put into practice the law being learned. As corporations capitalize and monopolize the community in which we live. Excuse me, I get kind of emotional. Due to cultural competency, now a constituent version of a slap encounter with the police. By just advocating for justice when it came to gentrification, which made the suburbs area more sustainable through federal dollars while saving, public entities became accessible for all to create hairline zoning extensions allocated from red line districts to tunnel such money to earmark for failing communities. In closing, I can't even close, excuse me. For constitutional rights, now we are desert communities. I know because I have been affected by this. I've been keeping my kids who have IEPs. I've been constantly advocating for them. I just want to know, how do we as constituents ask for this to change? Where do we begin? How many people must agree before it can become a legislation on the floor? And I want to get this question in because I don't want to disrespect time. With proper usage to guns, my son, as the cases that I gave y'all to look through, one of my sons had a BB gun. It was written down like as if he was carrying a major weapon or something of that nature. I have another son who went through some programs in Maryland due to me relocating here from domestic violence, and the programs was good. He was a phenomenal football player, and he got misassessed by police. And finally, myself. All I said was to some racist cops that came to my home was, the roof is on fire. We don't need no water, let it burn, because I had a gas leak. And now I'm facing arson charges. I'm not asking nobody to take care of my business. I just wanted to be heard so that when people that have the power to make legislation, ensure that we all are inclusive and that everybody's held accountable.
I appreciate it. Thank you, Ms. Davis, for hanging in there. And I'm sorry, Mr. Time's like, Senator Muse, did you have Okay.
First time here, she's been here for about 7 hours. So thank you for that, and thanks for your testimony.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you very much, Ms. Davis. Okay. With that, then that'll conclude that testimony that was attached to Senate Bill 326. Senator Fulton, you have one more? 397. Senate Bill 397. Yes, Senator Fulton, welcome back.
Good evening. Mr. Chairman, Mr. Vice Chair, esteemed colleagues, for the record, Senator William Folden, representing District 4. Before you today is the same bill that we had last year, which basically allows for the registration and operation of military vehicles to be registered and operated on our roadways. And really, I mean, I don't have a lot to say to it. I mean, I'm just going to keep it short. We passed it last year and I look for a favorable report. That's about as short and sweet as I can keep it.
I think it was all unanimous.
Yeah, it was like, hey, look, I'm just trying to make easiest bill of the day.
There you go. Yes, sir. All right. So that'll conclude the bill hearing for Senate Bill 397, Senator Folden. Thank you. We'll now move on to Senator West with Senate Bill 327.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Could I bring up my panel? Thank you. Yeah. So it is a pleasure to be here to present Senate Bill 327. I note at the outset that this bill has no filed opposition. So hopefully this will be quick. Over a decade ago, the General Assembly established a commission on child custody decision-making. The commission met over 90 times and spent literally thousands of hours analyzing and discussing the testimony of leading experts in a variety of disciplines related to children. The commission's final report set forth 10 guiding principles that should govern child custody decisions, the first of which was as follows, quote, the need for a Maryland custody decision-making statute providing clear, consistent, predictable, gender-neutral process guiding custody determinations for litigants, lawyers, and judges, close quotes. Under current Maryland law, judges make their child custody decisions based upon factors set forth in numerous appellate court decisions handed down over a period of many decades. Some of these rulings are not necessarily reflective of modern demands of parenting. In addition, some judges rely on different cases than other judges, so child custody decisions are not always consistent from one jurisdiction to another. Furthermore, while most family law lawyers and all judges deciding child custody decisions are familiar with the relevant statutes, in some jurisdictions in Maryland, as many as 80% of custody cases have one or both parties appearing in court on a pro se basis. In those cases, low-income litigants who cannot afford an attorney are at sea, as the cases on child custody are inaccessible and difficult for a layperson to understand. So Senate Bill 327 is the response to the Commission's final report that was issued nearly 10 years ago. For the first time, it pulls together and codifies in statute the 16 relevant factors that a court must consider when deciding child custody issues. Once this bill is enacted, this information will be easily accessible to judges, attorneys, and litigants, no matter their personal financial circumstances and whether or not they're represented by counsel. This bill is written in plain English, so the relevant factors can be easily understood by lawyers and laymen alike. I could go through the factors, but I won't. Let's just say the factors are the ones time-tested in Maryland's appellate courts. And the final factor is any other factor that the court considers appropriate in determining how to best serve the physical, developmental, and emotional needs of the child. So it covers the waterfront, and it gives the judges well-defined factors that the judges should use when deciding child custody decisions. Unlike last year's version of this bill, this year's bill, Senate Bill 327, primarily consists of the list of factors. It does not put its finger on the scales by weighting one or more factors more heavily than others. Everything is left to the court's discretion, but the bill requires the decision of the court to be set forth in writing or on the record. The only other component of the bill is a provision stating that the court may modify its child custody or visitation order if the court determines that there's been a material change of circumstances that results in a situation in which such a modification would be in the best interest of the child. Such a provision is only prudent. This is a reasonable and responsible bill that simply implements the recommendation of the commission. And I note that even though, in addition to the fact that there's no opposition, the judiciary has weighed in favor of the bill, along with the Maryland State Bar Association, Maryland Legal Aid, MCASA, the Women's Law Center, and the House of Ruth. So with that as an introduction, I turn the proceedings over to my excellent panel, starting with Judge DeMay.
Thank you, Senator West. And good evening, everyone. I remember these long days. I don't know if I'd say fondly, but I certainly remember them. And I do have to admit, as I think I testified a couple of weeks ago at a briefing, I'm now on the juvenile rotation. I handle juvenile cases. And so much of what was discussed today was very interesting to me, even though that wasn't necessarily the point of my coming today. But I am here to talk about this bill, and I've been here multiple times because we've introduced the bill probably over the last 10 years since the commission was issued its report. But we did try and streamline it a bit this year. So it truly is just a list of the factors that need to be considered. You know, there's previously we had language in there talking about, instead of talking about custody or visitation, or decision-making, we kind of changed those terms. This time, because we all feel it is so important to get these factors into a statute, we really streamlined it. It is simply a list of the factors. Senator West did give you the background that there was this commission and we did meet a lot. And we had divided into subcommittees, and one of the subcommittees actually was called Court Processes, which is the subcommittee I served on. And as a result of the recommendations from that subcommittee, we now actually have what are called parenting plans under the rules. So in any custody case, the parties need to submit a statement that addresses all of the issues in the parenting plan. So that's always handed to litigants, whether they have counsel or not. And it does include the same list of factors that will now be in the bill. What I have said repeatedly when I've talked about this bill is that Maryland is one of the few states that does not have a custody statute. And so when I was a practicing lawyer, I knew where to look to find the factors. I knew which cases to cite, but so many of the litigants that appear before me don't. And so that is the reason why we think this bill is so important. Then the judiciary did submit written testimony as well. And I know you've had a long day. And the only other piece that I wanted to sort of provide is to sort of tell you how it works when I hear these custody cases. I am now on the juvenile rotation, but I did my first 18 months on the family rotation and heard family cases. I tend to do my opinions in custody cases in writing. Sometimes I get a little behind trying to do that, but I try to do it in writing, partly because I do remember as a practicing attorney, when you sit in front of a judge and a judge gives their ruling and goes through all the factors, you kind of get lost. Granted, you can get a copy of the transcript, but I try to lay it out all in whatever. My custody rulings can be anywhere from 8 to 15 pages, depending upon how complicated the issues are. And I do go through each of these factors and I list it in my opinion. So I talk about the age of the child. I talk about the geographical distance between the parties. I talk about, you know, what the history was. And I, you know, go through each one of those factors. I can't think of not that criminal law is not very important, and certainly juvenile law is, but really to individuals, parties that come before the court in family cases, they're asking the court to solve very personal issues. And I think they deserve the kind of detail that this statute requires and that technically the parenting plans now do require, and all of the judges, lots of case law that basically, there've been cases where a judge didn't go through the factors or went through the factors, but wasn't really specific. And there's a case, which I can't remember the name of it, but basically said the judge only gave lip service to the factors. And that's been very clear. That's not appropriate. When you're doing a custody case, you really do need to lay it all out for the parties and explain why you reached the decision you reached. And most importantly, why you think it's in the best interest of the child, which is the overriding standard that we have in Maryland and that I think is so critically important. And I've also talked about over and over, so I won't bore you any farther, particularly since you've been here so late. And we have other wonderful members who are practicing attorneys and work on this and have been advocating for this for a long time as well. certainly happy to answer questions if there are some, but I'll let the rest of the panel speak.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, esteemed members of the committee. My name is Michelle Smith. I'm here on behalf of the Maryland State Bar Association Family Law Section Council. I am one of those practitioners and I represent about 1,200 others. Usually I stand here and say to you, we urge a favorable report. I am begging you for a favorable report. I am imploring you to have a favorable report for Senate Bill 327. I'm not going to repeat everything that was eloquently stated by the senator, who thank you for sponsoring this bill, and Judge Dumais. I'll tell you real life stories where the rubber meets the road. I have been witness in court in my own cases where I have to give my clients the list of factors from the statute. They don't know what they are. They can't even surmise what they are, that the judge is going to use in determining the most important decision in their entire lives, how much time they're going to get to spend with their children. Once they get the factors, they say to me things like, what does fitness of the parent mean? Does that mean I go to the gym? No, it's a very complex concept. These factors in Senate Bill 327, they do such a better job than the ones that are in the case law. They're not talking about fitness of the parent. They're talking about things for the child's need. And it's very detailed and it's using words that every parent can understand. So right off the bat, if we have this list of factors, we're so far ahead of the game. Then I see in cases where there's self-represented litigants, judges who really want to do the right thing, they give a list to these people so that they can keep it with them at their table and they can look at the list. Now they're going to have a much better list and they don't have to necessarily give it to them because they can find it. Then when the judge gives their written report or their oral report, it's not such a shock as to why the decision is being made. So this statute provides guardrails, it provides uniformity, it provides clarity, transparency, all the good things that lawyers love. And we urge you to give us a favorable report on Senate Bill 327. Thank you.
Thank you, Chairman Smith and committee members. My name is Brett Smoot, and I'm a staff attorney at Maryland Legal Aid and a co-chair of Maryland Legal Aid's Family Law Task Force. And in my role at Legal Aid, I'm in our centralized intake unit. So basically what that means is I'm a point of first contact for people who are reaching out to Legal Aid. And I'm often the first attorney or one of the first attorneys that they speak to about their legal issue. And one of the areas of law that I advise on a daily basis is custody. And I echo all the great things that have already been said about this bill, and we urge a favorable report because I really think that this bill would benefit all Marylanders who are going through child custody cases, but really would benefit my clients the most. These are the folks who are low income. They don't have an attorney, and if they're getting assistance through us, sometimes all we can offer is legal advice, not necessarily representation, because our resources are very limited. And our clientele find child custody best interest factors inaccessible, difficult to understand. They don't have legal search engines like Westlaw. Some of them don't have access to the internet at all. And they could, maybe access it at their local, law library at the courthouse, but some of them don't have transportation, and public transportation, cannot be the most reliable. So just, getting access to the factors and understanding them is a real challenge for them. And also a great challenge for me as attorney to try to advise them of the factors. And so having just a codified list that I could either read to them or send to them or physically give them would be of great help to them. If it's the only thing that I can provide to help them with their child custody case, I think it really would go a long way. And so for all those reasons, Maryland Legal Aid urges a favorable report of Senate Bill 327. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Senator. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none. Thank you. Thank you all for hanging in there. And it's been a long day. Ms. Shapiro, would you like to come on up? Yeah. And yep.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee. Thank you for indulging us at this late hour. My name is Lori Ruth. I'm the Chief Programs Officer at the Women's Law Center of Maryland. And this is the first time I've been down here this year. But I'm very committed to this bill, as passionate as Ms. Smith is, that we would love to see it get passed. I cannot express to you how valuable it would be to have one place with all of the factors that courts consider. This bill also requires judges to articulate their reasoning, which I think is a really strong piece for especially self-represented litigants. We operate the statewide family law hotline. We talk to over 6,000 Marylanders a year. And our number one question is about custody. It is every year since I've been at the Women's Law Center, 17 years, it's been the top question is about custody. To be able to say to people, look at these factors when you're planning, because they're all unrepresented, the people who call the hotline, when you're planning your testimony, this is what you should be focusing on. Because people, this is sometimes their one and only encounter with the court system, and they have no idea what to do, how to prepare, what they're trying to explain to a judge. They want to talk about, the time the spaghetti dinner was burned and whatever. And this, I think the judges would be delighted to have this list that's well crafted. And I want to give credit to the people who over the interim worked on this version of the bill. I've been around as long as Delegate and now Judge Dumais. I was on the commission in 2012, 2013. And so, we would really urge a favorable report. It's sort of astounding to other people in other states when we say we don't have a statute here for custody factors. It just doesn't make any sense. And for those reasons, we urge a favorable report on Senate Bill 327. I want to say thank you to Senator West as well for being a sponsor.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, Mr. Vice Chair, members of the committee, Melanie Shapiro, Public Policy Director with the Maryland Network Against Domestic Violence. Thank you, Senator West, for your efforts on this bill and sponsoring Senate Bill 327. We urge a favorable report.
Fantastic. All right. With that, we have one more person testifying in favor of this bill. Joining us virtually is Catherine Killeen. Are you ready to go? If you could unmute yourself, I think we're ready to go. Can you text her? I mean, can you direct message her? Yeah. Oh, got it. Yep. Catherine, can you hear us? If you can hear us, if you can unmute yourself, we're ready for your testimony. We tried. All right. With that, that'll conclude the testimony for Senate Bill 327, as I don't see Mr. McAvoy in the room either, though he is signed up for the opposition. We have a question from Senator McKay.
Yes. So, one of my constituents, is a, founding member of a father's rights organization. And so my question is, how does Senate Bill 327 take into consideration father's rights? And is there, some kind of in the legislation for like equal parenting or equal parental custody? I mean, is that what we try to push towards, is equal, or how do we make sure it's a fair and balanced?
Yeah, this bill in prior years has sort of run up against this concern, which is why this time they're just the factors. There are sex neutral. There's no attempt to put a finger on the scale in any way in this bill. So fathers should not feel that they are being in any way prejudiced by this bill. Mothers shouldn't feel they're being prejudiced. Everyone is treated exactly the same way, and it all ultimately is up to the judge, with no suggestion in the bill that the judge ought to genuflect towards one side or the other.
So I hear that that's the intent, and hopefully that is the end result when we pass this.
If you could point at something in the bill which contravenes that.
I don't, I
Okay.
guess. And so what I'm leading to my next question
Right.
is, how do we prove that out? This is probably not this bill, but is there some form of a down the road figuring out a score sheet of as this has gone forward, is there a way to see, did we meet
See
the
if in
standards or
practice, the
mission?
bill has done what we expect
Correct,
it will do.
correct. I know that's not
Maybe
this
Judge
bill,
Demay could
and that's not
could
necessarily amendment,
prognosticate on that better than I could.
but
'Cause she sees
but
it
maybe
every
it's
day.
something I can articulate a little bit better in the future. But that's my concern.
Okay.
Is how do we
And the way I would
score it?
articulate, okay. The way, number one, oh, there she goes. There are other sections of the law that I think are important to note, and it's Family Law Section 5-203, natural guardianship, powers and duties of parents, support obligations of grandparents, award of custody. The parent, and this is our existing law,
Mhm.
the parents are the joint natural guardians of their minor child. A parent is the sole natural guardian of the minor child if the other parent dies, abandons the family, or is incapable of acting as a parent. The parents of a minor child, as defined in another part of the code, are jointly and severally responsible for the child's support, care, nurture, welfare, and education, and have the same powers and duties in relation to the child. That's our existing law. It's been our existing law for many, many years. What the factors try to do is talk about how does a court, someone like me, decide what's in the best interest of the child. These are child-focused factors. And we didn't list them, and I'm not going to list them all because I think there are about 20, or 15. But it's sort of what's the stability and foreseeable health and welfare of the child. That's something we consider. What's frequent, regular, and continuing contact with the parties who can act in the child's best interest. Whether and how parties who do not live together will share the rights and responsibilities of being parents, of raising the child's relationship with each party, any siblings, other relatives, individuals who are or may become important in the child's life, the child's physical and emotional security and protection from conflict and violence, the child's developmental needs, including physical safety, emotional security, positive self-image, interpersonal skills, and intellectual and cognitive growth. The day-to-day needs of the child, including education, socialization, culture and religion, food, shelter, clothing, and mental and physical health. How to place the child's needs above the parties' needs, protect the child from the negative effects of any conflict between the parties, maintain the child's relationship with the parties, siblings, and others, age of the child. Consider, and our law, there's another section of the code that also talks about how do we handle military deployments? And how does that affect the child and the parties? Any prior court orders or agreement, each party's role and tasks related to the child, and how, if at all, these roles and tasks have changed, which is an important piece when you're an intact family, you may have different roles. I mean, one of the things I see in cases, if the mother is the primary breadwinner and the father has been home and has been the primary caretaker, now they're separate. Well, the roles have changed. That doesn't diminish that mother wants to be with these children and wants to have time with the children. Doesn't diminish it at all. They're going to have to share and change roles. And one of the things the court's going to do is look at what were the roles before, but it's a different circumstance now. So how do we ensure that both parties have access and interact with the children? And again, after looking at all of these other things, where do they live? Do they live close enough that we can do a shared arrangement? What's best for the child as far as, who's going to be able to take the kid to school or to soccer or to whatever it may be. Each party's roles, the location of the party's home, the party's relationship with each other, including how they communicate, whether they can co-parent without disrupting the child's social and school life, how the parties will resolve disputes in the future without the need for court intervention. And then the 15th is actually the child's preference if it's age appropriate.
Okay.
So the factors are child focused. But all of them address how are the parties interacting with each other. And again, go back to the fact that we already have in statute for a long, long time. They're both the natural guardians and no one disputes that.
Okay, thank you.
Sure.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
All right, seeing no further questions, thank you all very much. Oh, actually, I'm sorry. Hey, Senator Carter's got a question.
You know, I wasn't going to ask a question. Judge DeMay,
Yes.
we've been in this discussion and debate about this custody issue for quite some time.
We have.
I'm sorry to continue to raise the same issue, but I feel still unsatisfied that we have the fairness in the system. And I think that what Senator McKay was getting at with his constituent is it actually oddly hits on the same issue that I've been pushing for a long time or wanting to have focused. And I understand that the legislation focuses on the child and how the parties get along. But I remember years ago when we were initially discussing this, and I don't have it in front of me, but I remember a fiscal note for one of the bills that indicated, and this is more than a decade ago.
Okay.
Well, over 500,000 of Maryland's children live in homes where their parents are not together. That's a lot. And that out of that, about 85% at the time were in the primary physical custody. The mother was the physical custodial parent. And so over the years, we've had just a plethora of testimony from fathers, mothers, grandparents, and the like, that even though the law appears on its face to be gender neutral, that in practice, there is an inherent bias that favors mothers as primary custodial parents. And so I think that the concern that Senator McKay raised and that I still continue to have is the concern of how do we start it at an equal starting place where there are two fit parents, not an abuser and a good one, where there are two desirous parents to be parents, not someone that wants to be a parent and one that doesn't want to be bothered, but both parents want to be involved and both parents are fit. How do we ensure that there isn't a starting point of bias that inherently favors usually the mother, but it could be a different, depending on the jurisdiction, depending on the judge, depending on the racial and economic factors of the couple, the two people. It could be the father in some rare instances, but in most instances, it's going to be the mother.
Rare, but that's okay.
But anyway, favor the father as the primary custodial custody. So is it still your position that you are not in favor of a rebuttable presumption of joint custody where there are two fit parents? And if so, why?
I'm not in favor of the rebuttable presumption, and I'm not in favor of it because I do believe that what the court should be doing is making child-focused decisions. The other piece of this that I think is important to note is, and again, I practiced family law for 33 years, and I couldn't tell you how many custody cases, but a lot of them. But if you also look at statistics, at least 80%, if not 85% of family law cases settle. In other words, the parents get along well enough that they come to some resolutions. And the court also has a long number of, we order mediation. There's private mediation. The court offers mediation at no cost, at least in Montgomery County, and I think in all counties at this point in time. There are multiple ways for parents to sit down and talk about what's best for their children. That's also where the parenting plans that I talked about in the very beginning are important. It's in the rule. It lays out, the parents have to literally sit down and think about what access schedule do I think is best for my children or child? What holiday schedule? I mean, that's great. At the end of a lot of custody trials I've had, nobody's told me anything about what they want to do about a holiday. So I get to impose my thinking about holidays, or actually what I usually do is I tell them at the end to submit something before I do my opinion so that they tell me. But the parenting plan has them lay out what the holidays are, lay out how they think they ought to be shared. And it's a joint statement that's submitted. By joint statement, it doesn't mean they agree on everything, but before they go to a contested custody trial, they have to complete this form. And they have to complete, and that's it's rule 9-204.1 and 9-204.2. And the parenting plans are critical. It's like a pretrial statement, which when I was practicing wasn't required. You just went in and you put your case on. But this is the other piece that but the factors are included in the parenting plan so that the parties have to think this through. But 80 to 85% of these custody cases settle. What does that mean is left? The high conflict, very difficult cases are the ones that get tried. where the parties, after going through mediation, going through all of these different alternative methods of trying to resolve something, couldn't get it done. A lot of them are the hardest cases, to be honest, are sometimes relocation cases. And those always get tried.
What
because-
percentage of those cases that settle are cases where each parent has something akin to equal parenting rights and access to the child?
I would tell you, if 20 years ago, I would say not many. Today, most cases settle in some way or, resolve themselves in a schedule that lets each parent have as much time as possible, taking into account both parents' work schedules, if that's the case. How close do they live to each other? Can you get the child to school? But I would say the vast majority, the cases that I settled were usually, if not 50-50, pretty close, because that's what we were working towards. It's really those contested cases, which is one of the reasons why, among others, that I don't like the rebuttable presumption, because that ties the hands of the court when there might be, I think I should be looking at these factors, and it puts, the burden on one or the other party to say, well, despite these factors, you have to rebut this presumption because I said so.
If we live to be 10,000 years old, we will probably never agree on this point. I
that's
vehemently
probably
disagree
correct.
with you. Because I believe that the cases that settle, I do think that the system, I think it's improved. But
Yes.
I still believe strongly and certainly not the level of cases that you've ever handled, but the ones that I've been exposed to, and even in recent times, the settlements still come with one party, usually the father, believing this is the best they can do. They would like it to be more equal, but they are informed either by their lawyer or this society leads them to believe this is the best I can do. And many of them inherently believe, because of the message that we've sent them, we've sent many fathers the message that your value is connected to your payment and not your time. Now, we are moving away from that, but that is still something that I still talk to young men, and they tell me that being a responsible father to them means that they are paying child support, not that they are having quality time with their children.
Well, let me tell you a little bit more about what this commission did. In addition to sort of working on the actual statute and the law, one of the things that the commission did is we did listening tours. And we went to Eastern Shore, we went to Hartford County, we went to Allegheny County, I think it was Allegheny Community College. Woo-hoo. But we also did Baltimore City. And you know what? The listening tours were very important for us to hear how all of these different courts handled things and what the perspective of the actual litigants were. And I admit, I was actually struck when we were in Baltimore City. There were a large number of individuals, and again, it's, you're looking at, were they married? Were they, not married? Were they, what the husband or the father's, was he involved in the child's life? And one thing struck me was the number of men that said, all I am is an ATM. That is not what the law should be. And one of the other things that the commission actually worked on, and it's not gone as far as I would like it to, but it's, the Child Support Enforcement Office is paid for by the federal government, and there are very strict rules about what they can and can't do. Child Support Enforcement Office cannot handle access issues. But what we're trying to do, and there's actually the judiciary has another child support work group that's trying to do the same thing, is get to a place where child support can we can get them referred more quickly to get to a place where they can get before a magistrate or a judge.
Hey, that was
on
my
access. And, but
We still haven't gotten that.
the judiciary is still working on it, and we are trying. So it is different, but that's actually the reason why rebuttable I can't say it tonight. Presumption doesn't work, is because each of these family cases is so different that it's hard to necessarily say, this is the way they should all be, because they're not. Every case is different.
All right,
I'm going to end it there,
All
but
right.
I'll just say that I don't hear the same opposition to the fact that the child support guidelines start with a rebuttable presumption, right?
You all have
So
been.
we do accept it in some
Alright.
areas of the law. Thank you.
The
I'll let
two of
this
us
go
could
on
go
because-
forever, but I think.
Mainly
we
because it
bored
gave me a
everybody.
chance to eat real quick, but
Well, I'm glad we could be helpful.
but look, you all have been having this discussion since all three of us were on the House Judiciary
Yes.
Committee, which has been interesting. This is
Since
fascinating.
2002.
That's
when
right.
We were.
No,
both
it's
initially
really
elected.
important. It's really important. So I appreciate it. It was good. It was good
Well,
dialogue.
I'm happy to come back and talk anytime.
Hey, I know. I hear it. I'm listening. I'm listening.
Thank you.
No, this is good stuff. Thank you all very much. This is
Thank
good.
you.
It's great.
Thank you.
All right.
Which one? I got it.
With that, that will end the hearing for Senate Bill 327. We'll now move on to Senator Wallstreicher or Senate Bill 345.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the committee. Currently housed within the Maryland Department of Transportation, there is the Vision Zero program, which we legislatively created. This program has an aspirational goal of 0 road deaths. That means 0 deaths from car accidents, 0 bicyclist deaths, and 0 pedestrian deaths. The MDOT implementers of our previous legislation are highly professional, and they are committed to this Vision Zero goal. But one thing I've seen in this legislature is that we sometimes create outside commissions to help advise the government agencies. These outside commissions allow private companies and external advocates and residents who may have specific local expertise that the broader agency may not have to have input in the implementation of the programs that are housed within the agencies. The Vision Zero Advisory Commission does just that. It mimics similar outside advisory commissions and will go a long way to reduce roadway deaths in partnership with the Vision Zero program and the Maryland Department of Transportation. This is for council. We'll need to amend the bill a little bit to replace the removal language that's currently in the bill with the boilerplate language we have more recently been adopting in this committee. With that, Mr. Chairman, I ask for a favorable report on SB 345.
Good evening. My name is Joshua Feldmark. I'm here with Bike Maryland, and I appreciate that once again you have put me at the end of what seemed to be a very light and airy hearing. So I appreciate that. So I will be honest and say that 99 times out of 100, if there is a proposal to create a commission or a task force, I would not be here supporting it. I think we all agree that there's a lot of commissions and task force that are ways to move on issues or punt issues. This to me is a very big exception. And I was trying to figure out how I could illustrate why I think this is so important. And I dipped back in history to starting in the 40s and going through the 90s. The Center for Disease Control began to look at auto crashes as a public health crisis. And when they did that, when they shifted the way they started thinking about making it safer, they brought in a team of experts that originally were never dealing with this, engineers and policy experts and health experts, and a lot of things came from that dramatically reduced our automobile fatalities, including simple things like a crumpling steering column and tempered glass. So we had 600 traffic deaths in Maryland last year, the largest number we've had in 15 years. And 30% of those were folks who are not in vehicles. And so it is time to all of us to get together and to look at the multidimensional aspects of what causes these crashes, what causes these fatalities, and come up with the answers for how we make it safer. With that, I urge a favorable report.
Questions from the committee? What do you attribute that increase to? And you said most of them were outside, not vehicle on vehicle.
So 30% of them were not in vehicles. So obviously from a statistical standpoint, that's a far over, right? Much less than 30% of the people on our roads are out of vehicles. And it's hard to say what is sort of causing that. I think speeds are continuing to increase. And I do think that coming out of the pandemic, there were a lot more folks who were using our roadways recreationally on foot and on a bike.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Seeing no questions from the committee. Thank you both. All right, is Peter? Okay. And then Christy, welcome. You're up. Good to see you.
Hi, thank you very much. My name is Christy Daphnis. I was previously on the Montgomery County Pedestrian Bicycle and Traffic Safety Advisory Committee for 10 years. I'm now on the Maryland Bicycle and Pedestrian Advisory Committee. But I'm here tonight representing Montgomery County Families for Safe Streets. And we support the establishment of a Maryland Vision Zero Advisory Commission and the other reporting provisions and advisory functions in the bill. Collectively, these provisions will help reduce roadway fatalities and serious injuries and are really a step in the right direction toward realization of the state's Vision Zero goal. Maryland is really falling down on its commitment to Vision Zero. In fact, as the numbers show, roadway deaths in Maryland and across the country are on the rise, as Josh mentioned. Something must be done before 500 plus more lives are lost, or before even one more life is lost here in the state of Maryland. We owe it to our children, our neighbors, our community members, and most of all to the families who've endured these horrible tragedies. The vast majority of these roadway deaths are not accidents, and we need to think about how we can be preventing those deaths and take action to prevent the losses, which the Vision Zero Advisory Commission could help with, because it takes an alternative perspective in looking at some of these crashes and what we can do about them. I particularly appreciate the inclusion of advocates and organization representing people with disabilities on the Envision Commission. We would also ask that this commission as this is developed, you consider explicitly adding representation from families and loved ones of those who've been lost on our roadways. It would be really impactful to include this important perspective, as these individuals have suffered most greatly from the state's lack of progress on Vision Zero implementation. So with that, I just wanted to reiterate the fact that we urge a favorable report, and thank you.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Questions from the committee? All right, seeing none, thank you very much, Senator Wallstreicher. That'll conclude the hearing for Senate Bill 345. We'll now move on to Senate Bill 421.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Last year, we passed this bill unanimously among members who are still here on JPR. It was known as Senate Bill 528 last year. And I want to thank Senator Muse especially for his contributions in passing this bill unanimously through committee. Several years earlier, the General Assembly passed the Drunk Driving Reduction Act, also known as Noah's Law, requiring all individuals convicted of drunk driving to participate in the Ignition Interlock program. This law was named after 24-year-old police officer Noah Liotta, who was struck and killed by a repeat drunk driver at a sobriety checkpoint. Since the passage of Noah's Law, we have prevented thousands of drunk drivers from getting behind the wheel because of those interlocks. But unfortunately, the number of Marylanders killed by drunk drivers has remained stubbornly high. This is likely due to a glaring loophole in Noah's Law. Almost 2/3 of Marylanders who go before a judge on a first-time drunken driving charge receive a PBJ, a probation before judgment. Under Noah's Law, judges are not required to order an ignition interlock in such cases. And that's bad policy, and here's why. Those who have ignition interlocks installed after their first arrest are 75% less likely to have a repeat drunk driving offense. I've introduced Senate Bill 421 in partnership with our friends at MAD who are behind me to close this loophole. This bill would require all offenders to have an ignition interlock installed on their vehicles, including those granted PBJs. Currently, 34 states and the District of Columbia require all drunken driving offenders to install ignition interlock devices on their vehicles. And because this bill passed unanimously last year, it's sponsor only, but I want to recognize a few people here. Chrissy Nizer from the Motor Vehicle Administration is here. If there are any questions, she's here to testify for informational purposes. And then behind me to my right are some of the families who have lost loved ones, children to drunk drivers who testified so powerfully last year. And to the extent that you want to meet with them or speak with them after today's hearing, they are here for you and happy to answer questions or tell their stories. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. With that, I'd ask for another unanimous vote, this time for Senate Bill 528.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. Questions from the committee? It's been a long day. I just want to say thank you for the folks, the families, especially that spent your day here with us. Appreciate it. I've met with some of you, so hopefully you get a chance to meet with members of the committee before we take action on this. So thank you for being here. And for our government officials or folks serving in the cabinet, thank you for being here as well. All right. Seeing no further questions, that'll end the hearing for Senate Bill 421 and our hearings for the day. See you tomorrow. Have a good night.